again. We've come an extraordinarily long way since then. Keir Starmer has transformed the UK Labour Party to be a government in waiting once again. We have a strength in our mission and a positive vision of a better future. The importance of the transformation which Keir and his team have undertaken cannot be understated. And in Wales, the Labour Party has done exceptional things. Mark Drakeford and our Welsh Labour government led this nation through the pandemic and are leading now through this Tory cost of living crisis. Whilst the Tories have burned through Prime Ministers at an alarming rate, Mark has shown Wales what it is to lead in a way which is competent and compassionate. Under Welsh Labour, Wales is leading the way on supporting the most vulnerable and on putting its faith into the generations which will inherit the country we're building. But those Tory MPs who won in 2019 are still in post, and let's not underestimate them. They have majorities which are going to take a great deal of hard work to overcome, and now is the time to put in that work. This weekend, we'll be hearing from some of the most inspiring voices from across our Welsh Labour family, and we'll be discussing the policies and ideas which will form the foundation of the contract we will put to the people of Wales. The conference is a fantastic opportunity to plan, to learn, and to get our focus onto the groundwork of the general election which is coming. So it is my pleasure to welcome you all today. It is my honour to stand here as the Welsh Labour candidate for Wrexham. So conference, let us use this weekend to seize the opportunity we have to build a better future together. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. We all look forward to supporting you with your campaign and to winning back Wrexham for Labour. Now it's time for the Chair of the Welsh Exec Committee to give an update on the work of the WEC over the last year. As that's me, I'll hand over the chairing of the conference briefly to SOC Chair Nigel. So thank you, Nigel.
Okay. Well, Andy, will you go and give your speech?
Thank you. Thank you, Conference. In giving this report, I'll be referring to the Welsh Executive Committee Report 22-23, which is available in the foyer outside. I'd like to start by saying a few words of thanks. First to Philippa Marsden, the outgoing chair and long-standing member of the Welsh Executive Committee. Philippa has been and will continue to be a stalwart of our party, both in the trade union movement, our party, and thank you for her massive contribution in local government over the years too. I'd also like to give our heartfelt thanks to Jen Smith for her years of dedication as Treasurer. Jen really has been a stalwart of the WEC for years now, so I'd like to thank Jen and wish her a well-deserved retirement as Welsh Executive Treasurer. So thank you, Jen. And in doing that, I'd like to thank all Welsh Executive members for their hard work. I know sometimes people can disagree with the decisions made by the Welsh Executive, but they can't disagree with the fact that Welsh Exec members give up their time, often on Saturday mornings when I'm sure they'd rather be doing other things with their weekends to help ensure the fair and effective running of our party. So thank you to all the Welsh Executive members who give up their time to do that. The report starts with a welcome and mentions the busy year that we've had with major elections, boundary reviews, selections and a recall conference, women's conference and the build towards the next general election. The party's on an election footing, and this is our major focus going forward because the country desperately needs a general election and a new government and the end of this Tory administration. The report will provide an overview of our plans, and hopefully these are things that we can discuss this weekend at conference. The May 22 local elections were a fantastic set of results, and well done to all the councillors who were elected. Control was gained in Blaenau Gwent and Monmouth. We sadly had setbacks in Neathport Talbot, but the overall picture was one of Labour gains across Wales. It was great to see Wales outperforming an already strong showing across the UK, with 47% of all gains being won in Wales, which is a real testament to our party under Mark's leadership. The WEC expresses its great thanks to all those candidates, win or lose, for the effort that they put into those campaigns, because I know firsthand how much blood, sweat and tears goes into election campaigns. So I'd like to thank all the members who stood. Boundary changes are mentioned in section 3 of the report, following the revised report of the Boundary Commission, the changes that were made to that, and thank you to everyone who played a part in our Labour response to those boundary changes. The WEX approved the timetable set out by UK Labour for the transition to the new boundaries. Thank you to the Welsh Labour staff for their efforts in that too. Trigger ballots for sitting Welsh Labour MPs have also been concluded this year, and parliamentary selections have taken place for the vacant seats least affected by the boundary review. So congratulations to the candidates successful in those selections, and thank you to all members who came forward to be selected. I know that's an important part of the life of our party, so thank you for all your efforts, again, win or lose. Thank you to Anne Jones for her fantastic contribution in Neathport Talbot, in the review there that's mentioned in section 5. If you can't get a round of applause for Anne in North Wales, then you know you needn't bother starting. So thank you to Anne for your continued dedication to our party in Wales. The recall conference is mentioned at paragraph 6. Thank you to all delegates who took part in that. The Women's Committee is mentioned in paragraph 7. Thank you to Diane, Alison, Tracy, and all those who were involved in our Women's Committee and our Women's Conference. Welsh Labour Government and the track record in government is mentioned in paragraph 8, and I'd like to thank all our MSs and our ministers for the work that they do in driving forward our Welsh Labour Government. Paragraph 8.3 particularly mentions the great achievements of our Welsh Labour Government, but certainly from my perspective as a local government leader, I'd like to thank Welsh ministers led by Mark for the partnership approach that they take to governing. It really is something that we're streets ahead of the rest of the UK in. We talk to each other across different levels of government. We work in partnership with our trade union colleagues. I think that intelligent, compassionate, listening and evidence-based leadership is something we have in Wales under Mark's leadership. So thank you to all ministers for their contribution in that. Paragraph 9 mentions Welsh Labour in Parliament. I'd like to thank our talented team of Welsh Labour MPs for continuing to expose the failing UK Tory government and for their campaigning week in, week out to condemn the Tories' betrayal of our communities in Wales and to stand up for the people they represent. Our Shadow Secretary of State, Jo Stevens, leads the Shadow Welsh team, given her a new surname there. And thank you also to Gerald Jones and Welsh Whip Tonya Antionazzi for their work too. I'd like to congratulate Jess on her new role. It's great to have a Welsh MP at the forefront of Keir's campaign. So thank you to Jess and good luck in her role there. I'd like to also give special mention to Carolyn for her pioneering campaign work. She's really an international force on the issue of rights for women going through the menopause and the need for recognition of that in the workplace. And it's, again, great to see a Welsh MP really at the forefront of that issue. Section 10, of course, most importantly mentions the most vital tier of government, which is local governments. I would say that. In partnership with our Welsh Labour Government, our councils are at the forefront of building stronger, fairer and greener communities across Wales. I'd like to thank Andrew for his leadership on the WLGA and all the Welsh Labour leaders in local government for their tremendous contributions. Section 11 mentions our police and crime commissioners who've updated the WEC on their achievements throughout the past year. I'd like to thank Jeff Cuthbert in Gwent, Andy Dunbobbin in North Wales and Alan Michael in South Wales. So we now hold 3 of those 4 PCC roles. Section 12 mentions policy developments. Organisations are going to be invited to appoint their representatives ahead of the Welsh Policy Forum, likely to be held in June. Members are also reminded that UK Labour's National Policy Forum consultation is currently open and is welcoming submissions on its 6 consultation documents until the 17th of March. Section 13 mentions the Future Candidates Programme and training. Certainly that's something across all levels of governance that we need to make sure we take forward as a party to identify the pioneers of Welsh Labour in the future. I remember that as someone who used to be young once, 20 years ago, sitting in this very hall, the future of our candidates and getting a diverse group of people to stand and represent Welsh Labour is vital. Talking of which, Section 14 mentions Welsh Young Labour, and I'd like to extend our thanks to members of Welsh Young Labour and Welsh Labour student clubs and clubs at college and universities for their ongoing campaigning work across Wales. They, of course, as ever, will be vital to our efforts to win the next general election. So thank you to conference. I'm here throughout the weekend, so if you have got any questions that you want to ask me outside of the platform, you're more than welcome to. So thank you, conference. I look forward to a weekend where we can really show both the vision that we have for Wales in government and how much more we could do with the UK Labour government too.
Thanks, Anthony, and thank you for all your work over the last year. In addition to the WEC report, I'll now ask Anthony to deliver the WPF report as well as the Treasurer's report, so he's going to have to speak again.
Okay, you don't need to stand up to do this one, because I can formally move the copies of both of these reports, and in doing so I'd like to echo the thanks I just gave to Jen as the outgoing Treasurer. It's great to see the party finances in good shape. Of course, we can always fundraise more for our efforts to get more organisers to help in the next general election campaign. So fundraising is always welcome. So I'd move that report. Also on the Welsh Policy Forum report, that's also available from the desk outside, and I'd like to formally move that report too. Any contributions from the floor on any of those reports before we move on? Do you want to come down again? You're welcome to come forward to the side of the stage when called.
Morning, conference. Jackie Owen. I'm here for the Cooperative Party today as a delegate, but I'm actually speaking on behalf of Clwyd South, which won't exist after September. And I think it's really important that we recognise some of these CLPs that are actually not going to exist after September and all the contributions that they've made over the years. Thank you.
Any other delegates wish to speak on this report?
Any reports or just the Treasurer's?
The WEC, the WPF, and the WEC report, WPF.
Yeah, it's WEC report, WPF report, Treasurer's report. You're welcome to speak
Brilliant,
on
thank you.
any of those.
Hello, good morning, conference. My name is Claudia Bowes. I'm the Women's Branch Delegate for Cardiff West, the Joint Women's Officer. I'd like to make a point on the WEC report, particularly Women's Committee bit. A number of years ago, Cardiff West Women's Forum submitted a motion to a Welsh Labour Conference, and we asked that Welsh Labour Women's Conference should be enabled to submit a debate motion, so this has been done now. At the time, we were asked to remit our motion and submit it to the ongoing democracy review, which we agreed to do. But we also said at the time that we would be keeping a close eye on the matter. And when I had the pleasure to, a few months ago, attend the first Welsh Labour Women's Conference since the pandemic, I think it was a tremendous improvement on the debate, and I think it really raised grassroots voices. However, to this day, there is no clear pathway on what happens to these motions and how they influence Welsh Labour policy. It is my understanding that the Welsh Executive Committee has ruled against one motion from Welsh Labour Women's Conference being automatically prioritised for Welsh Labour Conference. And they argued that women's branches can already submit motions to conference. However, despite there being several women's branch delegates, I was a bit dismayed to see that there is not a single women's branch motion on the list for prioritisation. And this causes me concerns for a number of reasons. Firstly, given that we constitute half of the membership, prioritising one motion specifically on women's issues doesn't seem too much to ask. And this is the case both in the Scottish and the UK Labour Conference. In contrast, the motion passed at Women's Conference are to be fed into the Welsh Labour Policy Forum, and one might ask, what is different about Welsh women? After all, there is a huge difference between a motion written by one women's branch and one that was supported by a representative conference of 100+ women from women's branches, CLPs, trade unions, and affiliated organizations all over Wales. Secondly, despite there being women's branch delegates in the hall today, CLP support for women's branches is not mainstreamed, and women's branches are not guaranteed the support or financial means to send delegates. And if you cannot send a delegate, you cannot submit a motion. Finally, I think there is some desperate need for consistent support from Welsh Labour in advising around technicalities. I would really appreciate data on how many women's branches submit motions and how many of those are ruled out of order. We really need to enable equality in our party's democracy. So to conclude, please can we gain clarity on what's happening to motions from Women's Conference as a matter of urgency, to allow women activists' voices to be heard and actively influence policy. Thank you, and I hope you really have a lovely conference. Enjoy it.
Thank you. Are there any other delegates wishing to speak at this point? I know in response to that one, that's something that can be raised with the SOC. I'll point out that motions passed by Women's Conference are fed into the Welsh Policy Forum process, who report back to the next Women's Conference on the progress they've made with motions passed. Also, after the democracy review, Women's Conference was made sovereign, so can pass its own motions without the need to come back to Welsh Conference. So that's the ability of women members to affect party policy directly rather than having to come back through this conference, because they can do that as a sovereign body. Any contributions from the floor? Sorry, on the left, yeah.
Councillor Stephanie Grimshaw, Aberavon CLP, but not as a delegate. So I think forgive me if I misunderstand, but I think the point that my sister was trying to make is that whilst we appreciate that Women's Conference can make its own rules, we're feeling that it's kind of being put to the side and it's being put in its own corner where women's issues within the Labour Party aren't being brought to the forefront. And that's why it's really important that these women's issues are brought to the forefront and not just kind of left in the corner at Women's Conference and then never thought about ever again.
Okay, that's certainly something that the Welsh Executive Committee can look at to ensure the centrality of the issues that you raise. I'm sure there's no intention to sideline the views of women members in that way, and we'll make sure that we discuss that at the WEC to get a positive direction going forwards. Any other contributions before we move on from this? Wait, do you want to come forward in front?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Michelle Emerson from Neath CLP. I just wanted to raise an issue on paragraph 3 on the boundary changes, and just to make the point that as Neath is going to be one of the CLPs greatly affected by this, and we've had plenty of discussion at our CLP meetings about this issue, and the strength of feeling on that issue has been extremely strong, whereby we're losing a big core of our membership are now going to be transferred into Brecon and Radnorshire CLP as a result of the boundary changes, which is a completely different setup. It's the Neath areas of Swansea Valley and the Ammon Valley are traditionally very industrialised, ex-mines, etc., and lots of industrial backgrounds and everything else. And the other side of the mountains we see as more as a sort of rural community and all that. But I just want to say that the strength of feeling in Neath is very strong about this, to the point where some of our members are actually thinking about resignation because of this issue and because our views haven't been fully appreciated. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Sure. While the other delegates coming forward, I just say that obviously the Boundary Commission group had Welsh Labour members on it to look into the Boundary Commission. Obviously the terms set by the Tory government limited us in what we can do because of the very tight guidelines on percentage differential from the average seat size. So any changes on single constituencies have a domino ripple effect to other constituencies, and we had to take an all-Wales approach, but we recognise the feelings of communities about the impacts of the Boundary Commission changes. Delegate, do you want to come forward? Yeah, speak.
Joy Rose, Innismon, CLP. Just to add a point to the Women's Conference motion, when you do your deliberations, when WEC does their deliberations again, all we're asking is that it simply comes in line with the UK National Conference, where the women's motion is prioritised. Thank you.
As Chair of WEC, I'm happy to consider those points and make sure they're scheduled in the next Welsh Executive meeting so that we can debate the best approach to that. Any other delegates wish to speak before we move on from this debate?
3 minutes. We've got 3 minutes.
We've got 3 minutes before moving to the next section of conference.
Okay, we're just going to...
Okay, if we just do a quick platform change before moving on to the next section of conference then.
You have to do that quite quickly, didn't you?
Great. That's probably the first and last time for this weekend that we'll be running ahead of schedule. I will continue to try and call as many people as I can in the debates. And thank you for delegates so far for their succinct contributions. It's very welcome. So now we're moving on to an exciting bit of conference. And if I can ask Kanishka Narayan, our new parliamentary candidate to the Vale of Glamorgan, to come to the stage to address conference.
Diolch yn fawr, ffrindiau. Y mae'n bleser bod yn Llandudno. Conference, we have a habit in our labour movement of doing unlikely things. Of doing the unlikely in 1900, when it was here in Wales that we elected the first Labour MP, truly inventing the Parliamentary Labour Party. Of doing the unlikely in 1948, when it was a Tredegar miner who went to Westminster and returned with a National Health Service free at the point of use. And of doing the unlikely again at the turn of the millennium, when it was a devolving Labour government that showed in Westminster that to share power is not to lose power, it is to multiply power. It is to give power new meaning, not just in our politics, but in our culture, in our daily conversations, in our pubs, in our stadiums, in the spaces of our public life. And conference, in a small way, my presence here today is an unlikely event too. Whilst names have a generous range, Davies, Evans, Griffiths, Llewellyn, Morgan, Rees, Williams, even Zita Jones. But I know Narayan is an improbable presence. The improbable presence of a family that came into the UK, welcomed straight into Wales over 20 years ago. Of devoted parents whose minimum wages and night shifts subsidise the sleep of their 2 young boys. Of growing up and seeing a beach for the first time in Barry Island. Of posters of Simon Davies after that goal, and even conference of Gavin Henson after that kick. Our presence might have been unlikely, but our optimism was honest. As Raymond Williams had dreamt, we came into Wales not to the image of a ladder, but of a common highway. The shared path of Labour's warm welcome, of Labour's dignity in public services, of Labour's honest optimism for our country. Conference, the task for us is to rebuild that common highway. When I've delivered medicines as a volunteer in Barry, when I've mentored entrepreneurs in Llantwit, when I've gone and knocked doors in Cowbridge, the pulse of this moment is not just the issues of today. It is a wavering sense, a genuine uncertainty of whether our politics can stand up to the scale of tomorrow. Conference, what the people of the Vale of Glamorgan are yearning for, what the people of this country are yearning for, is a choice of honest optimism. I know we have it in us to deliver that choice. 120 years ago, it was in Wales that we first sent an MP to Westminster, another Keir, who set us on a path of human dignity amidst a vast industrial revolution. 120 years on, it is on us to pour our hearts and souls for a new Keir in another defining moment for our history. The people of the Vale of Glamorgan desire it. The people of this country desire it. They desire a common belief, an optimism, a common highway, a Labour government, our next Prime Minister, the star of the video, Keir Starmer. Please welcome our next Prime Minister, Keir Starmer.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kanishka, for that introduction. You're going to be a fantastic candidate and I hope an absolutely brilliant MP at the next general election. It's fantastic to be back here in Wales, in North Wales, where the sun always shines. We came down from Glasgow yesterday. The predictions were storm, snow everywhere, and it's beautiful sunshine all the way in to Llandudno, and it's been sunshine last night and sunshine again this morning. The sun always shines here on this conference. Although last year, you may remember, I think at this stage it was driving rain, horizontal out there. So let's celebrate the fact that today we have the sunshine. And I have always felt that a proper party conference should always be near the sea, because that stiff sea breeze is invigorating for all those compositing meetings that we're busy at. And on a day like this, there really is nothing quite like a walk along the beach to clear the mind. Although, in the Labour Leaders Handbook that I've got, it does say in big red letters, be careful of the sea. And conference, speaking of Neil, can you believe it? Can you believe it? It's now 40 years since he was elected leader of our party. 40 years. Which means it's 40 years since he went to Bridgend and gave a speech which echoes through the years to speak, I think, directly to the country before us today. Remember that speech? when he said, I warn you not to be ordinary. I warn you not to be young. I warn you not to be ill. I warn you not to be old. Conference, you won't find a better way to describe the pernicious effect of the last 13 years than Neil's words. The anxiety that's gripped our communities as we lurch from crisis to crisis, gnawing away at our sense of hope, our belief in a better future. Don't forget what this feels like. Don't forget how the Tories meted out the pain to Wales over 13 years. Don't forget Neil's words. Because, conference, we're going to need them on the road ahead. No complacency. We've got to work for every vote. Use the determination those words can inspire to build a better Britain, a fairer, greener, more dynamic country where working people succeed, aspiration is rewarded, and where together we unlock the pride and purpose in every community. Conference, that's the spirit of devolution, the foundation for everything you've achieved here in the last 2 decades. It's time to use that to transform Britain, give the communities and great nations of this country the powers they need to control their destiny. Now, here in Wales, it's fair to say you know the difference Labour can make better than other parts of Britain. You don't stay the largest party in a nation for over a century without doing a lot right. And under Mark and Carolyn's outstanding leadership, still producing record results in the Senedd. Don't forget that either. And Mark, on behalf of the whole Labour Party, I want to say how grateful we are for your dignified service to our party and to Wales, and how pleased we are to see you here this weekend. There are lessons, Mark, for my Labour Party, for the whole Labour Party, from your success here in Wales. Your clear love for the Welsh nation, the embrace of a distinctively Welsh cultural vision, the collective patriotism of public service, and the pride that comes with that. Never, in Mark's words, taking the Welsh public for granted. These are all qualities of Welsh Labour that have guided me in the changes we've made to the wider party. Don't underestimate how important those changes are. We had to make our Labour Party fit to serve our country. Conference. That's why we had to show our support for NATO is non-negotiable. Understand the importance of sound money and tear anti-Semitism out by its roots. Country first, party second. But also don't underestimate how important your qualities are for renewing the bonds of a Labour Britain. Nobody should pretend that the case against Britain, as against our union, is as advanced here as it is in Scotland. But nor should we ignore the fact that it does find a voice in this nation as well. And yes, those qualities, your qualities, help keep it at bay. But to defeat it comprehensively, we need something else. We need hope. Not a grandiose, utopian dream kind of hope. I don't mean that. I mean the basic, ordinary hope that we used to take for granted. The sort of hope you can build your future around, that aspirations are made of, that was shared by working people across the United Kingdom in good times and bad, and which reached through the generations to say, Britain will be better for your children. Now, I worry that people right across the United Kingdom don't believe that anymore. That's the deeper cost of Tory rule. A growing sense that hard work isn't rewarded, that you aren't guaranteed a fair chance in Britain, that the bonds that tie us together, community to community, across our home nations, have been allowed to unravel. Conference, this is what drives me. It's what my 5 missions for a better Britain are all about. We've got to get our sense of hope and possibility back. These are not just words for me. It's the story of my life, the journey I've been on, from a working class family to head of the Crown Prosecution Service. But it's also the story of our union, because the case for the union rests, has always rested, on the solidarity of working people pushing Britain forward in search of that ordinary hope. But when families worry like this about their children's future, when hard work no longer guarantees fair reward, or even that your contribution is respected, then yes, that case becomes harder to make. Conference, that's what we're fighting for across our country. We need to meet the forces of division with renewed hope. That's what our 5 national missions are all about. I will never accept that this country is destined for decline, that our best days belong to the past. Success is all around us. It just needs direction. People have huge ambition for their community. They just need it matched. I do believe there's a yearning to come together, to be part of something bigger, an impatience for change, for national renewal. And yes, as they've done throughout our history, the British people are turning to Labour to provide it. Five national missions to secure the higher sustained growth in the G7. Make Britain a clean energy superpower. Build an NHS fit for the future. Make our streets safe. And break down the barriers to opportunity at every stage for every child. 5 missions that will define the ambition of the next Labour government. 5 missions that will rekindle that shared hope in every corner of the UK. 5 missions that raise our sights and free us from Tory poverty of ambition. And it does all come back to ambition. When I say we'll get the highest sustained growth in the G7, or that Britain will have zero carbon electricity by 2030, that should invite a sharp intake of breath. And I make no apologies for that. Take our clean energy target. I'm already talking to CEOs, to investors, entrepreneurs, unions, energy workers about how we get this done. And yes, the conversation does start with a shake of the head. This is a bit much, Keir. Clean energy by 2030, that's going some. But we do need leadership with ambition, do need hunger to take on the big challenges, belief in the possibilities of the future. So when I say back to them, here's the ambition, here's the plan, and here's the opportunity for you, trust me, there is a powerful urgency to make it happen, a new determination. And that's what mission-led government is all about. But conference, the change we offer must also be credible. Working people have had enough of false promises for a lifetime. And that means the politics of restoring hope will be hard. I mean, honestly, where do you begin? The damage they've done, the pain they've inflicted to our economy and public finances, to our reputation around the world, to our NHS and public services. It's immense. You know, when Mark said words not too different to that last October, that display of righteous emotion in the Senedd, he didn't just speak for Wales, he spoke for Britain. And the Tories aren't capable of the change that Britain needs. The Tories aren't capable of delivering a better future for Wales. They made the mess. And as for the cynicism of what they'll do at the general election, to try and claim political credit for the sacrifices working people are making now, we've got to rise above that. Spend each day earning the trust of our communities. Meet their attacks with hope. To the people of Wales, we must show that our pride and purpose has not lost any vigour, that there will be a clear choice at the next general election between more decline and division with the Tories or credible change with Labour. Change for Britain that brings with it change for Wales and for your community. But to the British people everywhere, we must show how this spirit combines with the solidarity we offer across the United Kingdom. How together we can deliver something even more precious. A Britain once again on the front foot, with a sense of hope, of possibility, of ambition. A Britain that gets its future back. So imagine, just for a moment, what that might look like, conference. Imagine the better Wales we would see after 10 years of national renewal. Labour governments in Westminster and Cardiff. What does it look like? I'll tell you. Our economy is stable. Growth is high and sustained. Across the country and here in Wales, north and south, businesses have the certainty to invest. The NHS is back in good health. Crime is down. There's more opportunity, more affordable housing, better paid jobs. Families feel they can get on again, look forward with hope again. We're leading the world on climate change. People from across the globe come to marvel at the floating offshore wind farms of the Celtic Sea. Bills are cheaper. Homes are warmer and well insulated. Cutting-edge science and world-class services are driving economic growth. New jobs, industries, technologies emerge that benefit every part of Wales. And there's a thriving green steel sector that stretches from Connelly through to Port Talbot and up to Newport. A cyber cluster on the North Wales coast, as well as in the south. Some of the most vital semiconductor components in the world still made here. Tourism booming, Welsh agriculture going from strength to strength. Working people are respected as the wealth creators that drive Britain forward. And Wrexham, Hollywood's Wrexham, not quite in the Champions League, but not far off. Conference, seriously, there's no reason why we can't reach for this. A fairer, greener Wales in a fairer, greener Labour Britain. It can be ours, but it requires a new way of doing politics, a total overhaul of the Westminster system. We have an economy that hoards potential and a politics that hoards power. No similar country puts so much decision-making in the hands of so few people. And that leads to more inequality across our country than anywhere else in Europe. That's not a coincidence. I'm utterly convinced by this. Economic reform and political change must go hand in hand. Pick any of Britain's current problems. Energy security, productivity, immigration. You'd be here all day. But it wouldn't matter. The pattern is always the same. Distracted by the short-term obsessions that fixate Westminster, blinkered to the possibility of an active government that sets the direction, we lurch from crisis to crisis, always reacting, always behind the curve, a sticking plaster, never a cure. Now, sticking plaster politics. That's why every crisis hits Britain harder than our competitors. The only country in the G7 still poorer than before the pandemic. And the harm that does to the prospect of bringing Britain together, that's vast. So we've got to take it on. Only Labour will fix this. Only Labour will unlock the pride and purpose of all our communities. Only Labour will devolve economic power and control out of Westminster. The argument is simple. The decisions which create wealth in our communities should be taken by people with skin in the game. Now, take the scandal of what's happened here in Wales with what used to be EU structural funds, the Shared Prosperity Fund. Funds that have been essential for Welsh businesses and communities for years. Powers that have been exercised here since the inception of devolution. The Tories have used the Brexit process to take back control of that money, not from the EU, but from Wales. It's an outrage. You know it. The Welsh Government used those funds to get unemployment down, for wage subsidies, redundancy support, investment in the green opportunities of the future, the UK's first regional bank, supporting your world-class universities, modernising the Welsh economy. Now, they have to watch the Tories sit on their hands as a global supply chain crisis hits key Welsh industries, from steel to semiconductors. Well, no more, because today I can announce that the next Labour government will return power over its economic destiny to Wales. The decision-making role for the Welsh Government on structural funds will be restored. It's time for Wales to take back control. That's the change Wales and Britain needs, change which comes from unlocking the pride and purpose of communities everywhere, which spreads power and opportunity out of Westminster and puts people in control and ends sticking plaster politics. A new approach to politics and democracy everywhere in Britain, built on a new approach to growth and our economy. Because conference, you can't overstate the importance of economic growth. It's the oxygen for our ambitions, the lifeblood of a strong society and a dynamic economy. But look, I say again, this will be hard. The lesson of the last year is stark. Lose control of the economy and its businesses and working people who pick up the bill. We can't let that happen, even when it puts a brake on things we might like to do in power. Sound money in our public finances must come first. Constraints must be accepted, institutions respected, a rock of economic stability. Our mission for growth must be built on that. But alongside it, we must still be bold on reform, on reconstruction, on national renewal. That's what people expect from a Labour government, and we will deliver it. So we will give working people growth from the grassroots, with good jobs, productivity growth in every part of the country, growth which makes everyone, not just a few, better off. Will get us moving forward on science, technology and innovation, with a more powerful British bank that can help scale businesses, new and old, and a modern industrial strategy which gets everyone around the table and removes barriers to investment. We'll create jobs that are well paid and secure, and end the Tory era of low pay with our New Deal for working people. And we'll reform procurement to nurture more resilient supply chains, project a more open stance in the world, and yes, fix the broken Brexit deal that is a vital part of raising our ambitions on growth. And conference, so is tackling climate change head on. I come to this not just as leader of the UK Labour Party, but as a dad. And as a dad, I'm spurred on by the voices of our children. The cry of indignation demanding our generation act before it's too late. It's a matter of justice, about the fairness and better society that I came into politics to create. But also the biggest opportunity we've had in decades to make this country work for working people. Conference, this is why we need a collective sense of mission across our home nations. We've got to come together and write a new chapter in our national story about how our generation tackled the climate emergency and used it to create the jobs, the industries, the opportunities of the future. That's what our Green Prosperity Plan is all about, turning the UK into a green growth superpower with investment in wind, solar, nuclear, hydrogen, green steel and carbon capture, insulation for 19 million homes, and GB Energy, a new company that will take advantage of the opportunities in clean British power and turn them into good, secure, well-paid jobs. And yes, Conference, because it's right for jobs, because it will help us tackle climate change, GB Energy will be publicly owned. And let's be crystal clear about the benefits which will flow to the Welsh people from this plan. Let's show how Welsh businesses and families will get cheaper bills forever. How Wales can get real energy independence from tyrants like Putin forever. How we can give every community, from Anglesey to Aberdare, a fair shot at the jobs and prosperity of the future. Conference, for 13 years, you've been the bulwark against Tories here in Wales. The same length of time as the last Labour government spent in power. And what have they got to show for it? What's the list of achievements they can rattle off? The legacy for our country that they can be proud of? Where is their minimum wage, their Equality Act, their slashing of child poverty rates, the regeneration of our cities, the rebuilding of our public domain, the investment in culture, sport, technology, infrastructure, education, the devolution of power and control to the nation? Where is it? Britain needs change. People know that. The people of Wales know Britain needs change for them. They know our economy needs to work better for working people, that our public services need to be fixed, that the emergency of climate change needs bold action, and that our political system needs a total overhaul, with communities finally in the driving seat. We must say to them, none of this can be achieved through more division. But if you place your faith in Labour, this is the change we offer to Wales and Britain, the case for a new Britain, where communities control their own destiny, climate change is defeated, growth supercharged, politics a force for unity and good, a Wales that is proud, confident, ambitious and successful, thriving in a better Britain, a Britain with its hope and future back, a Britain with a new sense of mission. Thank you, Conference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Conference. And thank you, Martin. Thank you very much, conference.
Thank you, Keir. Oh. We on? Or we've been turned off? Yeah, we've been turned off.
That's it.
I was meant to.
That's fine.
I've got to do the invite as well, don't I?
It's a bit warm.
23 years,
Are we?
Well, you're making me nervous.
Thank you, conference. Might be on, is it?
It's back on. Yeah, it is on.
Okay.
Is it
Thank
on?
you, conference. Can I just thank Keir for that inspiring vision of hope for the future of our nations. I look forward to welcoming back, as I'm sure we all do, Keir to Wales in the not-too-distant future as our next Labour Prime Minister. And I know we all stand ready to play our part in making that happen. Next conference, with the path to the next Labour government at the forefront of our minds, I'm delighted to invite to the stage our Shadow Welsh Secretary Joe Stevens and our brand new candidates for the next general election to talk a bit about themselves and the work ahead of us all. Thanks, Joe.
Carolyn, we're going to head off.
This one?
Testing. Right. That one's what, yeah. Right, thank you, conference. This is a bit different, isn't it? I'm really pleased to open and introduce our first Welsh Conference main stage panel event. This is new for all of us and new for me, so we'll see how it goes. I hope you enjoy it. Now, obviously in Wales, our next set of elections, our next election will be the general election, and that can't come soon enough. You've just heard what Keir said about what we need to do, what we're going to do, and imagine the difference that a UK Labour government working hand in hand with our Welsh Labour government is going to make, not just for people across Wales, but for people across the United Kingdom. So it's up to us to mobilise our amazing Welsh Labour election machine and get on with making sure that we elect Keir to number 10 and that we elect these wonderful people as our new Welsh Labour MPs. So, conference, please welcome 4 of our brilliant candidates ready to take on the Tories and the Nationalists in each of their seats. First off, Catherine Fuchs, our candidate for Monmouth.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
And Ieuan Morn Williams, who is obviously the candidate for Ynys Môn because he's got the thing in his name. Kanishka Narayan, who you've already met with a fabulous speech introducing Keir this morning, standing in the Vale of Glamorgan. And finally, last but definitely not least, Andrew Ranger, our candidate for Wrexham. So, we're going to do a bit of a Q&A, and I'm going to start with the first question and ask
Ieuan, or Ieuan, I should say. Sorry, Ieuan. I need to get my North Wales accent back. Why do you want to be the Labour MP for Ynys Môn?
It's a tough question, isn't it? I mean, it's a tough thing to put into words, I find. It's very emotive for me. It's very personal. You know, I've carried the name of my island my whole life, so it's pretty special for me to be the candidate, and it's quite exciting. And every time I sort of think about it, it boils down to one thing for me, and that is I strongly believe, and I feel it, that my home and Ynys Môn and all my family are misrepresented right now. And that's what it boils down to. We have an MP who doesn't understand us and at every turn embarrasses us, frankly, in the Mother of Parliaments. And that's just not what the Mother of Wales deserves. And I don't want to go into too much because I get very emotional, but that's kind of what it boils down to for me.
There you go. And Catherine, how about you? MP for Monmouth, how would that sound?
That would sound brilliant, Jo, and thank you. The reason why I'm standing is because I know, and my friends from Monmouth CLP and the audience know, that we need better and stronger representation for Monmouth in Westminster. We've been let down by our MP for 13 years. 13 years of Tory austerity has starved our public services. 13 years of this disastrous economic situation has meant that homes in Monmouth, people in the Monmouth constituency, are really struggling to make ends meet. So we desperately need a change. We need, like Keir said, a stronger economy, because with that stronger economy, we can deliver a fairer UK. We need a greener economy. We need the Green Prosperity Plan to deliver things like more childcare so that women can go back into work and contribute to the economy more as they'd wish to. So yeah, I'm standing because Monmouth deserves a better, stronger representative. Not someone who votes to pump sewage into our rivers and votes against gay marriage. No, we need to look forward. We need to build a new, stronger, greener Monmouth constituency, and that's why I'm standing.
Excellent. Thank you, Catherine. Andrew, how about you?
I'm standing in Wrexham, definitely, because we want to turn it back red. You know, we were red for ages, and we got our first Tory MP in 2019, and she doesn't represent Wrexham, much like everyone else has said. She doesn't represent us, doesn't stand up for us, doesn't speak for Wrexham with a strong voice. And, you know, it was a strange election 2019, and people voted for one reason, basically, didn't they, as we all know. And I think most people in Wrexham have regretted it ever since, to be quite frank. Yeah. And you know, everyone is telling us, you know, they want Labour back in, to be able to offer the hope that Keir talked about, and the plan for the future, and get rid of this, you know, shower.
Well, we're not that far from Wrexham, so join Andrew on the doorstep in Wrexham wherever you can, please. And Kanishka, how about you? Why do you want to be the MP, the Labour MP for the Vale of Glamorgan?
Thanks very much, Jo, and thank you all. Look, I think there's a set of issues that I think we all share in common that we want to make a mark on. That's what brought me into politics. There are three things I want to do to get beyond the politics of either or, to try and power our trains with the fiscal boost from Westminster, to try and make sure that we have green jobs so we understand not just that we inherit from the past, but we borrow from the future. And in my case, a very particular thing, which is to chase the future. When I've gone across the Vale of Glamorgan and frankly in politics across our country, the big thing that I think unites when we try and slice and dice the electorate into various segments, well, the thing that unites all of us is, I think, an optimism and a desire for the future that is way better than the past we've had over the last 12, 13 years. And that's the particular vibe I want to bring, which is a total sense of hope and pursuit of a future.
Lucky Vale of Glamorgan, that's all I can say. So, second question. And I'm interested in this, having spent quite a long time recently at various by-elections, and I'm glad to say very successful by-elections around the country. Catherine, what are the key issues that voters are telling you about? What are their concerns?
So we've, you know, the cost of living crisis, number one. When I'm knocking on doors in Monmouth, it's the cost of living crisis. And people think Monmouth constituency is a wealthy constituency, that we you know, we don't need as much funding as other areas of Wales. Yeah, there are pockets of wealth, but there are also pockets of deep deprivation. And I see it in my ward as a county councillor, and I'm cabinet member for Equalities, proudly trying to, you know, undo some of the economic damage the Tories have done with the cost of living funding provided by Welsh Government. And so, yeah, cost of living, number one, absolutely. I think another big issue for our electorate is the state of the environment and the fact that we want more green jobs, that there are lots of opportunities there, but also the state of our rivers. We've got two big rivers running through Monmouth constituency, the Wye and the Usk, and not enough action has been taken by our current MP to really clean that up. So, but cost of living, absolutely number one. We need to really grow the economy so that we can deliver that fairness that we want to see.
Thank you. Andrew, similar issues in Wrexham or anything particular that comes up when you are listening and talking to voters?
Very similar in many ways, but also, people want pride in their places where they live. And people are very proud of Wrexham, and you've all heard of Wrexham now because of the football team and Ryan and Rob and all that. But people are seeing the town centres disappearing basically, and we're definitely struggling with that in Wrexham. And people want those basic things that we all hear about every time we go on the door that make life so difficult. The antisocial behaviour, the litter all over the streets, and all that kind of thing, and parking, and all those issues that very basic everyday life things that really affect people's lives, and that's the people are mainly taught to us about it.
Thank you. Yayan.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of shared issues, but the big one, frankly, in Anglesey is jobs, and good jobs, and a career for life if you want it. The reason I have this odd accent is because I'm sort of part of the exported youth of Anglesey. My father had to move away for a job, and I had to go with him because I was a child, and that's kind of how it works. But we've always, that it's always been home, no matter where I've lived, and Ynys Môn has unfortunately become sort of the home of the CGI could have been here, and we've seen project after project come and go, and this month we've had a huge hit where there's one of the biggest employers in the Angles on the island, Two Sisters, is closing down. That's 730 jobs, but it's also 730 families. And for a lot of those people, they will be the biggest income bringer for their family. So, and then when you look at the whole supply chain that provides the factory, you're looking at probably about 1,000 jobs, and that's massive. So it's about making sure we manage hope as well. Kia was talking about that, get the hope back in, but also it's about delivering hope, but delivering on the promises, and that's what we've got to really get out there and make sure that people know we can do.
Thank you, Jan. And finally, Kanishka.
So I think I don't have a long list to add to everything that others have mentioned. I think those are the pertinent questions of the day. But I think I'll tell you the kind of issue and the challenge that is most on my mind in the months ahead, which is to talk about the issues that we have in a way that gives voice to people's experiences in our communities. One of the things, Buffy Williams, who's the fantastic Senate member for Rhondda, told me yesterday was, you've got to be deep in the community that you're trying to represent. And I've seen Jane do that, obviously, fantastically in the Vale, both as a genuine person and as a politician. And I think the key for me is to try and give voice to the specific experience of national issues locally. When I go around Barry and in particular Gibbons Down, and I've tried to volunteer, the experience of the cost of living, not just in terms of the abstract slogan, but in terms of the experience of the pharmacist who prescribes a couple of times the number of painkillers per patient in Gibbons Down as he does in Canton. The experience of people in Cowbridge whose kids can't no longer stay in Cowbridge because they have a choice between opportunity and family. And the experiences of people across the Vale of Glamorgan and across our country of some of the national issues that I think we share very much in common and have a sense of hope and optimism on, but to ground them in the very local experience that people have day to day.
Thank you. And the final question. What makes you excited, Andrew? I'm going to go to you first. What makes you excited about the general election campaign and, obviously, hopefully, the prospect of a Labour government?
It's back to giving people that hope, I think. People, we were out on the doors in the local by-election recently, and people have just lost trust or faith that politics can change anything. Not everybody, but a lot of people. And actually, I think with the vision we've got, the 5 missions, the record we've got in Wales as well, we can actually show that we are serious, we can deliver, and we will deliver for these people, and actually restore that faith and that trust. And I've noticed it on the door. I think going as a candidate on the door, saying I'm the candidate, actually gives you a bit of an advantage sometimes, and people's eyes light up. And actually then, you learn from those people because they tell you a lot of things, but also you can have that conversation and really to persuade them, we are going to make a difference and we will improve things for you. And that is you know, it's what drives me to go out there every day, knock on those doors.
It's always great to be part of a successful team, and I hope we will be a very successful team. Ian, what about you?
Yeah, it's equal parts sort of raring to go, very excited, and also terrified, because I've never done this kind of thing before. I know a lot of my colleagues here have not sort of necessarily put their names forward for these kind of things before. I think, yeah, I'm buzzing just to get out there, talk to people, really just let people know that they have a candidate who's going to listen, who's going to do the damnness to work for them, and just sort of rebuild that trust and that kind of coalition along across the island. That you can have someone who can, you know, if I win, I'm not going to have, like a lot of people in the room, a Labour MS, and I'm not going to have a Labour council. I've got to have to work with everybody, and I think that's just sort of getting across that message that I'm someone that can work with people is something I'm really excited to do.
Kanishka, how about you?
Joe, I think being here, getting a continuous thread between the history that we have, the unlikely things I talked about that we've achieved historically as a movement, that gives me a sense of hope and excitement. But the second thing that gives me a sense of hope is the fact that we have huge challenges ahead of us. There's a very critical defining moment for our history at the moment across a range of things. When we talk about jobs, when we talk about climate change, when we talk about the impact of technology and artificial intelligence across our society and culture, those are huge challenges for this moment. And the thing that gives me hope is, frankly, the scale of the challenge. Every time we've stood up and done unlikely things, it's because the scale of the challenge has been huge. And the energy of our movement has stood up to it and matched it in scale. So I'm very hopeful.
Great. And Catherine, I mean, you and your colleagues in Monmouth have done some amazing things already. The local election results last year were just phenomenal. So that excitement, we can see that coming right through into the general election campaign. I know you're hard at work already. What's giving you that kind of extra for the general election?
Well, I'm really, really excited about all the wonderful shadow front bench and all the brilliant Welsh Labour MSs we've got coming to Monmouth, visiting and campaigning with us in Monmouth, because we need all the help we can get. So obviously I'm excited about that. But I'm really, really excited about the prospect of being able to win this seat and bring it back to Labour after such a long time. And one of the things that I think is going to be delivered if we win that is the way we work in partnership in Wales. It is so important. We've seen, you know, I had a text yesterday evening from my son. He's 17. And he was like, Mum, it's great news. We've got the 2 days back of school next week. And honestly, he's 17. He's in the lower sixth. He's doing his A-levels. And he was so happy that our government, our Welsh Labour government, has negotiated with the unions, and we're back on track. We've got 2 days back in school next week, because we listen and we work in partnership. And that's what I think this country has been missing in the UK for all this time, this them and us, this brutal mentality, and we don't need it, we don't want it. We've got to work in partnership, and that's what I'm excited about doing when we're all in government. If we work really hard, we'll be in government next year.
That is a really good note for us to finish on. So, conference, I want, please, all of you, I know you will, I know you'll tell all your friends across the movement, our trade union and labour movement, to come and support our candidates. We'll be selecting more brilliant candidates very soon for the general election, so that we've got the best possible team to represent Wales, to represent Labour, and hopefully be part of a Labour government under the premiership of Keir Starmer. Thank you all, Kanishka, Catherine, Andrew and Ieuan.
It's 11:15. It's 11 minutes.
just only on for 10, so it's a quick option.
Where do you prefer?
Just sit on the end.
Sit next to me.
If you can, can you move just one? Yeah. It's a bit easier. It does get easier because I'm only on from the 10.
Right.
Seamless.
Thank you, conference. If we just let them finish clearing the stage and the platform to reassemble. But while we're waiting, can I just say thank you to Joe and to the candidates for an excellent session there. It's really encouraged me to get out and about in those key seats, knocking doors, delivering leaflets and helping to get the Labour gains that will come hopefully in the election that we face as soon as possible. Good luck to all those candidates and their campaign teams in everything they're doing.
Where's Carolyn going? No, but we're all going to go up and change at that point. No, it's not, because Joe was speaking. No, he's sitting in the front row. He wants to sit in the front row, not on the stage. We could take a 5-minute break. Should I just speak? Whatever. Just have to come back all the time.
11:15.
11:15. No, who's speaking? He's speaking at 11:25. 11:25. We could take a 10-minute break.
Okay, should we just have a quick 5-10 minute break to give you a chance to have a comfort break before we reassemble at 11:15 for the next speeches?
Seamless.
Just going to be in the front row, wasn't I?
Can I just ask? The mic's gone off again. I keep turning the mics off. Can I just ask the tellers and scrutineers to meet by the Welsh Labour desk? Can the tellers and scrutineers please meet by the Welsh Labour desk just for a quick briefing? Dave Bazina will see you out there.
Thank you, Dan. I liked because it was like these aren't question session. It was just cringe. So you all right? I'll be all right once I've done my speech. I'm just at water glasses are never really that was so relaxed. I'm not very good at keeping time. No, I'm fine, honestly. I'm on your own for a quick one. Just filling in. And go off and have a nice cup of tea after.
Here's me what I'm going to do, because I've got to let you to get them back and forth. I know what I'm getting back.
Yeah. We do 15:15 and we'll be ready by 25 then, won't we? You okay?
Yeah.
Did you get okay in the end yesterday?
Yeah. It was, to be honest, the photos people were sending looked so scary. We left probably a lot later. You could tell you just think, oh, I should leave it a bit longer for snow to melt, you know. The journey itself was actually fine.
Because I got up here on Thursday, and Thursday night it was lashing down with rain here. And the kind of rain I could tell a couple of miles inland it would have been snow, so I wasn't surprised when I saw the pictures, but
Meeting went okay yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty positive, really. It's always a balance with these meetings, isn't it, when you're chairing them? Because on one hand, you want it to be positive at the start of conference. On the other hand, there are issues that need to be talked about. Yeah? So at least people got together because most people were there by 3, but the meeting starts at 5:30. It gave people a chance to have a bit of a chat beforehand, which I think worked quite well because, you know what it's like, it's easier to moan at someone when they're not in the room than when you just had a chat with them and had a cup of tea.
Absolutely.
Are you alright with this next chunk? Is this just a bit of goes for the ski work?
Right, so Joey's going to speak.
You introduce Joe, Joe will speak, and then we move into
Catherine, yeah. And then Mark, yeah. And then after Mark, it's the climate change debate. Nick opens. Aston Letts from Gower CLP to Britain with motion 1, and a Cardiff North definitely moving motion 2, are they? Right, okay.
Yeah,
Right,
these
okay.
two are definitely dead. I think this one as well.
When do we take the votes that are there? I see. There, yeah, cool.
So Julie James is going to close the debate.
Okay. Cool.
And then once we close,
Yeah, they're not there, stand there.
and
That's
you
cool.
can lay out the WEC recommendations for those as well,
Yeah.
which is before everything is done. So they have a committee that's based on motion 2.
Yeah.
So show of hands and then
Yeah.
Cool.
I wouldn't have thought so.
You alright?
My website.
You okay?
You make me sound so 1993.
Well, too much. This won't last though, will it? Let's face it. I thought it was ironic that I was trying to call more delegates after one delegate complained that there wasn't enough time for delegates to speak. It's always a great irony, isn't it? It's like when they spend half their time complaining that they haven't got enough time to speak.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you wasted half of it now. Spit it out. Yeah.
No, it's really nice to and Kanishka, his father came to study in Europe,
Oh, right.
do an MBA. So I know that I've worked with the guy who taught his father. Really cool. Right, I got pictures for you, so I'll WhatsApp.
I've spoken. Apparently, I come back and sit
Yeah,
here.
that's
So
fine.
is it
I
right
know.
to leave
Of course
my
it
phone
is.
there?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm just filling in a seat for 10 minutes.
Very beautifully, if I might say so.
We'll go mad, won't
We're a bit askew on the timings, but
we? I've never known a conference to be ahead of time. It's
You all right?
strange.
Well spoken this morning.
Yeah, all
Fine.
good.
I ruled out a few jokes.
I know, I was a bit late arriving.
You all right?
How are you? Congratulations on your new
Up here
post
okay
as
today?
well. Really, really chuffed for you.
We tried to avoid some of the main routes.
Yeah.
You good?
Bring your bike up there?
I didn't in the end. I booked it on the train, but then I saw the forecast and thought.
yeah, well.
Say.
Mark.
Yeah, give it a couple of minutes and then.
Do you have another pen? Is there another pen?
Well, I said 11:15, but as long as we're on by sort of 11:23, then. And what's the signal? When's Keir?
Sorry, just get.
Because he's in the end.
There we go.
That's what we're waiting for, really. Because he wants to be here for Joe's speech.
Yeah, one sec. Yeah. Yeah.
When he's ready, and then I'll start
Yeah.
bringing people to order.
Okay. Okay. So it's going to be Keir, Carolyn, Vicky, and then when they do the swap over. Now or? Right. Yeah, I can. Who? Carolyn. This is the best game. No, I thought it was going to be Keir.
Ever
played.
Like, do we start taking one away?
Huh?
Then we will have to bundle on like elbows.
Where's Mark? I toasted that. I'm only on for a short time, but there's 3 chairs already. That's winning. Oh, it's a break for you.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna get suntan though over the weekend. I think it's.
Okay.
It's
When's-
really hard to
so
pick
hang on,
out
I'm a
people
bit-
in the audience.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
So whether I'm calling someone helpful or unhelpful in debate, I don't think I'll know. Because
You enjoying doing that?
it's right, isn't it?
I think it's a lovely opportunity.
I like chairing meetings because I like making sure I can bring everyone in and make sure that, like, you know, the people, I don't know if your group's like my group is like, there's often quite people who have got really interesting points to make or you think will do, but they're never the ones who put their hands up first.
Yeah.
And trying to bring things out of them.
Vicky, sorry for the short. No, that's absolutely fine. I'm just happy to help out.
Oh, lovely. So when Jo finishes her speech, she'll come and sit where you are.
Yep, I'll get off then. That's fine. No, I just didn't want to get anything wrong.
Okay. Hello, conference. If you can start taking your seats, that would be really helpful. If you can start taking your seats for us to restart in 3 minutes or so.
They've moved everyone around. Oh, so I'm over here, am I don't know now. I'm not sure where you are. I was told to sit here. It's like musical chairs. Carolyn's there. Are you?
Then you go and speak, and I think Kieran and Carolyn are sitting there. Then.
Carolyn.
Yeah.
Right. Lynn will know.
So I must be here then. Am I going here before I speak? Yeah, and they'll get finished to rush up. Joe, I've got people like trying to pull people back into the hall, so we'll fill it up.
Yeah, I've told them as well.
People are coming back in now.
People coming in, yeah.
After our small pause.
Joe, I remember now. They said when you finish your speech, I leave the stage and you sit here. That's what I was just.
Okay, right. It's all going really well.
Plural
Musical
for those
chairs.
things? That's a collective noun. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Either's fine, but both makes it difficult. Your 2 minutes, delegates, 2 minutes.
Sorry about this, Joe. That's all right.
I think it was better.
You usually have like a massive stop afterwards and throw like a big drum or whatever.
It's probably better because otherwise you'll have people in the hall rather than glittering around.
Yes, and then people will be calm and nice and calm. Good lights. It's really warm up here.
Better to be ahead than behind.
Yes. Remember, everybody gets run.
So you've got the train up there and it's running.
Yeah.
Does that mean you have to
I remember
stay
one
till
time to
Monday
signal
to get the
desperately
train
for
back?
somebody to get someone to move the train motion in the back of the room. And I was like,
I didn't look, to be honest.
It's quite late on something.
Right.
Like 5 o'clock from here. I get back to Pontypool about 9:30.
Because in years gone by, there wasn't a
dear.
train on a Sunday, and I just presumed it was still the same, so I didn't bother looking.
Hannah was good though, I thought.
Good thing to
Quite
know.
nice. It was quite nice. It was
Well, I've got to
quite
go
different. It was quite nice.
The panel?
Yeah, it was. I think that it was maybe not at the time it was at. It didn't quite work.
No. Afternoon things.
Okay, if we could take our seats, please, conference. Take your seat, please, delegates. Please take your seats.
We're going to be behind now. The irony.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Slightly behind now, which is more traditional.
So we're still a little bit ahead, sort of 5-minute cushion. Just as long as Keir is back in okay.
We're good to go.
Thank you, conference. If you can take your seats, we'll make a start in a second.
Carol and Julie.
Yeah.
Right, if I can call you to order now, conference will make a start. Thank you for your patience this morning. You'll have already heard from Jo briefly, but I'd like to welcome back to the stage our excellent Shadow Secretary of State for Wales. She's been doing so much as part of the team to hold the Tories to account and support people right across Wales. So I'd like to welcome to give her speech Jo Stevens.
Chair, Conference, thank you very much for such a warm welcome. And Keir, what a brilliant speech earlier. It was just absolutely brilliant. I'm so looking forward to campaigning with all our general election candidates, old hands and new hands, as we take on the Tories and the Nationalists right across Wales. Conference, since we were last here in Llandudno, we have seen much change with both highs and lows. And we will all take moments this weekend to remember those across our movement who we have lost in the past year. We held our conference last year in the shadow of Putin's barbaric invasion of Ukraine, which was just beginning. Like then, I know that today the thoughts of people across Wales are with the people of Ukraine. And it's been such an honour to have here in conference this weekend Leisha Zaborana, a Member of Parliament from Ukraine. As a nation of sanctuary, we in Wales have a proud history of welcoming those who are fleeing conflict and persecution. And in this past year, more than 3,000 people fleeing Putin's illegal war have found sanctuary through the Welsh Government's super sponsor scheme. It has been Wales's privilege to welcome them. Croeso. Our conference is also the opportunity to celebrate the achievements of the past 12 months. In May's local elections, we made gains right across Wales, and for the first time ever, you've heard this before, but you'll hear it again. We have a Labour-run council in Monmouthshire and conference, not a single Tory council left in Wales. We gained 66 new Welsh Labour councillors. All of them are working hard for their communities, all of them putting Labour values into action. But none of that would be possible without the activists across our Labour and trade union movement who volunteer their time to campaign in their communities, listening and speaking to voters and making sure that our Labour message is heard. So I want to say today, thank you. Thank you for all the work that you do, and thank you to our wonderful Welsh Labour staff. I know how committed you all are. I know how hard you work, and I know the huge contribution you will continue to make as we head to the general election. Conference, you already know this, but I'm going to say it anyway. We are so proud of our Welsh Labour government, our Senedd Labour team, and of Mark, our First Minister. But as you will hear Mark say over and over, we must never take the public's support for granted. Every vote is earned so that our Welsh Labour government can continue to deliver for the people of Wales. And Conference, I'm also very proud of our Welsh Labour MPs. Our nation may be small, but our Welsh PLP is mighty, and we definitely punch above our weight in Parliament. Whether it's in Keir's shadow cabinet, as shadow ministers on the front bench, in the chamber, in select committees, and of course, in our constituencies, Welsh Labour MPs hold the Tories to account and stand up for Wales every single day. And I particularly want to thank my Shadow Wales team, Gerald Jones, Tonya Antoniazzi, and Debbie Wilcox. And a special thanks to Jess Morden, who recently moved from our team to become Keir's PPS. Keir, you're in very, very safe hands. And of course, a mention for our Welsh Labour Deputy Leader, the incredible Carolyn Harris. Labour's commitment to a menopause... Labour's commitment to a menopause action plan, which will deliver significant support to millions of women in the workplace, is in no small part due to Carolyn's phenomenal campaigning skills. Conference. We know what 13 years of Tory and Lib Dem governments, don't ever forget those Lib Dems, have done. It's their record of failure. And it's easy to make jokes about 3 Tory Prime Ministers and 4 Chancellors and 3 Welsh Secretaries just in 2022. But here in Wales and across Britain, people are living with the disastrous legacy of that failure, of that chaos, of that economic mismanagement. Households dealing with the highest tax burden in 70 years. The biggest forecasted drop in living standards since records began, and the longest pay squeeze for more than 150 years. Soaring inflation, rising food bills, and eye-watering energy costs mean that for many people, it is an impossible task to pay basic bills like heating, shopping, rent, or the mortgage. But from Bangor to Bridgend, everyone in Wales knows who has stepped in and done everything possible to put money back in people's pockets. Our Welsh Labour government and Welsh Labour councils showing the real difference Labour in power can make. A fairer Wales, where our care workers are paid the real living wage, where all primary school pupils can get a free school meal, and where students get the most generous support in the whole of the United Kingdom. Welsh Labour promised to guarantee education, training or employment for everyone under 25, and our Young Persons Guarantee has supported more than 11,000 young people into work. New protections for tenants have come into place, and Wales is achieving some of the highest recycling rates in the world, tackling plastic pollution and planting a new national forest. Not only is our Welsh Labour government taking action on the challenges of today, but we are also looking ahead to the future. In Wales, we haven't banned offshore wind, and we've had no talk of Tory fracking with a Welsh Labour government that protects our environment for the sake of future generations. Labour values in action and a record to be proud of. So, Conference, I want you to imagine what a difference it would make having a UK Labour government led by Keir working hand in hand with our Welsh Labour government. No more Tory sticking plaster politics, no more Tory Westminster hoarding power, no more holding back our country's economic potential. Instead, a real partnership based on our shared values. Conference, the next general election will provide the country with a very clear choice. A Labour government on the side of working families, making work pay, providing that certainty and stability, not the chaos and the short-term fixes. One that will seize those new opportunities that Keir talked about this morning, not just watching from the sidelines whilst we fall behind in that global race. One that will give people skills and opportunities and not leave their potential untapped. And we will be a government with strong, purposeful, ambitious leadership that puts country, not party first, driving power and opportunity into every region and every nation. Conference, the path to a general election victory runs right through Wales. Winning in Wales can change the political landscape of the United Kingdom. We know the country needs change. We know the country wants change. And Conference, Labour is ready to deliver it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, to you and your colleagues for all the amazing work you do standing up for Wales and holding the Tory government to account. We've heard from some of our fantastic parliamentary candidates already this morning. Now can I invite one of those brilliant candidates and a new councillor in Monmouthshire, I should add, Catherine Fuchs, back to the stage.
Bore da, ffrindiau. I want to tell you about one of the most moving things I've ever seen in Wales. Just an ordinary event, a run-of-the-mill award ceremony in Cardiff. You can picture the scene, big hotel ballroom, hundreds of people simmering down to wait for the big moment to start. And then something happened. A man walked in, no fanfare, no introduction. He almost sidled quietly into the room. Table by table, the whole crowd fell silent. It was like a Mexican wave flooding through the room, and they burst out spontaneously into applause. That taught me a really valuable lesson about our First Minister. This is a man who needs absolutely no introduction. Nothing that I can say will come anywhere close to matching that outpouring of, yes, let's call it love, that evening. So the question is, comrades, why do we love Mark Drakeford? Well, let me tell you why. That love is built on the rock-solid foundation of respect. Respect for a leader who quietly and calmly steered us through the pandemic. That was at a time when Westminster was full of posturing clowns, breaking every rule that they'd ever made. But he steadfastly, wisely, kindly set a path for Wales. We also love Mark for how he reaches out and builds partnerships. On one of his 4, count them, 4 visits to Monmouthshire since we kicked the Tories out of the only Tory-held council in Wales. Our First Minister couldn't have spoken more plainly. He said, we have tough times ahead. But in Wales, we do things differently. In Wales, we work together, and it'll take every single one of us working together to get us through this crisis. Contrast that with the them and us of the Westminster Tory wealth bubble. But there's a third reason why we love him. A lot of people make the mistake that Mark is their favourite cuddly uncle. But we know better. We know better, conference. We know he is a fighter with fire in his belly. We heard how passion shook his voice, calling out the towering hypocrisy of the Welsh Tories in the Senedd. We will never forget those words. What world do they belong in? Well, I can tell you one place where they definitely don't belong, and that is Monmouth. You don't have to take my word for it. They've given up already. Right in the centre of Monmouth town is a big white elephant. And until very recently, there was a name proudly displayed on the sign outside. The Conservative Club. But strangely, that sign has quietly been changed. Doubtless at the dead of night. To wait for it, the Club. Monmouth, the constituency where Tory is the party that dare not speak its name. Friends, I am so proud and delighted to give you our First Minister, Mark Drakeford.
The Welsh Labour Party has elected Mark Drakeford as its leader. Labour have been in office since the creation of the seat. In that time, it had 4 Labour First Ministers, of whom Mark Drakeford is the latest.
Wales has given 1 vaccination dose to a larger proportion of its population than any other country.
Wales is managing leaner, faster and getting more doses into arms than anyone else.
That's like that. At last the results are all in and Labour have emerged clear winners here in Wales.
Mark Drakeford is duly elected as the member of the Senedd for the Cardiff West constituency.
Wel, am y gyfeillion, bore da a diolch yn fawr iawn. A diolch i Catherine am y croeso cynnes. Mae'n braf cael bod nôl yn Llandudno gyda chymaint o ffrindiau, gynghorwyr lleol, aelodau'r Senedd ac aelodau seneddol. Conference, you will all know how conventional it is in this sort of speech, at this sort of conference, to spend my time reflecting on all the good things a Labour government has achieved in Wales. And indeed, I could use up all the time I have today to do just that, because we've achieved so much together in just the last 12 months. We've helped more than 11,000 young people to find jobs in the very first year of our Young Persons Guarantee Scheme. We've passed a new law to ban single-use plastics. We've extended the most generous childcare offer anywhere in the UK. We're providing a basic income in the largest experiment anywhere in the world for our young care leavers. And we've served a remarkable 3 million more free school meals since September. Free school meals. Free school meals on that journey for every pupil in every primary school in every part of Wales. Now, none of this would have been achieved without the dedication and commitment of my Labour colleagues in the Welsh Government and the Labour Group, whose discipline, year in and year out, allows us to deliver that Labour programme. But while I could go on listing those achievements, I actually want to use the short time I have with you today to stand back for a moment, to stand back from the lists of policies and pledges, from our programme of government and its hundreds of commitments, and indeed from the many debates that we will have here over this weekend. I want instead to say something about the wider purpose of the Labour Party in Wales, about the beliefs and values that lie at the heart of this great party. When I was a very young child, staying as I so often did on my grandparents' farm, someone who we would undoubtedly have called in those days a tramp came to the back door of the farmhouse. He was hungry, he was thirsty, and my grandmother busied herself to make sure that he had food and drink. And as a child, I was a bit afraid of what I'd seen, this strange person coming to the door. And when he'd gone, I asked my grandmother why she had reacted with the kindness that she had so obviously shown. And I've remembered her answer ever since. Because what she said to me was, it was because he was a stranger. And in that answer, I later realised, was the seed of what led me to be a socialist. And it's also what lies at the heart of the enduring bargain between the Labour Party and the people of Wales. It's that basic belief that in our brief lives, we owe a duty of care, not just to ourselves, and not even just to our family and our friends, but also to strangers, to those people who we will never know and we will never meet, but whose welfare we understand is intimately bound up with our own. And that simple belief, passed to me through those practical actions I witnessed as a child, runs deep here in Wales. It's there in the selfless act of blood donation, which so many of us do every year. It's there in the groundbreaking and life-saving organ donation law we passed almost 10 years ago now, and since then copied in so many other places. And it's there in our ambition to be a nation of sanctuary, to provide that warm welcome to families forced out of their homes in Hong Kong by a repressive regime, or forced to flee Ukraine because of war, or indeed all of those who seek sanctuary from wherever and however they may come to our shores. Conference, this is not simply an act of generosity. It's rooted in our sense of a common humanity, in our Labour history that has so long taught us that an injury to one is an injury to all. And it's rooted, isn't it, in the sort of Wales we in this conference hall and in this movement, the sort of Wales we want to see, a country which is confident, outward-looking, inclusive and kind, a country where our own culture is vibrant and alive, but strengthened also by embracing other cultures from around the world, a country where we know that collective solutions to common problems always make the biggest difference, a Wales where we know that we can rely on one another when we need help, that we can, indeed, rely on the kindness of strangers. Cymru lle allwn ni dibynnu ar ein gilydd mewn amseroedd anodd. Dibynnu ar ceredigrwydd ganddi eithriaid. Nawr, dwi wedi profi ac wedi gwerthfawrogi caredigrwydd yna dros yr wythnosau diwetha. Geiriau o caredigrwydd a chydymdeimlad gan bobl o fewn ein plaid ni, ond hefyd gan bobl dwi byth wedi cwrdd â nhw. Mae hwnna wedi bod yn cryfder i mi yn bersonol. Diolch o galon i chi gyd. Conference next year, it will be 50 years since I first voted Labour in a general election. Incredibly, that's almost half of Labour's winning century here in Wales. And the older I get, the more radical I become. And you know, part of that is because in 35 years of that half-century, when people in Wales have voted for a Labour government in Westminster, we've ended up with the opposite, with the Tories in charge in London and trying to be in charge here in Wales. And over that time, those same Tories have created profound damage to the case for the United Kingdom, putting the UK at greater risk over the past 4 years than at any time in my political lifetime. Risk caused by the actions of those Tory governments. Now, this morning, I want once again to remake the compelling case which I believe is there to be made for the United Kingdom, and to spell out the urgent duty of that next Labour government to turn that case for the United Kingdom into reality. Because the case for the United Kingdom Conference is a Labour case, and it's a socialist case as well. It's the case, as you heard Keir say this morning, it is the case of solidarity, of looking out for strangers. And for me today, that case has 4 main strands. The first, a solidarity union, in which our actions together guarantees that nobody has to find themselves unable to eat and relying on a food bank. A solidarity union where the impact of old age or illness or caring for your family does not force you to the margins of what others are able to take for granted. Being a member of the United Kingdom, a Labour United Kingdom, would mean a guarantee of security for us all. And the second strand in this case, in a solidarity union, is to use the power of a Labour government to secure again those hard-won rights which working people have fought for so long. Employment rights, consumer rights, human rights, environmental rights. Because to be a member of a Labour United Kingdom is to offer us all a guarantee that those rights don't belong to other people, but that they belong to every one of us. And a third strand in this solidarity union is a strand that tells us that the lifeline services on which we all rely belong not to profit-maximising private companies, but to the people who make those profits for them in the first place, the people who work in those companies, the people who rely on the services that they provide. There's a union where the investment available for infrastructure or public services is not bounded by your postcode or by borders, as the nationalists would have us believe, but where we know that the case is a case for pooling our resources and sharing out those rewards. A conference from each according to their ability, to each according to their needs. So to be a member of this union, a Labour United Kingdom, is to guarantee that the public interest, our interest, drives the delivery of the things on which we all rely. But after 13 years of further Tory government, that union is in peril as never before. 13 years of a party that has thrived on dividing our country, hurting the most vulnerable, striking at the institutions and the values that have bound us together, our openness, our generosity, our power to be a force for good in the world. And so, as always, it falls to us, to the Labour movement and to the next Labour government to make the case for Britain. If Labour is to save the Union, we know we can't do that by defending the status quo, by nervously hoarding power at the centre, as this Tory government has done time and again. Rather, it is by building a new partnership of equals, based on mutual respect, a partnership that has the confidence to redistribute power and opportunity radically to every community, every nation, in every part of our country. And we've heard today commitments given by Keir that the next Labour government will do just that. And we're hugely fortunate, aren't we, to have that recipe set out for us. It's there in Gordon Brown's report on the future of the UK. That powerful case for a new and strengthened union. Dernas unedig newydd wedi hi cryfhau, un gyda'r hyder I weld manteision llywodraeth ar y cyd, lle mae datganoli yn gyfle I alluogi bobl ac I wneud pethau yn wahanol. A union with a commitment to pursue self-government and shared government, making the best of both, where devolution is an opportunity to empower people and to do things differently, not a problem to be marginalised or to be managed. Now, conference is a fourth and final pressing issue which an incoming Labour government will have to tackle to create this solidarity union. And that is the threadbare nature of our democracy, which does so much to fuel the discontent on which nationalism and separatism thrives. Our democracy has been hollowed out by the Tories and their dreadful brand of selfish, self-enriching politics, where even a football commentator is expected to toe the Tory line or to find their job at risk. And so, it is for the next Labour government to be as bold and determined to put the United Kingdom back on its democratic feet as the Tories have been to kick that ground from under us. And that's why the next Labour government must lead the task of democratic renewal. It was a very important moment at our conference in Liverpool in September, when we voted to endorse a change in the voting system for Westminster elections. Conference, I do not believe that we can go on simply accepting a system which time and time again produces Conservative majorities on a minority of the votes cast. And to those who continue to fear a change in the electoral system, I say simply, look at what we have done here in Wales. 25 years of winning and working within a proportional electoral system. Now I hear what the critics say, that first past the post produces strong government. Well, I've lived and seen it firsthand for most of my adult life, the results that strong Tory governments bring. 3 elections in which Mrs Thatcher lost every single time in Wales and never won in Scotland or in Northern Ireland either. But she used her strong government to destroy our manufacturing industry, to close our mining industry, to break up our welfare state, and to blight the futures of young people and communities across Wales. And her successors have simply carried on where she left off. In 2019, without winning a majority of seats in Wales, in Scotland, or in Northern Ireland, we got Boris Johnson. Remember Boris Johnson? A man so adrift from any sense of moral compass that he could appear on television to insist that everyone else follow the rules, while he presided over a Downing Street culture that would have embarrassed the Emperor Nero. Remember Liz Truss? Only there for a few weeks, but long enough to give us her mini-budget, which very nearly crashed our whole economy, which saddled this country with debt, and which is still causing anguish for families in every part of Wales, facing today those higher mortgage bills. Contrast that chaos that serial dishonesty with the leadership that Labour now offers. The leadership that Keir will provide as this country's next Prime Minister. In Keir, we have somebody, as you will have heard today, who will put decency back at the heart of our public life. Someone who is motivated by duty, by public service, and that burning sense, which I entirely share, that this party's mission is not to tinker at the edges, not to offer some mild amelioration, but to eradicate poverty, to tackle inequality, and to do that with the urgency that those people who rely on this party, the urgency that they look for, that they require, and they quite certainly deserve. Now, conference, it was only a few years since I was at the COP26 Climate Change Conference in Glasgow. There on the wall, throughout the conference halls, was plastered a line from that great poem, The Waste Land by T.S. Eliot. Hurry up, time. Hurry up, please. It's time. A message to the delegates to underline the immense urgency of what we were there to do and the wasteland that would result if we didn't take that action. To take that absolutely decisive action to protect our fragile planet and to combat climate change. But they are also words which every day animate the government that I lead here in Wales. A government that recognises both the trust that the Welsh people placed in us as their government, but also the urgency with which they expect us to respond. The Welsh people put their trust in us as a government because they knew we were ambitious to get to work. Hurry up, please, they told us. It's time to do the things that only a Labour government can do. Because we know that the purpose of the long struggle that led to this party's foundation was to win power so the interests of working people could at last be realised through their government. And so we exist to make that urgent change for the better. Hurry up, please. It's time to make that difference. And that's what we are doing here in Wales, getting on with the hard work of delivering the promises we made to people 2 years ago. Now, our party has a long and distinguished record of radical reform. From Jim Griffiths and the foundation of the welfare state, from Aneurin Bevan and the NHS, to the advent of devolution in 1999. And in Wales, we go on, forming our track record of leading the way, introducing a new curriculum for Wales, reforming local government, banning the physical punishment of children, and nationalising the railways here in Wales. But I believe that our most radical days can and must lie ahead of us. There are so many things that we are determined to achieve over the remaining years of this Senedd term. Strengthening the building blocks of our council tax fairer, aligning our education system with the needs of today's Wales, ensuring that those who don't have a first home aren't forced out of their communities by those in search of a second. Cenhedlaeth, mae Cymru yn wlad groesawgar. There will always be a welcome here in Wales. Ond wrth gwrs, mae dyletswydd arnon ni I sicrhau fod bob cymuned yn ein gwlad yn gynaladwy, bod gan bobl gobaith y gallen nhw ddilyn gyfra a chael teulu ble bynnag maen nhw'n byw, a bod yr iaith yn ffynnu ym mhob gŵr o'r wlad. And Conference, your government here in Wales is also seizing the greatest challenge of our age, the climate crisis. One of the things about living in this astonishingly beautiful country is that we can all see it and feel it when the landscape and the climate are changing. The floods and the extreme temperatures that we have witnessed in just the last few years. And of course, that is only a fraction of what some people in other parts of the world are facing, where entire countries could disappear altogether. We have a profound obligation to do everything we can to avert that catastrophe. Hurry up, please, it's time. More of the same will not do. Last year, we used over half the electricity we used in Wales came from renewable sources. And with a pledge you heard from Keir today, that will be even more ambitious in the rest of this decade. And here in Wales, we've already set out our plans. We will create a publicly owned energy company here in Wales. And that's because the profits that are made from the great renewable resources of our land are only there to be made because of the investment which the people of Wales make in creating the conditions in which that industry can thrive, and it is simply right that those profits are returned to the people from which they came. And we've started, as you've learned, to plant that national forest for Wales, that huge carbon sink that will help us to protect the whole of Wales from the impact of climate change, a symbol of our determination today to protect the interests of future generations tomorrow. Conference, the Labour government in Wales is dedicated to solving our problems through social partnership. And I'm hugely proud that our landmark social partnership bill will become law next week on the floor of our Senedd. That bill puts the long-term alliance between the Labour government and the Labour movement on an even stronger and statutory footing. It is this social partnership approach that has guided our attempts to find a resolution to the public sector pay difficulties which we've experienced not just here in Wales, but here in Wales as well. None of this is easy, Conference. But a Labour government here in Wales, I pledge today, will always stand alongside our friends and colleagues in the trade union movement when their experience of austerity, followed by galloping inflation, drives their members to express that dissatisfaction in the only way they feel they can, by taking strike action. And unlike the Tories, here in Wales, your Labour government will always be there in the room, talking with our trade union colleagues, finding a way to a solution for those challenges that we know in Wales, in that social partnership way, we can only face together. So, Conference, I've set out some of the progressive reforms that we are pursuing here in Wales. But as others have already told you, just think of how much more we could do if a Labour government here could work with a Labour government right across the United Kingdom. A government, as Keir said earlier, that will inspire hope, the hope that government can be a force for good, that things don't have to go on getting worse, more cruel and more coarse with every year that passes. Hope for the young, some of whom have only ever known Tory governments at Westminster. And hope too for families for those who are facing the biggest cost of living crisis in a generation, struggling each month with the cost of the Tories' economic vandalism. Now, Conference, it will require a huge effort by every single one of us in this room to evict the Tories from office. We know how hard they will cling to privilege and to power because they think it's simply their right to do so. But let us tell them from this conference hall that we can and we will evict them, because here in Wales we've done it before and we're going to do it again. What a fantastic night it was in May of last year when we took back control of councils all over Wales. No more Tory-run councils in any part of Wales. Labour councils, from Denbighshire in the north to Monmouthshire in the south. And we're going to do. We'll be setting out from this conference to achieve exactly the same thing at the next general election. A Tory-free Wales with no more Tories from Wales at Westminster. Now, Conference, I began what I had to say today by recalling my own childhood all those years ago. And at almost exactly the same time, in 1962, Harold Wilson told our national conference that the Labour Party is a moral crusade, or it is nothing. Now, we live in more cynical times, but I say to you that our party's moral purpose is entirely undimmed. We fight for every Labour vote because that is how we gain the right to translate that moral purpose into action. The power to reject inequality, the power to lift our children out of poverty, the power to be that beacon of hope in our perplexed and polluted world, the power to reach out our hands in kindness to strangers. And even at the times of greatest danger, and even when our hearts are weighed down with the intolerable burden of grief, we know our duty, our moral obligation. We know our duty, that moral obligation that this party has to run towards the dangers that blight so many lives, and never ever to run away from them, never to leave to tomorrow the difference that we can make today. So hurry up, please. It's time now to renew again this party's bond with the people of Wales. Time now to put our shoulders again to the wheel of our great moral purpose. And time to elect that next Labour government for which people in Wales have already waited for far too long. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you all very much indeed.
stay where I am. So, and Nick and Julie are there, and then I think you're at that.
Where am I going here?
Lynn will keep you right. Yeah.
Just here. I'll see.
The next debate into
Am I going? Okay.
Julie goes into a fringe. I'll go on to that. No one's coming back here, are they?
So we'll open the climate debate.
Nobody's coming back. Jesus,
For
that.
up to 12:30.
For your help.
Drink.
Yeah,
We're open at 2. Okay, great.
Some stronger
Okay.
do that.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, conference.
Like something.
My mic is on, is it?
It is.
Thank you, conference. Can we just thank Mark again for an invigorating and inspiring speech. I think one that was really cut through with his decency, intelligence and Labour values. And so thank you for the difference that you're making, Mark, and your vision of what more we can do with a UK Labour government to work in partnership with. That brings us on to our next agenda item today, and we're going to split this debate to give more time for debate into 2 sections. We're going to adjourn at 12:30 as previously agreed, but we will reopen the climate debate to give delegates more chance to speak and for Julie to close the debate after lunch as well. So if I can move our first topic of debate, which is on climate change. Can I invite Nick Thomas Simmons MP to open the debate? And can I ask delegates from Gower and Cardiff North to be ready to move their motions?
It's not some of us, that's all right.
Oh,
How's
right,
that
okay.
working?
I was just told that.
Well, conference, it is a privilege to address you. And I want to begin by paying tribute to Mark Drakeford after that quite magnificent, emotional, heartfelt speech that we've just heard. Mark represents the very best of our movement, decent, honest, and with a deep commitment to helping those most in need. And nowhere was that better shown than through his inspirational leadership during the COVID crisis. Thank you, Mark, for all you've done and continue to do. Now, this debate comes at a vital time, as the UK desperately needs the leadership that only Labour can provide in tackling the climate crisis. And friends, what magnificent leadership there is here in Wales on this issue from Julie James. Thank you, Julie, for all that you are doing. Now, conference, the great Aneurin Bevan, in his time, had a knack for brilliantly summing up Conservative governments. And take what he said about their failure to mobilise our country's resources properly. Nye said, in his time, this island is made mainly of coal and surrounded by fish. Only an organising genius could produce a shortage of coal and fish at the same time. Well, some things never change, do they? The UK is an often windswept island nation, filled with many of the world's best scientists, and yet the organising genius of this latest Conservative government leaves us lagging behind so many other nations on wind, tidal, and other forms of renewable power. The starting pistol on a global green technology race has long ago been fired. The US is spending billions of dollars on climate technology, and countries all around the world are doing the same, making investments in a bid to get ahead. Make no mistake, leading on green technology will be vital to securing the jobs of the future, and the UK is being overtaken. But it is little wonder when the Conservatives' Business and Trade Secretary, Kemi Badenoch, called net zero targets, and I quote, arbitrary and unilateral economic disarmament. Friends, that approach is shameful. Now, relying on the Tories to drive forward a green industrial strategy is probably about as sensible as asking Isabel Oakeshott to look after your mobile phone. But this is the critical issue for our generation. So the message must go forward from this conference. It is the Labour Party that has the ideas, the passion, and the commitment to tackle climate change. And in his fantastic speech earlier, Keir showed the scale of our ambition in our national missions, and at the core of those missions is making Britain a clean energy superpower, delivering carbon zero electricity by 2030, investing billions in our economy. It will be truly transformative, helping deliver the innovation that will be vital to saving our planet and our economy. And in my trade brief, I am committed to making sure that the impact of this mission is felt right across the UK. So the next UK Labour government will create a nationwide network of climate export hubs. And these hubs will work with businesses, universities, and other innovators to take our climate science innovations and export them to the world. And I can specifically pledge today to work with the Welsh Labour government to establish a climate export hub here in Wales. And we will create a new era of partnership to export Welsh excellence to the world. And in doing so, we will build on the leading work that Wales is already delivering on climate change. A net zero Wales that is driving down emissions. A visionary innovation strategy, bringing the whole of government together to make Wales a leading innovation-based nation. Vaughan Gething setting out a net zero skill plan, a business and government partnership, together with trade unions and the education sector, making sure that the Welsh workforce is ready to take advantage of the global opportunity of the green transition. Labour is already building a fairer, stronger, greener Wales for everyone. But after 13 long, wasted years, we need that partner in UK government. For too long, conference, Conservative ministers have ignored the priorities of the Welsh people. And nowhere was that clearer than in the way that Liz Truss went around the world chasing photo opportunities and bad trade deals for Britain. Out of touch, arrogant, and ultimately failed. Liz Truss to a T, the Conservatives to a T. And under the next Labour government, that failed idea of trade deals just being cooked up in Westminster stops. And I can tell you today that we will place a binding duty on trade negotiators to work in partnership with the Welsh Government, building upon the Export Action Plan for Wales to secure investments and to drive exports. And we will do the same for the other UK devolved nations and regions, ensuring that any new trade deal promotes the strategies, ambitions and strengths of every part of the United Kingdom. Now, I've seen in my own constituency of Torfaen the fantastic career opportunities thriving exporters can provide for communities. I want to see that nationwide. We know our country has brilliance in every corner, and under Labour, it will shine. Because the world is going through incredible change, not only in how we tackle climate change, but in so many other areas as well. Technology, healthcare, life sciences, finance, and many more. But without a plan to grasp the opportunities that this change will create, the UK will only fall behind. And that is what happens when government fails to grasp a vision for the future. And here in Wales, we know we've suffered as much as anyone when Conservative economic vandalism devastated our industrial heartlands in the 1980s and 1990s. And we cannot let it happen again. So I will be a pro-business, pro-trade and pro-worker Secretary of State, determined that we deliver the investment that our communities need. And in Labour, we also realise the unique force for good that our country can play in the world. From cancelling world debt, boosting foreign aid, to driving projects like girls' education, the last Labour government transformed the lives of millions of the poorest people around the world. And my ambition is to build on that legacy. And that's why we are committed to a trade for good approach to our trade deal negotiations, working with trade unions, NGOs and others to drive the highest possible standards on human rights, on environmental protection and democracy across the world. We must do all we can to secure improvements in workers' conditions right through global supply chains. And trade deals should be used to improve those conditions, because conference and injustice to workers anywhere is an injustice to all of us everywhere. Our Labour movement is the finest example of solidarity in action this country has known. And I want to bring that spirit to the trade policy of the next Labour government. But friends, we know that for that to happen, we have to win. We need a Labour government in Westminster as well as in Wales. With Keir's leadership, I know we can deliver that victory. So together from this conference, let us go forward and win for all the British people once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Nick, can we invite Gower to move motion 1 in this debate, please? Thank you.
Prynawn da. I'm Councillor Rebecca Fogarty from Gower CLP, first-time delegate, so it's an honour to be moving the motion on behalf of Gower CLP. This motion is to adopt the Montreal Agreement, which plans to protect 30% of the world's ecosystems by 2030. And I believe that this resolution embodies everything in the slogan for this year's conference: stronger, fairer, greener. We want to support our farming communities to be ever stronger. Welsh Government have the opportunity to support farmers through the ravages of the cost of living crisis, which is ballooning costs of fertiliser, fuel and feed. However, any funding scheme to encourage farmers to put biodiversity at the heart of their practice must be developed in collaboration with farmers themselves. If not, we risk good intention not translating into action on the ground. Farmers manage 80% of the land in Wales, so there is such opportunity, but the risk of not succeeding is therefore all the greater. Done well in collaboration, Welsh Government can use funding available to maximise the contribution of our farmers, particularly our family and small-scale farmers, to protecting and enhancing the biodiversity that ultimately keeps us all alive, at the same time as supporting the sector through an undeniably difficult time. The approach of 30 by 30 can also be harnessed to ensure our agriculture sector is fairer. We value so much our family and small-scale farmers, but the financial pressures on the sector are putting many out of business, forcing them to sell to larger companies or to take the land out of agriculture altogether. This is not good for us, as it reduces our capacity to grow food locally and increases our reliance on offshoring. But crucially, it is not good for our natural world, as we have seen in the examples of large-scale chicken farming around the Wye Valley. The intensive poultry industry there, with more than 20 million chickens, means that there is more manure and pollution than the surrounding environment can handle, turning the beautiful River Wye into pea soup. By strengthening our environmental policy to take the 30 by 30 approach, putting the emphasis on sustainable farming, protecting and enhancing biodiversity, there will be greater regulatory tools at the disposal of Welsh Government and agencies such as Natural Resources Wales to protect our environment against such intensive, damaging farming practices, and thereby carving out greater space and profile for our locally based farming community. Crucially, this resolution is about driving Wales to be greener. Wales is already leading the way on the environment and has frequently been at the vanguard of policies to protect our environment, the cost of plastic bags being just one example, which has then been adopted UK-wide. The Wellbeing of Future Generations Act is a world-leading piece of legislation that has laid the foundation for our constant striving to go further to respond to the climate and nature emergencies. Adopting the agreement reached in Montreal, embedding the 30 by 30 approach with the necessary regulation and legal oversight is the next step. It reflects the urgency of action required with a target of 2030 and is a natural progression for Wales, a nation strong thanks to its agriculture sector. This is not a measure that seeks to reduce food production, far from it. Rather, it should bolster our assurance that the food we eat comes from a sustainable, local, green source. Conference, as I finish, I want to give a shout out to my little boy, Stefan. He's 2, and he's here today at his second Labour conference. One of his first words, he's a lockdown baby, we've spent a lot of time outside, is bee. As he grows up, I want him to see bees and butterflies, bugs and birds. I want him to grow up in a bright, beautiful, green Wales. And I want that for his children and for his children's children. The dual climate and nature emergencies need us to harness every legislative and policy weapon in our arsenal in the fight for livelihoods, our way of life, and our planet. Conference, I urge you to vote that our Welsh Labour Government works with our farmers to implement the Montreal Agreement, to collaboratively build on an even stronger agriculture sector, a fairer approach to farming in our nation, and a brighter, greener Wales for today and future generations. Diolch.
Thank you, Rebecca. Can I invite Cardiff North to move motion 2, please?
Thank you, Chair. Diolch. Hello, Conference. Bore da. Conference, I have to tell you that I was on my way to Llandudno yesterday when I had a message to say that the WEC were asking that we remit this motion. This made things quite difficult because I was trying as delegate to confer with key members of the exec back in my CP, in the CLP. I have to say that I'm sorry, we can't accept the recommendation. We thank the Minister very, very much for the offer to come and speak to us, but our concern about housing in the private rental sector is not just a concern for our CLP. It's a concern of many members across Wales. You have the Cardiff North CLP motion in front of you, so obviously I'm not going to read it out. The aim of the motion is to draw attention to the needs of tenants in Wales in the private rented sector. The proposals build on the measures already taken by Welsh Government last year to ensure that rented homes are fit for human habitation and giving tenants 12 months security in the case of no-fault evictions. Our motion asks Welsh Government to go further by making the annual or 6-monthly property inspections recommended under the Rent Smart scheme mandatory. This is in line with the recommendations that Cardiff Council has made in respect to its review of operating the Rent Smart scheme in parts of Cardiff. So our motion specifically asks Welsh Government to increase Rent Smart licensing fees so as to provide funding for that inspection function, to direct the use of those licensing fees towards inspection and enforcement, and to advise our local authorities to introduce or extend their licensing schemes in order to drive up standards in the privately rented sector. At the same time, we recognise that local authorities need to be provided with adequate funding to ensure that those tenants who need to do so can pursue claims against those landlords who are failing to provide housing which is fit for human habitation. Conference, I have no particular expertise in housing. However, I know what it's like to be homeless. I also know what it's like to live in housing which lacks some of the most basic requirements, which people ought to be able to take for granted, such as security from outside intruders, hot water and the means to maintain personal cleanliness, keeping out damp and having adequate heating. Housing fit for human habitation is a basic need for all of us. From where I stand as an ordinary CLP member, I'd understood that Conference was a place where we could bring our concerns in relation both to Labour Party policy in Wales and our proposals designed to meet those concerns for discussion. From where I stand, if Conference Arrangements Committee is satisfied that a motion is competent, then I don't really quite understand why there needs to be a recommendation in any direction from the WEC. I'd understood that the role of the WEC was to facilitate political discussion and debate at conference and to take policy forward between conferences. However, I do understand that there are other delegates here who are keen to support this motion, and I'm pleased to propose it. Thank you. Diolch.
Thank you, Delegate. To allow that to happen and for other speakers to talk on this important issue, and also to allow Julie James as the Minister time to respond, I propose that we adjourn conference now until 2 and then reopen and start with the continuation of this debate. You'll find a full list of fringes in the conference guide, which you can collect from the party stand as you leave the conference hall. Thank you, and conference is adjourned until 2 p.m.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll make up time by that point. We're due to be on at 3:20, isn't it? We did send my speech to you. Yeah, no, thank you. 3:15. 3:50.
Yeah, I know, but where am I going? This time yeah.
We could have got this. Yeah, Conway room. Is that upstairs?
Less time for we're doing the steel one, and then these two, I think we can compact some of the time down, so we'll make that the 20 minutes hopefully. Yeah, I will be good. Okay. I think Deb Davis is covering that one, so follow her. You're sitting down there, I'll introduce you. Yeah, no problem. Oh, Deb's there. There she is.
in it. But it's a bit more tasty. I said, well, that's not really how it works. She used to do it all the time. I'll put a bit of ham in it for you. I'm like, yeah, I don't actually eat ham.
1 minute. Oh, no, they're not on, are they? Hello, testing, testing.
No, I just said you want.
If you can take your seats, delegates, please. 1 minute.
Yeah, just find. He wants somewhere we can speak slightly privately. I don't know. We could go sit outside if it's not horrible. Is there a decent coffee shop somewhere? Well, why don't we go there?
Welcome. Quite annoying. You don't know when they're on and when they're off.
Someone knows what they're doing, right? Yes, it definitely will happen.
Welcome back.
BBC
No,
report
we're not on.
speeches. I often wonder whether I was at the same speech. I mean, really, is that what you took from our speech?
Trying to get started.
Oh, so we didn't listen to the first 29 minutes. Did it come on directly at 2? Is that what happened?
Yeah, they seem to pop on.
Speech. I must have missed it. I mean, they're just terrible, aren't they?
Welcome.
Mine's on. Hello. No.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. No. I'll start singing. They'll definitely come back on then.
Do you want the... do a little number.
Oh, wait. Right. Right, we really need to get going now. Welcome back, delegates. If you could take your seats as quickly as possible. We've got lots of business to get through this afternoon. I will hand over at the end of this debate to a far more efficient chair in Deb Davis from Newport. But first of all, I'd like to continue the debate on climate change. I'll now invite delegates in rounds of 3 this morning. Nick Thomas-Symonds opened the debate and the 2 motions were moved. So if we now move to speakers in the debate, and then Julie James, MMS, is going to close the debate for us before we take the votes. So if I can take indications who would like to speak, I'll take them in 3s. John, Lady there, Ivan there, and... Remind delegates to sit down when they want to speak. Is there a third speaker indicating? Okay, if both of those delegates can come forward and register with the desk on the right-hand side of the stage.
It's hard to see, yeah. It's really bad.
I tested it, I've not deliberately snapped any. There's only 2 speakers who want to speak.
Hopefully there's
Right,
more.
make some time. Come forward.
Get someone coming on to me.
Where's the other one?
Chair, conference. I wasn't the first one called, but I'm the first one registered, so I'm up here so that we don't waste time. I want to introduce myself. I'm Ivan Monckton from Unite, and I'm going to speak on motion 1 on environmental protection. Farm workers for at least the last 50 years in the National Union of Agricultural Workers, the Transport and General Workers Union, and then Unite, have campaigned for an environmentally friendly agriculture. We've campaigned against the use of many pesticides that we drench the land with. We've campaigned for lower fertiliser inputs and for better protection for the environment and for animals, their habitat and the animals themselves. But above all, my union has campaigned for the health and welfare for an often forgotten player in the industry, and that is farm workers. Unite fully supports this motion. We recognise the need for the changes outlined, and we recognise that farmers rightly need and expect to be consulted on the way forward on this. However, despite the fact that farm workers don't get a mention in the motion, we expect farm workers via Unite to be fully involved in the consultation process. We've been sidelined by farming organisations, politicians and even the general public for too long. We are as much part of the backbone of the agricultural industry as the farmers that have got to stand outside there. Any future agricultural policy must ensure that the needs and aspirations of farm workers are fully taken into account. 8 years or more ago, I made a speech from this rostrum that actually resulted in Mick Antonow and the Welsh Labour Party legislating for the Agricultural Advisory Committee or the Agricultural Wages Board in Wales after the Tories abolished it. We were and we are grateful for what was done for us then, but it has failed to deliver. The independents, in inverted commas, on the Agriculture Advisory Panel, year after year after year, have voted against us and with the farmers, giving us absolute minimal wage rises. Let's ensure that Welsh agriculture brings a better future for the environment, society, farmers and farm workers in the future.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Bryn Hamdar Conference. My name is Cam Rennie and I represent the Monmouth CLP. I have a very deep and personal passion about the environment and especially climate change since I'm 15 and this is my future that we are working towards, and the fact that so many things could be so different and could be gone or completely abolished is outrageous, because if this is the world that my generation, my grandchildren, then why aren't we stepping up more? Because farming is such an important thing for Wales. It's such an important economic thing or for our, government, I just feel like we need more support for farmers as well, because I know multiple people who are in the farming industry where I'm from, and they are struggling. They are genuinely struggling. And this is what's angering me, because I'm seeing so many people who are, downtrodden and really just suffering with the state of what's going on, where they can't afford for simple things for their agriculture. It's sickening, really, because people who have made their livelihoods on this are ignored and cast aside, and this just really angers me. And the fact that we are ruining our country, because me and my dad, we were driving up through Wales and I was just noticing how absolutely beautiful the scenery was. And to know that this will probably not be here or won't ever be here in the next 50, 60 years is horrible, because I grew up in Wales and it is my country, and I am happy that I am a Welsh citizen. And the fact that my country will be a horrible place to live is appalling. It's abhorrent. I don't believe that we should live like this or agree with anything that's going on, especially with the struggles of agriculture and that kind of industry. So that's my speech.
Thank you. If I can call the third speaker, please.
It's a housing motion. Conference Chair, panel, I'm Tracy Sutton-Postlethwaite from Cymru Wales Region Unison. I speak in support of the passion of this motion for housing, but would like to clarify a few things within the motion. Obviously, we didn't get a chance to put an amendment in. I've worked in housing and social care for the past 30 plus years and have seen the worst and the best of private rented accommodation and landlords. The rising cost in bills and rent is the reason we have such an issue within housing, as not only for the tenants, but for the landlords who can no longer afford to keep their properties up to standard or even keep paying their mortgages. I've worked with some amazing landlords over the years who would do everything to support their tenants and even delivered food parcels to the tenants during, before and after COVID. So I would like us to remember that there are good landlords and it is the bad landlords that we need to target. The legislation is there to protect tenants from bad landlords, and it is the legislation that we need to make sure tenants are aware of and giving knowledge to the tenants. The protection from no-fault evictions or retaliatory evictions is a key to stopping landlords from not making sure their properties are in good condition. Tenants of bad landlords always worry about being evicted if they speak up about the condition of their property, which means that landlords get away with not providing suitable habitable accommodation. Often we have professionals such as social workers and housing officers who are the ones that highlight the condition of the property due to the tenant's fear. The issue is we have Rent Smart Wales. They register and the property might be inspected to confirm the condition, and then they are not required to have regular inspections from the local authority. The local authority does not have sufficient funds or staffing to ensure that regular inspections are carried out. This area needs to be funded appropriately, like many of our local authority services and NHS, by central government. Wales needs better funding to make living in Wales better for all. There is a clear need for rent regulation. Sadly, we've discussed this so many times over the years in various areas. Extending the legislation and regulatory powers is great, but without appropriate funding, this will not be carried out and enables bad landlords to get away with the conditions of their properties. We also need to push for the building of council and social housing and for it to be funded properly throughout Wales to minimise the need for the private sector accommodation. The less the private sector is used in the future, the more likely it is to be easier to police and get accommodation up to decent habitable standards. We also must ensure that whilst we talk about private landlords, that we ensure that local authorities and social housing organisations ensure that they make their properties habitable. Some housing associations and councils have accommodation that would be far from habitable. We have to protect all tenants and not allow the death of another child or adult due to the condition of their properties. We need to get rid of the Tories so we can get Wales and the rest of the UK back to being a fair and caring society. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any more speakers on either of the motions or this topic generally before I move to close the debates? Speaker there, Delegate there, the front. Right, I'll take those two and then I'll move to close the debate. Then we'll have the votes after Julie speaks.
Handa, Conference, Chair. Tess Morris, Unison. I just want to add something to my comrade who's just spoke before myself. I'm Chair of the Energy Service Group for the Cymru of Wales, and what I'm seeing from members, both in Unison and constituent members that are on the CLP, of which I'm a very proud member of, is that not only is it about rent when we're talking about housing, but that habitation and the level of standard of the housing. And it's my belief that if we're able to increase the energy efficiency of housing to what is regulated and required, which is a category C grade, which our current social housing doesn't actually equivalent to, it's currently a D, we will be able to bring down the cost of living use of energy. So not only are we meant to look at rent and look at the habitation, but we need to make sure the efficiency for energy, i.e. insulation, and continue the green element to housing. When we do that, we will increase that energy efficiency rating to C. They'll see a lower cost of their use of energy, and in return, we'll be able to put that back into our people and our economy. So, diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate. Next speaker.
Mary Wimbury, Wales Co-op Party. As the Wales Co-op Party, we're happy to support the environmental protections motion and the growth of sustainable local farming. But perhaps unsurprisingly, what we'd also like to see considered is the role of co-ops amongst local farms and sustainability. One of the most famous co-ops in the world is the Parma Ham Collective, which brings together small producers to market and promote Parma ham. Now, actually, there are lots of opportunities in local farming, in the sort of small farms we have in Wales, to bring together those kind of producer co-ops. And that's something we would like to see. I also thought there may be a few delegates in the hall who aren't aware of what the Co-op Party does as Labour's sister party. If you're not, we've just had a really vibrant fringe talking about some of these things, about how we can build and engage community power locally, to engage citizens in running enterprises, but also consumer co-ops, producer co-ops and workers co-ops to ensure that we have good value jobs right across the economy. We've got a stand for the Co-op Party at the back of the exhibition hall. Come and find out more about our campaigns on how power and wealth are shared, and also about things like food justice. But we also know that the climate emergency is about food and farming are important, but there's so much more than that as well. And so much more, as we heard from both Keir and Mark earlier, that we can contribute. In terms of wind and wave energy, we only have to look out of Venue Cymru, but right around Wales, we've got the opportunity to harness new technology for good jobs. And what we're seeing is a Tory government in Westminster that just isn't willing to let us take advantage of that. There are so many no-brainers at the moment that they're not building on. If we think about retrofitting houses, reducing people's energy bills, and providing jobs to do so, and yet they're just not moving forward. So what we need is to be looking at all these solutions, looking at them where we can create win-wins, good jobs, reduce costs for people, and also provide active communities. And while we're doing that, on this motion, on the environment, but in so many other areas as well, we need to think about cooperative solutions as part of that toolkit. Conference, I'd urge you to support the motion, but also build on that and think about our cooperative options. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates, for keeping to time. I'd now like to welcome the Minister to the stage, Julie James.
Prananda, good afternoon, Conference, and thank you so much, all of you, for taking part in this debate today. Conference, in December, I had the real privilege of attending the UN Biodiversity Conference in Montreal, COP15, ensuring Wales's voice was clearly heard in the calls to agree an ambitious global framework to turn the tide on biodiversity loss before it is too late. The theme of the conference was One Planet, One Chance, and I'm very pleased to say that the coming Montreal Biodiversity Framework was formally adopted after 2 weeks of intensive negotiations. The framework sets out 4 global goals, 23 targets, and finance for the next 8 years to put nature on a path to recovery, alongside an ambitious statutory net zero action here in Wales. This is a significant and truly positive achievement, with agreement from over 200 countries from around the world. But Conference, I really do want to impress on you the real pressure that was coming from the 7th Summit for ICLEI, as it's called, the Alliance of Subnational Governments, Provinces, Cities and Regions from across the world, of which Wales is a very proud and loud member. There was huge pressure upwards towards the UN member states to get something done, to hurry up, as Mark was saying this morning. And we are the people on the ground, who will actually be implementing the legislation and the protections. We will deliver at pace and keep the pressure on the current appalling UK government and the other UN member states to put their money where their mouth is. Conference, your Welsh Labour government has already adopted the Plan of Action on Subnational Government, Cities and other local authorities for biodiversity. This important decision means that the UN formally recognises the vital role we and our local government partners play in driving and delivering action to deliver a nature-positive future for Wales and for our planet. At COP15, I was very proud to pledge to implement the 30 by 30 target, as I shared the approach to our recent Welsh Government biodiversity deep dive and all the recommendations adopted. We also learned from others, like California and Sao Paulo, about the approaches they are taking. And I'm delighted that this collaborative approach will continue post-COP with the creation of a high-ambition 30 by 30 task force for subnational governments, in which Wales will play a very active part. The new Global Biodiversity Framework recognises the role of the whole of society in ensuring we protect biodiversity for the future. Speaking at COP15, I reflected on the importance of the Team Wales approach, our social partnership approach, in driving action across the whole of government and the whole of society, meaning action is required by everyone. This approach is vital to ensuring that our future generations enjoy the same benefits that we have from our environment. So we absolutely recognise the need to take ambitious and integrated action together with our farmers and the whole of Team Wales to deliver these targets and put nature on the path to recovery. It's why Leslie Griffiths, my colleague, has brought forward the Sustainable Farming Scheme, and is why we are supporting the motion from Gala CLP today. Conference, your Welsh Labour Government will implement this global agreement by developing our own legally binding nature targets, underpinned by a new strategic biodiversity action plan and our Sustainable Farming Scheme. And this is all being done in the teeth of a viciously retrograde Tory government. So, Conference, just imagine what we will be able to achieve with a radical Labour government in Westminster, with Nick and Keir on our side and the whole Labour government team on our side too. Together, we really can show what we're capable of, that we are stronger together and united in our ambitions for our country and for our planet. So, Conference, we are putting our nature-positive 30 by 30 targets in place. We are putting our environmental protections in place. We are bringing in our new Sustainable Farming Scheme. We are cooperating with people all over the world on forestry and nature restoration. We are determined to be a global leader in how we get from where we are now to good environmental status for 30% of our land and 30% of our seas by 2030. And all of this alongside our statutory, very ambitious net zero plan too. So, Conference, I am really pleased to support the motion today in front of you, and I hope that together we can really make Wales a shining beacon of hope for environmental protection and climate action right across the world. So, Conference, turning now to housing. We know people across Wales are facing an unprecedented cost of living crisis, fueled by soaring energy, fuel and food costs. But, Conference, let's be really clear, this is a Tory-made crisis. From a decade of austerity to cruel cuts to benefits, rising mortgage bills and broken promises on taxes, the Tories have created the conditions for this crisis and are adding to the pressures on household budgets. Your Welsh Labour government absolutely recognises this pressure. We know rents sought for new lets and rents in particular areas of Wales are increasing at a much faster rate than the reported average. And we know that the Tory government have cruelly frozen the local housing allowance at the very worst possible time in a financial crisis entirely of their making. So, Conference, your Labour government are absolutely committed to helping tenants, supporting them to remain in their homes. We've provided an additional £6 million this financial year to local authorities for discretionary homelessness prevention and relief measures. The funding can include payment of rent arrears, providing rent guarantees or assistance with household bills. Because preventing homelessness remains an absolute priority in Wales. Underpinning this is our ambitious target to deliver 20,000 homes for rent in the social sector in this Senedd term. And our commitment continues to be demonstrated in the investments we're making. A record £310 million in social housing this year alone, and recognising the pressures on homelessness services, the homelessness prevention budget will increase by £15 million in 23-24, taking our investment in homelessness and housing support services to over £207 million next year. We're also protecting programmes which put money back in people's pockets, including an extra £18.8 million in the Discretionary Assistance Fund to continue providing emergency financial support. This is in addition to the £380 million already invested in our cost of living support packages since November 2021. And Conference, turning specifically to the private rented sector, last year I launched Leasing Scheme Wales, which commits over £30 million for 5 years to improve access to longer-term affordable housing in the private rented sector, delivering security of tenants and confidence for landlords. The scheme is designed to support the most disadvantaged people and households who are experiencing or are at risk of homelessness. Tenants on the scheme benefit from longer-term security of tenure, between 5 and 20 years, at rents restricted to local housing allowance rates. We've also provided £300,000 of funding for Citizens Advice Cymru to establish the private rented sector debt helpline. During the first year of the scheme, we have helped more than 900 tenants through that advice. But Conference, there is really so much more that can still be done. So we will put in place a robust and long-term solution that will ensure a sustainable rental sector in Wales. To do this, we need to fully understand what the issues are in different parts of the country and what implications various rent control options will have when introduced. This is why your Welsh Labour government will be publishing a green paper in summer of this year, gathering as many views as possible on potential interventions, followed by a pledged white paper to inform the legislation. This Welsh Labour government is committed to using all the levers we have to help people in a sustainable manner to remain in their homes and avoid homelessness. We must remember, however, that many of the key levers, powers and the fiscal resources needed to help people with the spiralling cost of household bills do rest with the UK government, and our calls on them to take the immediate action they need to are sadly being ignored. Conference, I'm sure you will agree that Nick speaking today gives some insight into what can be achieved together with a Labour government in Westminster. So, Conference, your Welsh Labour government is committed to raising standards in the private rented sector. We have already passed the Renting Homes Act and its supporting regulations. This means landlords in Wales must ensure homes are in good repair. They must ensure homes are fit for human habitation. And Rent Smart Wales, unique to Wales and your Welsh Labour government, does enforce against landlords who don't do this. Conference, you can hear from what I'm saying that we are hugely sympathetic to the sentiment of the motion from Cardiff North and acknowledge the cost of living crisis faced by households and the housing conditions they face. But I'm afraid we cannot support the motion from Cardiff North in its entirety today, though I'm more than happy to speak to them about it, as we intend to legislate for fair rents and enforcement. And as I've set out today, we need to follow the green and white paper path so that the people of Wales can have their say in our radical proposed legislation. So, Conference, with a heavy heart, I ask you not to support the motion from Cardiff North, but to ask them to continue to work with us to achieve the aims through the green and white paper process that they want and that we also share. Diolch.
Thank you, Julie, for outlining so emphatically the work that the Welsh Labour Government are doing both on climate and on housing. I'd now like to move to the votes on the two motions. If I take the vote on motion 1 first, with a reminder that the WEC recommendation is to vote for this motion, can I have a show of hands in favour? Thank you. A show of hands against? That's clearly carried. Thank you, Conference. And secondly, motion 2 from Cardiff North, with a reminder that the NEC recommendation is to vote against this. The WEC recommendation is to vote against this motion. Can I have a show of hands in favour of the motion? And a show of hands against? That falls. Okay, if we can then move on to the next item, which you're going to have to change the platform for this. But thank you, Conference.
Okay, we're now going to move on with the afternoon's agenda. Can I now please invite our Deputy Leader, Karen Harris, to address conference.
Good afternoon, Conference. And it's great to be in Llandudno in what now seems to be our spiritual home for the annual Welsh Labour Conference. And the weather mightn't be the best, and the journey up was a little challenging at times, but I think every inch of snow on the way up was worth it to spend time with our Welsh Labour family. In fact, this year I travelled a few extra miles to be here, almost 3,500 in fact, an overnight flight from Washington TC, and then 4 trains to arrive here yesterday afternoon. And I spent Thursday afternoon talking menopause in the White House, which is a sentence I never ever expected in my wildest dreams to be saying. And I look back at the woman who was inspired by Val Feld, who nervously poked her toe into the political waters, and I thought to myself, my God, woman, how on earth did you pull this off? It's traditional to start a speech like this with a quick look back over the last year in politics. In a normal year, there are usually a few standout moments, things that stick in the memory. Occasionally, there may have been some kind of changes in government, a reshuffle, or a sacking that raised eyebrows. At moments of high drama, maybe even we would have seen a new Prime Minister. But Conference, it's fair to say that this has most certainly not been a normal year, not by any measure, and certainly not from this rotten UK Conservative government. So for starters, let's take a look at the last year in numbers. Since we met in Llandudno last year, we've had 3 Foreign Secretaries, 4 Chancellors, 4 Housing Ministers, 5 Education Secretaries, of whom 1 lasted 2 days, and most staggeringly of all, 3 Prime Ministers. Conference, that's not a government. That's a game of bingo. But in spite of this, the Tory government does have some achievements to its name this year. A disgraced former Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, who gave us our first ever leader who needed someone to introduce themselves to his own cousin so that he could borrow 800,000. In Liz Truss, they gave us the first ever Prime Minister to pick a fight with a lettuce and lose. In Kwasi Kwarteng, they gave us the first ever Chancellor to be sacked by the Prime Minister for doing exactly what the Prime Minister asked him to. And in the Nadeem Sahawi, apparently appointed to make Kwasi Kwarteng look good, they gave us the first ever Chancellor to spend his time actively dodging tax instead of collecting it. But in truth, while this rotten Tory government may be a joke, they stopped being funny a long time ago. Conference, there's nothing funny about a Tory government that repays the commitment and bravery of a nation fresh out of a pandemic with scenes of boozed-up revelry at the heart of government. There's nothing funny about a Tory government that drives through economic policies that everyone knows are doomed to fail, plunging millions of families into uncertainty and poverty. There's nothing funny about a Tory government that plays fast and loose with funding for Wales, cocking the books to deprive us of millions in Barnett consequentials to prop up ailing schemes in England. There's nothing funny about a Tory government that hits the poorest hardest, be it through cruel changes to welfare support or the cutting of help for those struggling with crippling energy bills. And there's nothing funny about a Tory government that uses disgusting, divisive and dehumanising language to describe some of the most vulnerable people on the planet, risking their lives to flee torture, persecution and oppression. Conference, of all this Tories government's cruelty, it is in the language around immigration and asylum that we've heard from not just the Prime Minister, but the Home Secretary in the last few days, that we see the horrors that are in store between now and the next general election. You see, they've given up on governing, they've given up on helping, on delivering, on doing all the things that governments of any colour are meant to do. And all they really care about now is winning. And because they can't run on their record because it's rancid, and they can't run on their plans for the future because they don't have any, they've decided that their only chance of winning the next general election is through fear, through hate. Braverman telling barefaced lies about billions of people planning an immigration invasion of Britain. It's why we have a Prime Minister bandying hateful rhetoric from the dispatch box, grotesquely exaggerating numbers and the dangers posed by refugees in the newest front of his orchestrated culture war. And it's why we have the unbelievable spectacle of Tory head office sending out fundraising emails, soliciting donations and support wrapped up in the language of the far right. The stuff we've seen from the Tories these past few weeks make Theresa May's go-home vans seem like the good old days. And Conference, there is another way, a better way. It's a way I've spoken about every time I've stood before you since being elected as Deputy Leader. It is the Labour and the Welsh Labour way. You see, the Welsh Labour way and our Welsh Labour government doing incredible things in the most challenging of circumstances, not just acting as a bulwark against the worst excesses of the UK government, but charting a path for a future UK Labour government. From care workers to veterans, free school meals to world-beating recycling. Ours is a Welsh Labour government that knows the value of community and the importance of investing in it. It is a Welsh Labour government committed to bringing people together, not setting them against each other. And led with cool, calm decency by Mark Drakeford, it stands in stark contrast to the grubby, grasping desperation of the UK Tory government. And you can see the Labour way, week in, week out, at the opposition dispatch box in Westminster. The Labour front bench team ruthlessly exposing the failures of an out-of-control Tory government. And more importantly still, setting out the way in which Labour will set things right when we are in government. And leading from the front is my dear friend, our Labour leader, Keir Starmer. The Labour Party in opposition, bringing us from the worst defeat in 100 years to the position we are in today. And I know that Keir will do the same for our country from number 10. Because ours is a UK Labour team ready to hit the ground running, and Keir stands ready to lead us. And conference, for the first time in a long time, that long wished-for goal is within touching distance. A UK government and a Welsh Labour UK government working together is a real possibility. And we've already seen what Labour can do on the opposition benches in Westminster. On gambling reform, there is at last a white paper due imminently, thanks in no small part to the dogged determination of Labour colleagues. We're on the cusp of making the gambling industry take responsibility for the harm it causes. And our loyal army of menopause warriors who help put the menopause in the map. From my private member's bill in 2021, we have put pressure on the government to deliver on their promises. There's been small progress, but nowhere near enough. And I'm still immensely proud of the campaign that forced the UK government to act on the scourge of fixed odds betting terminals. And very personal to me, to create Martin's Fund, so that no parent faces the imaginable cruelty of being unable to afford to pay for a funeral for their own child. Conference, all these things started from the opposition benches, from the Labour opposition benches. But great achievements as they are, they're all too few in number and scope. To show the real way to change, we need a Labour government. And I'm very proud to work with a brilliant team of Welsh Labour MPs and peers on our Labour benches who are putting in the hard yards to get us there. Leading the charge, the dynamic duo of Joe Stevens and Gerald Jones. Otherwise known as Batman and Robin. Joe stands up every week and shows David T.C. Davis just how the job should be done. And Gerald, he is my oasis in sometimes a very stormy sea. He is my calmness, and I love him. Instead of riding roughshod over our Welsh Labour colleagues in Cardiff Bay, they are showing the support and the sort of collaboration that will work for Wales and with the UK government. And meanwhile, in the Shadow Home Affairs team, our Shadow Immigration Minister, Stephen Kinnock, is holding a mirror to the stream of bile that passes for policy under Suella Braverman. using compassion in place of conflict, and his articulation of Labour's position on this challenging issue is second to none. He won't get another compliment. And meanwhile, my Swansea neighbour and sometimes partner in crime, Tonya Antonazzi, has helped blow the lid off the WRU's endemic issues around misogyny and mismanagement, working with a host of wonderful women, including our very own Lynn Gleister, to restore some pride in our national game. And our Whip's office continues to have a distinct Welsh flavour, with a He Who Must Be Obeyed, Mark Tarmy, and Chris Elmo. And in the Lords, we have the wonderful Lord Murphy and the voice of the great Baroness Anita Gale. Like Val Feld, she inspired me, and undoubtedly countless others, to step up and represent our communities and to campaign for what we believe in. And she continues to do so with unwavering passion to this day. And of course, I must mention my fab friend, Jess Morden, the MP for Newport East, a dynamo, who has just landed possibly the best and the hardest job in Parliament as Keir Starmer's PPS. And I know, provided the eggs are out of the way, that Jess will do a sterling job. Conference, I could fill the remainder of the session with name checks because we truly do have a fantastic Welsh Labour team in Westminster. And it's my pleasure to work with them as the Deputy Leader. And every day under Keir's leadership, our Welsh Labour PLP is playing a crucial role in taking us closer to government. Of course, they are just one part of the Welsh Labour family. The countless others, councillors, council leaders, trade unionists, supporters, members and affiliates are all marching in lockstep as we prepare for the general election whenever it comes. And we must say a huge thank you to the brilliant team in Transport House who help keep the show on the road day in, day out, in sometimes not very easy circumstances. Our Welsh Labour General Secretary, Joe Mack, in Tyre, and Deputy Joe Locke, and their fabulous team, supporting them to do an absolutely brilliant job in keeping us all in check. And there were big boots to fill, let's be honest, when we lost Louise McGee and Dave Costa, when they handed over the reins. That was a huge challenge, but boy, have they met that challenge and doing a brilliant job. So Conference, let me close as I have before with a look back at my first address to you as Deputy Leader 5 years ago. And I said when I stood here, when we work alone, progress can feel like a bit of a slog. When we work together and stand united, Welsh Labour is a force to be reckoned with and a power for amazing good. Those words were true then, and they're true now. And the importance of our Welsh Labour family has never been greater. Thank you, Conference.
And thank you, Carolyn. And thank you for your formidable campaigning, showing the difference a Labour MP can make. Okay, we're going to move on to our second panel discussion now, and it's on the future of Welsh Steel. And I'd like to invite the panel to the stage. Get prepared now. And thank you to the chair of the panel, who's going to be the lovely Anne Jones. Which union is that?
Socialist Health.
Association, yeah.
Oh my God, his wallet as well.
Yeah.
Charles money, you'd be in trouble.
So far, so good.
Yeah, the speech was very good.
Thanks very much. How's your Welsh trip? A dipping bar. We're in Very good. Very good.
Oh, thank you.
Somebody's going to have to chair.
He's got to Welsh schools.
You'll chair.
Everybody got a mic? Going to share. Going to share. Okay.
I'll always share.
Okay, conference. Well, thanks very much. So we're going to introduce this panel, which we're going to be discussing steel. And we've heard from Keir and from Mark today about the causes that it will fall to Labour to fix. There aren't many as urgent, I think, as the future of our steel industry. And thousands of jobs depend on that. From Shotton, you'd expect me to say Shotton, coming from North Wales, from Shotton in the north to Llanelli, and from Newport to Port Talbot. The future of steel will be decided on what happens here in Wales. It matters for the security of family finances for workers here in North Wales, but it also matters for security as a nation, for our security as a nation. All of us have relied on steel at some point today, and we do it every day. So you cannot have a strong UK economy without a strong steel industry. And the question for us today is, how do we win a greener sector to help protect and create jobs for communities that rely on them? And so with me, I've got a fantastic panel, and we're going to just discuss very briefly, because I know time is short, but we're going to be discussing briefly the challenges that face the steel industry. And so we have Jessica Morden, who is the MP for Newport East, and a champion for steel in a city that many say has been built around the steel industry. So welcome, Jess. Stephen Kinnock, to my left here, is the MP for Aberavon and the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Steel and Related Industries. Vaughan Gethin, sitting on my right, is the MS for Cardiff South and Penarth, and Vaughan is also the Welsh Government Minister for the Economy. Alan Davis is the National Officer for Steel at Community Union, who represent a huge number of steel workers in Wales. And then we have finally Peter Hughes, who's the Regional Secretary for Unite, another union responsible for the livelihoods of steel workers, the length and breadth of Wales. So conference, I think we say we have a very dynamic panel here. And I think I'm going to start with just the first question. And I think it's fair to say that the UK government has been somewhat distracted in recent months. I don't know how many economy ministers we've had or how many business ministers we've had. What more should they be doing, do you think, to help steel workers and our steel industry? And what would a Labour government do differently? So perhaps, Jess, do you want to take that one?
I think it's important to start by remembering the importance of steel to everything that we do, because it's worth about 5.3 billion to our GDP. It's incredibly important to our kind of national security, and it's in everything that we use, and we can't decarbonise without steel. It will be in the wind turbines, the rail infrastructure, you know, in everything that we use in the future. We cannot do it without our steel, and that's why it's so important. And I think the government hasn't just been useless in the last few months over steel, it's been years. So we've had, for instance, 12 steel ministers since 2010, 6 within the last 3 years. And it is impossible to get a dialogue with government and a long-term strategy for steel when you see that amount of change. And that's really, really what we need. So what we need to do is, at the moment, we've got these particular challenges where we've got a weak economic outlook, we've got soaring energy costs, and we've also got an industry that needs to transition to a green economy. And we've got a government, and we talked a lot over this conference about sticking plasters, and this is an area in which government just continues to kind of do very last-minute, short-term solutions to crises. But we need a long-term industrial strategy, which we would get with a Labour government, and we need a government that will will work in partnership with the industry, so the industry has got the confidence to be able to invest for the future. And that's what we see in other European countries, in France, in Germany, on short-term things like energy costs, but on long-term plans to decarbonise. And that's what we need here. And also, crucially, we need a government strategy, which a Labour government would do, on procurement, so that we make sure that we use our steel in everything that we do. We've had some recent horrific examples where contracts, big billion-pound contracts, have gone to Spanish steel consortiums where they could have used our steel here. And given it's a large panel, I shall stop there.
Right, thank you. Thanks very much. Stephen.
Well, I agree absolutely with everything that Jess has just said. And we have seen years and years of incompetence and indifference from successive Conservative governments. Fundamentally, I don't think they believe that the state should play an active role in partnership with industry right across the board. And that comes to the fore, really, when you look at their performance on steel, where they, for example, allowed the Redcar Steelworks to go to the wall, and they don't understand the cost of that. So it's the definition of a false economy, because if you allow our steel industry to go to the wall, imagine what that will cost in terms of remediation for steel plants, and also the massive cost of seeing steel workers losing those well-paid jobs that you can raise a family on, and the massive impact that that has across our entire community. Forget about the so-called levelling up agenda. You cannot have a levelling up agenda without a steel industry. You cannot have a levelling up agenda without a strong manufacturing base. So the Conservatives have to fundamentally decide, do they want our country to have a steel industry or not? And if they don't, what is the alternative? Are we going to import all of our steel from countries like China and Russia, with all the implications that has for our national security and our ability to stand on our own 2 feet? How are we going to have a net zero strategy when you need steel in our economy? You need to ensure that that steel is made in a green and clean way. And how, as I say, are you going to deliver the jobs of the future, and particularly huge opportunities such as floating offshore wind, without making the steel for those substructures and wind turbines here in Wales, getting good local jobs and delivering to the net zero agenda? So fundamentally, it's about saying our steelworkers make the best steel that money can buy. But for years, they've been competing with one hand tied behind their backs, because they haven't had a government that supports them, that creates the level playing field that they're asking for. Two big asks are energy prices. We pay 60% more per megawatt hour than they do in the German steel industry. And secondly, the transition to cleaner, greener steel. We've got 2 blast furnaces in Port Talbot. One of them is reaching the end of its campaign life in 2026. We need commitment now to transitioning to electric arc furnaces and hydrogen-based steel making. That commitment, that decision has to be made now. The cavalry is coming in the form of a Labour government. We have the £3 billion Steel Renewal Fund. It's nailed on. It's a manifesto commitment. It's out there now. I just hope that Tata Steel will hold on until a Labour government comes, because I have to say I am sceptical we'll ever see progress from any of these Tories that are currently in power.
Vaughan, do you have anything that you can do, being in government in Wales, that can help steel industry at the time?
Yeah, look, so I have spoken with lots of those different steel ministers in the UK government over that time, and the frustration has been that the issues that both Stephen and Jess have highlighted about energy prices, about procurement, about needing the state to be part of the investment package to transition to the future of steel have all been set out. It's not that there's a lack of understanding that those are the issues, and that time is a factor, not just for Tata, but for other steel manufacturers as well, for Liberty, and indeed Celsa, who are in my constituency. And the frustration is that they can't make a choice. And a big part of our frustration is that we're prepared to invest in those areas where we are the responsible government. So we've regularly invested in skills for the future, in helping to reskill people. We are actively looking at what we do on procurement as well. So we'd like to be able to design a procurement scheme that actually helps to advantage cleaner, greener steel. The challenge is, without action by the UK government, as Stephen's pointed out, a UK Labour government may be too late, and we may have seen real damage done. What I also think, though, is it's the unified ask that we need to have between ourselves and the steel unions. And having two of the steel unions here on the panel is really important, because the way we do business, the way we talk with the sector, we don't just talk to the employers, we do talk with the trade union side of it. And actually, the trade union side have been really important in setting out what the future of the industry could look like. And one of those things, actually, for us to really think about the carbon in our steel, it isn't just the product you get, it's also where does it come from and how is it produced. Because if we close down our own industry, it's not just losing a sovereign asset. We'll then have to import steel. We'll be less certain about our ability to produce it. And we can also be pretty certain, not just in the transport costs, but actually the way it's produced. We can't be certain it will be genuinely green steel. And finally, we really do need a future UK Labour to do something about scrap. At the moment, we export most of the scrap metal we produce in the country, which is crazy. We need to be able to do something to interrupt that, to make sure scrap is recycled and brought back, because otherwise the prospect for actually having electric arcs now and for the future, we need to actually have the raw material to go into it. So those are things I think a UK Labour would do, and we'll work alongside that with the industry, with trade unions and businesses to invest in the skills and the people to make the industry work.
Okay, thanks for that. So we often talk about the steel industry and the steel economy, but really steel is more about the people who make it happen. So what is it that the steel workforce needs? I wonder what the unions can offer us there, any pointers, and we can see what we can deliver, what both the Cardiff government and the Cardiff Bay government and the Westminster government can deliver for steel workers. Peter, you
yeah,
first?
I think that there's a couple of things. When you look at the UK government and what we believe should be the next Labour manifesto, is that any government money that goes in and for any procurement should be 100% using steel made in the UK. That is paramount. If we get that as a commitment from the next government, which is our government, that will make a massive difference to the steel industry within the UK. We already have funding from Welsh Government about upskilling people, making sure that apprenticeships are the future. We've got a fantastic opportunity. If you're an apprentice at the likes of Tata, you're in the top 1% of apprenticeships in Wales. They will be headhunted, they can go elsewhere. We've got to make sure they stay within the steel industry, because they're the future. We've got to make sure that they want to stay in the steel industry. I remember starting in British Steel, 30 miles from here. Someone said to me, first day, you're only going to be here for 2 years, this place will be shut down. Shotton Steel is still going. Tata Steel and the investment in there is not about the site, it's about the people. People make the product that make it worldwide famous. And that's what we need to do. We've got to invest into our people, because if our people believe in that, they'll drive that forward. Where was the biggest mass redundancy? You go back 10, you went back 20 years. 40 years ago at Shotton, 12,000 people made redundant overnight. Shotton became a ghost town. A community was decimated. It took 25 years to get back. And that was the Tories, that was Thatcher's first go at getting rid of the steel industry. The Secretary of State for Business said last week, there's no God-given right to have a steel industry within the UK. It's a foundation industry. If we don't have steel, we don't have an industry, we don't have manufacturing, and everyone, all of a sudden, we've lost all that infrastructure. So, Anne, there is a lot the UK government can do. There's more a Labour UK government can do. We do well in Wales, but their hands are limited and they're tied. But they are a fantastic advocate to the steel industry.
Thanks very much for that. Alan, do you want to add anything from Community Union?
Yeah, I'll just echo what Peter said. Let's look at the Conservative government at the moment, right? You've got Kemi Baddenhag, who's just turned around and said, do we need a steel industry for the future, right? Shocking statement. And do we think we're going to get anything from that government? No. There was information given out about energy prices, right? So if we look at energy prices, £45 a megawatt an hour in 2020. December 2022, £1,500 a megawatt an hour. How can the big steel companies continue to produce when the government can't even get hold of the energy prices? And on top of that, we've got our own people then, your everyday person, struggling to pay bills. If the steel industry goes, which we are very, very close to that happening, then you will have even more poverty
more deprivation, more communities going to the wall. It's just an horrendous place to be at the moment. And if you look at what the Welsh government could do, they've supported us right the way through this, right? The manifesto that the Westminster, the Labour government have got now supports the steel industry. But the problem is the general election's too far away. And if we don't act soon, you'll see people dropping off a cliff. Liberty Newport, Tredegar, gone last week. So it's Tata are at an impasse now where they've been offered so much money by the government. How long will that take to come through? And will it be quick enough? Is it enough? No. So Tata are now looking at what they can do to try and decarbonise with the amount of money they've got, and they'll match fund it because it is a massive amount of money. We're going to be in a position where if we don't get the Conservative government out by whatever means necessary, or we hold their feet to the fire and say, start acting on it, because otherwise, if you don't, you will lose everything. And your national security, like Vaughan's mentioned, that will be done. And you could find yourself in a place where you're buying your steel from China. Like they said, they don't know where it's come from. Well, you don't know what the carbon credits are on it, and then you've got your CBAM, your carbon border adjustment mechanisms coming in October. So all taxes on that, everything will go through the roof. It's a horrible place to be at the moment. I don't know, is there anything else you wanted me to ask about the people, or?
Well, I think it's about understanding how the workforce feels and how as ordinary communities that we can all benefit from a good steel industry. And I think Peter started when he touched on the fact that Shotton 40 years ago.
We can't let Port Talbot turn into a modern day Shotton. And that's paramount to everything we do. Port Talbot needs a future. It's got the best deep water port in the UK. We need to be manufacturing things around Port Talbot with steel for the floating wind farms that Stephen talked about the offshore wind, we've got a great chance to make that port and that town fantastic. And do not let it go to like Shotton was 40 years ago. And that's paramount in all this.
I think that's the message that has been heard. Sorry, Alan, you wanted to come
So I was just going to say about the people. So last Wednesday, I walked the coke ovens in Port Talbot. I go down to every plant across the UK, asking people how they're feeling, are they managing. Now, people have said well-paid jobs. Some of them are not, right? But the big companies like Tata, they are. They're struggling. We've seen increases in mental health, people just looking for help and support. I've had friends ring me, say, I can't cope. How can you help? Point me to a food bank, do something. Now, these are good paid jobs. At some point, this government has to look after the everyday person, right? Because if they don't, I'm trying to watch my language now, because I'll swear. But
no, please don't.
No, I won't do that. But something has to happen pretty quick. People are struggling big time. And I said earlier on, Liberty Steel, Newport and Tredegar, they were on just over minimum wage, right? We've been fortunate to be able to find most of those people jobs through the contacts we got with other companies. But we've still lost an asset. And that's the big point. Peter's gone on about Port Talbot and Shotton. You've got Lamwern, you've got Corby, you've got Trostra. Trostra is in a dire place because of the REACH regulations on chrome. So without investment, that will go to the wall. That's another 700 jobs. We're looking at mass job redundancies here.
One thing I wanted to add as well is I think that there are a lot of people in the Conservative government who don't really understand manufacturing. A lot of them have come from a background in financial services, for example, and they think that steel is a sunset industry. They think it's an industry of the past. But if you look at the grades of steel that are being produced now, 80% of them didn't even exist 10 years ago. It's a hotbed of innovation, of experimentation, of all sorts of new steel qualities coming through. Think about the change in the quality of the cars that we drive. The noise that the old doors used to make when you slammed them when it was with the old steel compared to the strong, light, super thin steel that's now produced. Every time I go to the Talbot Steelworks, I am inspired by the innovation that is happening there, and also the thinking that's going on around the transition from blast furnace-based steelmaking to greener forms of steelmaking, electric arc furnace, hydrogen-based DRI, even things like carbon capture and storage. So it's a hotbed of innovation. That's the case we also have to make, so that people don't get into a frame of mind where it all feels like it's a narrative of decline. It really isn't. And if you want to build the green renewable energy of the future, which all of our European partners and competitors are doing, you've got to invest in our steel industry. You can't do it without a dynamic, forward-looking, innovative steel industry. So the point I just wanted to make really is that steel is absolutely not a sunset industry. It is at the cutting edge of technology and innovation and of the green industrial revolution.
Sorry, Jess, do you want to add something? Well, I'll ask you first.
No, and Stephen's absolutely right. It is a critical, it's a critical time for steel. But if we get the decisions right now, it is an industry with a really bright future. And I just want to reassure you, really, that, we want a Labour government as soon as possible, and we want an election as soon as possible. But in the meantime, we work in strong partnership as Labour MPs in the Steel Group in the House of Commons, where we work with our colleagues in Wales, Nia Griffith, Mark Tarmy, Stephen Doughty, with our MSs, John Griffiths, David Rees and others. And crucially, absolutely crucially, with the unions who have had a difficult time, particularly you, I know, Alan, in Liberty in recent weeks, but we will all speak with the same voice. With the Welsh Government to just make this case and urge the government to act.
Okay, thanks very much. I was going to come on and ask Vaughan then, because the Welsh Government, I think, can be classed as a close friend of both the steel industry and the steel workers in Wales. And I just wondered, you started to touch on things that Welsh Government might do around procurement. So really, is there anything else that you can offer, and how are you going to work with the MPs in the run-up to the next general election to make sure that what we're doing here in Wales can be improved on, I suppose, to assist the steel unions?
Well, I think it's picking up one of the points that Stephen and Jess were making about innovation. Actually, it is an innovative sector. So higher education and the research around future metals is really important for a range of the industries we're going to be relying on in the future. Part of it also is this big strategic national case for the UK. Will Britain be the only G7 country that doesn't have a significant steel sector? Will we say it's okay for us to rely on other parts of the world? We can always import our own steel. Not just a case to be made for all those workers around Trustra, because actually if you import steel, there's a really, really difficult future there. But actually you're so reliant on a key asset on every other part of the world. And I don't see how that's a sensible future for us. What the Welsh Government will continue to do is to make the strategic case for steel as a sovereign asset for the whole of Britain. And actually, that means a big future for steel in Wales. We're the most significant steel producing part of the UK. It's also, though, about saying the Welsh Government will be partners in that future, not just because we have trade unions that we get on with, because we recognise for people and for communities, investing in those skills and investing in the future, it's hugely important. You know, there is no other sector that will be able to replace the steel sector with if it goes under. It's in our interest for the sector itself, as well as everything else we want to do. You talk about, look at the lines up there, stronger, fairer, greener. You can't have a stronger, fairer, greener Wales without the steel sector. And if we're relying on other parts of the world, I don't see how we have that either. This is an industry with a big future if we have a government on its side here in Wales, as we do, and in the UK, as we currently don't.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Right, I'm being told to wind up. I don't think Fiona Bruce is told this on question time. So, so I'm being told to wind up now, but I'm going to ask each member of the panel one final question, because that's what she always does on question time, and I've always wanted to do it. So, what is the one thing that you think we should be doing between now and the next general election to make sure that steel does not fall off the agenda, and that we keep steel at the forefront of all our deliberations? So I'm going to start with Peter, and I'm going to walk this way around.
No pressure, no?
No, no pressure, no.
One thing we need to do is remember how many people actually work in the steel industry, what a key component it is for Wales, and how we need to fight to keep that. We need to put pressure on the red wall Tory MPs, whether we like it or not. We need to put pressure first and foremost on them, your colleagues in Westminster. We need to do that because they don't understand. They didn't expect to get in. They don't understand politics. You know what I mean? You look around Delyn. It's the Delyn MP. You don't understand what's going on at Thingy. Shotton, not a bloody cat and hell chance. Doesn't know what's going on in Delyn. But that's a different matter. But, sorry, Anne, I'm going off on a tangent. Yes.
Come on.
Steel.
Quick.
If we don't have steel, you don't have manufacturing. If you don't have manufacturing, you've lost what's important in Wales.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
Well, it's got to be about policy change on energy. For example, what the steel industry pays into the national grid is daylight robbery. So we've got to reduce the network costs. We've got to have the investment that's required to support the transition to green steel making. Labour's Steel Renewal Fund, if the Tory government were to steal that tomorrow, no pun intended, I would be absolutely delighted. I think it's unlikely that they will, but that is what we need to support, because you've got to send a signal to the market that the long-term support from government is there and the private sector investment will flow from that.
Okay, thank you. Vaughan?
We need to continue to show the big difference it makes to have a government that says it's not our fault and not our problem, and a government that says we're an active government and it is an answer to many of the challenges and opportunities we have in the future. That's actively engaged with the workforce and their trade unions, actively engaged with the businesses, and yes, actively engaged with the UK government, making the case for steel and being prepared to say that loudly and proudly in public. So if it comes off the agenda, we'll find the industry is gone by the time a Labour government gets here. We have to keep the industry going and make sure there is a real future with a real friendly government on its side.
Okay, Alan?
I think everybody's covered most of it, but I would say that electricity prices and gas prices are key. Fix them at a low rate to give us comparables with France, Germany and Spain, so we can compete on the level playing field, and also procurement. They need to start buying British-made steel.
Okay, thanks. Finally, Jess.
We should amplify all of our voices behind the unions We Need Our Steel campaign, which helps us campaign against those Tory MPs in Westminster and put pressure on them. And can also say a special thank you to Nick Smith MP for Blaenau Gwent, who's doing a lot of work with Stephen on steelworkers' pensions, which is a crucial issue too.
Thanks very much. Yeah, and I'm definitely out of time now. I'm getting the look, the very old-fashioned look that my mum used to give me. So can I thank you all for joining us here? And I know it's been a short sort of discussion around steel. And my one issue for you to all take home is every time you walk round and you see a piece of steel, just remember that that is a steel worker, a steel worker's family, and we should all work to protect those. And we will stand by the unions to protect our steel workers. So thank you all very much for joining me on the panel. Dr. Barry Owen, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Anne Jones, and the panel for that important discussion, as we all know who truly stands up for Welsh Steel. I just want to remind conference at this point in time that please be reassured that we do aim to finish this afternoon session by 5:30. And if necessary, we'll move some of the end items of the afternoon onto tomorrow morning so that we can actually finish at 5:30. Please be reassured of that. We're now moving on to our second topic debate on the economy, education and skills. And I'd like to invite Jeremy Miles MS to open this debate. Can I also ask that the Socialist Education Alliance, the Musicians Union and Unite and Ulster prepare themselves ready to move their motions 3, 4, 5 and 6. So thank you, Jeremy.
Conference. Let me start by welcoming the motion from our friends in the SEA and to let you know that I agree with every word of it, and I hope that you will support it too. Wy'n cytuno bob gair o'r cynnig gyfeillion, mae'n mynd at galon popeth rydw i'n credu ynddo fe, a popeth mae ein plaid wedi ymrwymo iddo fe. It's a motion which goes to the heart of everything I believe in and everything that our party stands for. Because I believe that the purpose, the moral purpose of the Labour Party is to give working class children the same chance to fulfil their aspirations as the most well off. And Conference, like many of you, I was raised with that special type of Welsh working class aspiration, which isn't just about personal advancement, but a collective ambition that means that we want for each other what we want for ourselves. Dyna pam rwy'n sefyll yma heddi. That's why I'm standing up here today, because I benefited from that Labour vision of comprehensive education and an equal start in life for all. But, my friends, we are living through a Tory cost of living crisis, which is crushing so many families. And it's hitting our schools like it's hitting every other part of our society. I was in school in the 80s. We had a brutal Tory government then as well. Devastated our communities, put thousands into poverty, and told young people they had no right to be themselves. And I will never forget the effect that had on me as a young gay man worried about his place in the world. If you're anxious, if you're struggling, if you're tired, if you're hungry, you're not learning. The difference today is that we have a Labour government in Wales stepping in to protect our families and support our schools. Increased funding for schools, cheaper uniforms, a book to keep for every child in Wales, access to free music tuition again. And we are proud that we kept building new schools, which the Tories in England scrapped. We are proud of our free breakfasts, which the Tories in England ditched. And we are proud of our free school meals in primary, which the Tories in Wales would scrap. And Conference, just this week, we've extended free school meal support during the school holidays for Easter and Whitsun too. And Conference, we know that right across Wales, we have teachers and support staff going the extra mile for our young people every single day. And I want to pay tribute to them. The last few weeks, I think, has shown us the true value of our social partnership in Wales. And I hope that we can reach a solution together. It hasn't been easy, but we have negotiated together with unions and with local education authorities with respect and in good faith, because we will succeed through negotiation and not intimidation. And this Welsh Labour government will never, ever, ever support the Tory attack on the right of our workers to strike. But we can only accomplish our mission if children are where they should be, in the classroom with their friends, learning. In England, Michael Gove wants to stop child benefit if a child doesn't come to school. Can you believe that? It's disgraceful, it's Dickensian, and it will never happen in Wales. Our vision is schools at the centre of their community, working alongside parents, supporting each other. Conference, every child is entitled to aspire. Every child's capacity to dream is equal. And I want to be judged on what we have put in place to make that a reality for every child, whatever their background. So I'm announcing today an unprecedented package of investment to support schools to reach out to families and to their communities, to give kids from the most disadvantaged homes access to new opportunities. £40 million to support schools to open their doors to the community, to open their libraries for parents, their computer labs for families, the gyms for youth clubs, their kitchens for cookery, evening classes in maths, in literacy. This is how we make schools places for families and places for flourishing. And alongside that, £5 million of new money today to help our partners in local government to employ family liaison officers and education welfare officers to support those families. Conference, when we talk about creating a fairer country, we are talking about education. And when we talk about spreading economic opportunity, we are talking about education. So I promise you that I will work every single day for an education system which gives every single child the very best start in life, to meet their hopes, to achieve their dreams. That is the education system Welsh Labour is building. In our schools, we understand our history. In our schools, we build our future. And our mission is a future of prosperity and equity for all. Diolch yn fawr.
Can I now invite the Socialist Education Alliance, the Musicians Union, Unite and Ystors to present their motions, please. Motion 3?
Socialist Education.
Yes, yes, social.
Association.
Yes. Association. That's where I'm going wrong. Beg your pardon.
Conference. My name's John Rennie. I'm from the Socialist Education Association. I've never given a speech to conference before. I'm only here as a last-minute replacement for our original speaker, David Egan, who unfortunately could not attend for family reasons. Sadly for you, this means that rather than this speech being given by an emeritus professor from the Cardiff School of Education, you are faced with a level 2 teaching assistant currently working at Durand Primary. There is much to be proud of in Labour's track record in Wales since devolution. We have continued to support a community-based, comprehensive school system and develop distinctive approaches to the curriculum, assessment and qualifications, learning and teaching, and the support we give to learners with special educational needs. We inherited a legacy of low levels of attainment amongst learners from more socio-economically disadvantaged backgrounds and significant attainment gaps between them and learners from more affluent homes. As a teaching assistant in one of the most unequal counties in Wales, I see how hard it is for children in poverty to progress in stark comparison to their wealthier peers. We have done a great deal to address this, but this is still the biggest challenge we face in education in Wales, and our current Education Minister, Jeremy Miles, has made that clear, that addressing this situation is his major priority. In an inspirational speech he gave to the Bevan Foundation in June of 2022, he sets out the ambitions of our Labour government for this area and the policies he will take forward. As he recognised in the speech, the scale of the challenge we face is considerable. The report produced by the Educational Policy Institute in July 2022 calculated that at GCSE, learners from disadvantaged backgrounds in Wales can be 22 or 23 months behind in their progress compared to learners from higher income backgrounds. We know that teachers and schools in our most disadvantaged communities are doing all they can to address this situation. Their work is something we should be immensely proud of, and we should salute them all for all that they do so close to the chalk face. The strategies and approaches they need to employ going forward are definitely those set out in Jeremy Miles' speech. But they need additional resources if they are to achieve this. The Pupil Development Grant and the PDG Access Fund are a considerable help, but they are not enough. A report undertaken for Welsh Government by a respected consultant from the Institute for Fiscal Studies concluded that significant additional resources are needed by schools if they are to address the issues they face. We realise, of course, comrades, how tight the Welsh Government budget is and how much more could be done for our public services if we were more generously funded by the Tory government in Westminster. We in the Socialist Education Association understand that there are huge financial pressures on all areas devolved to Wales, not just education. But that cannot be the response we need from our Labour government in Wales. We are asking, 1, for an increased amount of the Welsh Government budget to be targeted at this area, and 2, within the existing funding formula for education, that the proportion of funding directed to our most disadvantaged schools be increased, and 3, that local authorities ensure that this money reaches those schools. Politics is all about priorities. Surely there can be no greater priority for a socialist government than to offer the opportunity for people to rise out of poverty through improving their education and their qualifications. This indeed is our national mission in education in Wales. I call therefore on conference to support this motion and on our Welsh Labour Government to adopt it as soon as possible. Diolch yn fawr, comrades, and don't forget to join the SEA and join our fight for justice and progress through education, and support the striking teachers on Wednesday and Thursday this week.
Citizens Union. Yeah. Can the next delegate make themselves ready, please?
Prynawn da Conference, Elizabeth Owens, Musicians Union. Conference. Musicians are the original gig workers. The word gig was a term coined in the 1920s by jazz musicians as a shorthand for an engagement to perform music. A century later, we live in a society where the term gig is used to describe the nature of employment in our economy at large, one characterised by insecure employment. Despite some gains over the last century for people who work in the arts, musicians and our colleagues across the creative industries continue to work in an industry which offers little in the way of job security and frequently low pay. In recent years, we've been doing some good stuff in Wales, despite an ongoing assault on the public sphere by a morally bankrupt Conservative government at Westminster. We're seeing a commitment to music education in the newly formed National Music Service, and the work being done by Creative Wales to provide support across the creative sectors is hugely welcome. The COVID pandemic was obviously devastating for the arts in particular, so the Cultural Recovery Fund, which also included a fund for freelancers, was an essential lifeline for arts organisations and individual creative people. All this shows that in Wales, the contribution made by the arts to our economy and way of life is valued and respected. Whilst it is undeniable that difficult decisions have to be made in the context of an ever-squeezed financial settlement for Wales, set by a Tory government in England hell-bent on the continuation of austerity and the divisive use of public funds, we must continue to make the case for arts funding. More and more, we are seeing arts organisations and music venues under threat of closure, local amateur dramatic groups calling it a day, and individual musicians struggling to make ends meet. Whilst some politicians continue to use the word growth as a mantra, we know that human potential is not realised on an economist's ledger or on a banker's balance sheet. The incessant focus on endless growth, as understood by neoliberal economists and politicians who believe in this discredited and environmentally irresponsible dogma, lets us and the future generations down. The kind of growth we need across society is the kind offered by the arts. Spiritual, emotional, and practical. The arts help us grow as individuals and as communities. Human beings have an innate, inescapable desire to create, express, and perform. Whether we practice the arts as musicians, conductors, actors, set designers, writers, or any of the myriad jobs found in the creative sector, Or if we attend gigs, concerts, screenings, comedy shows, the arts are a part of what makes us human. The Musicians' Union urges the entire labour movement at all levels to defend the arts and advocate for the increased funding of the arts, culture and creative industries, and to make this funding conditional on making workplaces more diverse, with good terms and conditions being offered to those who work in the creative industries. We also ask for support for more diverse organisations and people, as well as organisations with good quality, unionised, employed and freelance jobs. In an ever more polarised world where war and conflict is an ever-present reality, we need the beauty of the arts more than ever. I'll finish with a quote from Leonard Bernstein. "This will be our reply to violence, to make music more intensely, more beautifully, more devotedly than ever before." Diolch, Conference.
And could the ASDO make themselves ready for the next motion, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Conference. Tom Porter, Unite the Union, moving our motion on manufacturing in Wales. Conference. One of the core values we have as trade unionists is the belief that workers themselves are best placed to shape and determine the future. And today that future means facing challenges of climate emergency and moving towards a green economy. A green economy means finding a way that delivers on better jobs, better society, and a better world for all of us. In Unite, we are clear. It also has to be about getting rid of poverty, precarious work, and exploitative wages from our society, and achieving social inclusion, justice, fairness, and it's about fair and just transition. Conference. The International Labour Organization defines a just transition as the green economy in a way that is fair and inclusive as possible to everyone concerned, creating a decent work opportunity and leaving no one left behind. We know there are industries that will hugely be affected by the challenges ahead. The workers within these sectors will be massively impacted. So, from understanding how to utilise people's existing skills to training and development of what will be required for a green job, to pay and conditions of their jobs and the organisations of their workplaces. Workers should and will determine the future of the industries and to support local communities that are affected by these changes. So, Conference, with this in mind, I'm going to talk to you about manufacturing and how it's changing to meet the net zero targets and how the workforce will be key to what's happening. Conference. Manufacturing is hugely important here in Wales. We have a highly skilled workforce, several high-value sectors such as aerospace, steel and automotive. But these sectors are going through major changes. Unite recently released research carried out in conjunction with the University of Birmingham about the automotive sector. It revealed that almost 1 in 3 auto workers are not confident that the workplace will survive the transition to electrification. This feeling was only exacerbated by the news a couple of weeks ago of the collapse of British Volt, a planned gigafactory that was designed to manufacture batteries, a vital component in the transition of electric vehicles. So, Conference, it was good news that UK Labour has pledged to build up to 8 new gigafactories, not if but when we win the next general election. If Wales and the UK are to become global leaders in this area, we need governments to develop a strategy which includes critical mineral supply, continued commitment to upskilling, education, training, drive, research and innovation. Conference, I want to finish by telling you about the Just Transition success story. Not too far from where we are now, Ellesmere Port, Unite reps at Vauxhall car manufacturing plant have been battling threats of closures for many years. But in 2019, our reps began to negotiate to secure a new car model for production at the plant and engaged with local MPs in this process. In 2021, they successfully negotiated a deal to transition production to produce electric vehicles. This secured over 1,000 jobs and many more in the supply chain. But it goes further than this. The company has also pledged to become a self-sufficient electricity use through investment in solar and wind farms. The plant becomes not just a producer of electric vehicles, but a producer of its own energy. A senior Unite rep at Vauxhall said, "We are determined to have an industry strategy and lead it and laid it all out. And we will stick with it. It's got to be local discussions by local people for local agreements. And we did this in this workplace and well, and just won. Conference, we are in this for the long haul, and we all need to know the clock is ticking. There are many challenges and opportunities ahead, and we must be ready and prepared to face them. Please support the motion.
Chair, Conference. Bev Perkins, moving the motion on automation and skills on behalf of my union, USDO. Conference, technology has always brought changes at work, but the scale and pace of this change over the last few years has been unprecedented. We have seen vast developments in workplaces across Wales. Workers in sectors such as retail and distribution have seen a huge transformation of their jobs. It is no surprise then that 1 in 5 of our members are extremely concerned about their job security over the next 5 years. Over half the workers do not believe that they have been given adequate training in the use of technology at work, and 90% of the workers reported that their employer had failed to consult with them when new technology was brought in. Workers in Wales are facing a lack of job security, a lack of confidence in using the tools of the job, and a lack of voice in the decisions about their own employment. Even before the pandemic, automation was expected to bring a risk of around a third of jobs in Wales. And according to estimates, 90% of employees in the UK will be needed to be retrained by 2030 at an additional cost of £13 billion. Conference, it is clear that the technology is changing the world of work, and workers will need to change with it. Although to deliver this, Wales needs a more flexible and agile system. We need to ensure the right qualifications are delivered, not just in terms of apprenticeships and skills, but more broadly. Trade unions and the Welsh Union Learning Fund can play an important part in helping workers to adapt to the changing world of work. And a key part of this is unions and employers working together. We need more specific support. For example, the scales of the challenges facing the more traditional sectors like retail and distribution is significant. Automation, new technology, and the transition to net zero are creating complex skills challenges for businesses right across Wales, and the workers are at risk of being left behind. We need robust sectorial plans to support skills development, alongside a legal right to pay time off for retraining, to encourage greater digital skills so we can respond effectively to training needs. In a wider sense, we need to address the unequal impact of the new technology and automation, both in Wales and across the UK. By supporting and promoting positive action to tackle underrepresentation, requiring employers to report what steps they are taking to promote inclusive training and skills provision, and supporting a requirement under the UK legislation for employers to not only understand equality impact assessments, but to act upon their findings. Conference, this isn't just about improving equality and diversity rights in the face of new technology. It is about protecting the future of work for everyone in Wales. We need a new deal for workers, based not just on decent pay and secure work, but with comprehensive skills training, better rights for trade unions, and stronger protections against redundancy. At present, it is too easy and cheap for employers to cut jobs. We need change. Change that includes more investment in skills and training. Change to ensure workers can keep pace with developing technology trends, and change that focuses on stronger industrial relations. And it is clear only with a Labour government in the Senedd and a Labour government in Westminster can we achieve this change and truly protect workers across Wales so that working people can not only adapt to the technological change, but actually benefit from the future of work. Conference, please support this motion.
We're working on the technical thing. So,
Okay.
delegates, rounds of 3.
Okay.
Broader debate and
Okay, conference, we're working on the technical issues currently at the moment. A lot of delegates have indicated to me this afternoon that they wish to speak. I will be inviting delegates in rounds of 3. Can I please ask delegates to stick to the time allowed? And you're able to speak on, you may to speak to the motion, or you can speak broadly on the debate topic. It will be rounds of 3, and I'll try and get through to everybody. You first, please. You first, second. Gerald.
just head straight on.
Good afternoon, conference. Ethan Jones, Clwyd South CLP, and I'm speaking in support of motion 5 on manufacturing in Wales. I think that manufacturing in Wales, I work in manufacturing in Wales and have done since I started my working life. And I think it's incredibly important that we continue to support manufacturing in Wales. We had the panel earlier talking about steel manufacturing, which I think is incredibly important. There's not much that is made in Wales, in the world really, without the use of steel. And I think it's incredibly important that we continue to support our steel industry in Wales and in the UK in general. Not only for national security, but also as a key industry that provides to all other industries. I don't think that we can rely on this current UK government, bearing in mind that they refused to increase tariffs on Chinese steel when they had the option about 5-6 years ago now, when it was presented to them by the EU. They refused to veto that. Sorry, they chose to veto that and to keep tariffs low. A couple of things that I wanted to raise to conference is regarding batteries. I think that batteries are an important step in the right direction, but I don't think that it's long-term sustainable. Here in Wales, we're already supporting businesses like a small hydrogen car manufacturing company, which name escapes me at the moment, but I think that it's incredibly important that we continue pushing things like that. And I think it's also important that we consider the possibility of alternative fuels, such as a Canadian company, Carbon Engineering, and they actually produce petrol from air. So they use carbon capture technology to create petrol by combining it with water and hydrogen. Things like that are going to be absolutely essential if we want to move to a green economy. And that's all I have to say really on that. So I support motion 5, but I ask you to keep in mind all of the and continue to look forward in terms of a green economy and a green manufacturing economy. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Chair. The postcode in which you were born in should never determine your life chances. I think we've all heard that one before, and it's never a truer word spoken. And with that, thank you for that. And with that, I'm supporting motion 3. We all know the difficulties that Tory austerity has brought local councils and Welsh Government, no doubt. But within this situation, we've had 13 years of austerity, and the public do look to us to deliver that change for the country and deliver for our young children. And in Caerphilly County Borough Council, we've got an ambitious 21st century school programme in which we're investing in the future, in which we're building new schools, and in the future we'll be building more and more and more. And no matter how difficult it is, no matter how the economic sort of tide is flowing against us, we need to redouble our efforts as much as we possibly can to build those schools, to invest in the future, because narrowing the attainment gap is an absolute must for us. We shouldn't be looking just to narrow it. We should be looking to eradicate it to the best of our intentions possible. And with that, Chair, I will support motion 3. Thank you.
Let's take the next round before Gerald starts. Geraint, Mary-Ann, and in front as well. Thank you.
Chair Conference, Gerald Jones, Welsh Member of Parliament for Merthyr Tydfil and Rhymney, and proud member of Keir Starmer's team as the Shadow Minister for Wales, working beside our fantastic Secretary of State for Wales, Joe Stevens. For the past 13 years, we've seen the Conservatives have cut, and finally crashed our economy in that crazy budget. Communities here in Wales have seen all this before. When I was growing up in the 1980s, another Conservative government laid waste to my community, closing industries and throwing people on the dole. There are other similarities too. Then, as now, there is one group who bear the brunt of Tory policies: children. As Gordon Brown once said, child poverty is the scar that derailed by early poverty. It represents a cost that can never be fully counted. Conference, we know child poverty is brutal, it's heartbreaking, it impacts on educational outcomes, it impacts on adult productivity, and impacts on our economy. Just this week at Prime Minister's Questions, I highlighted that 800,000 children taken out of poverty by our Labour governments between 1997 and 2010, and contrasted the 500,000 children plunged back into poverty since the Tories took office 13 long years ago. When I gave the Prime Minister the chance to apologise for his party's failure, you'd think he would have jumped at the chance. Instead, he gave bluff and bluster. Conference, remember this when people question what a Labour government can achieve. When people say there's no difference between Labour and the Tories, we know that's rubbish. Labour governments have introduced Sure Start. We've had record funding for schools, tax credits, increasing child benefit, child trust funds, and introduced the UK's first ever national minimum wage. These weren't Tory policies, and they didn't happen by accident. They happened because the British people voted for a Labour government, and those Labour governments made eradicating child poverty a key priority. The area I grew up in, where I served as a councillor, was one of the most deprived communities in Wales. But thanks to investment in the early 2000s from a UK Labour government, working with a Welsh Labour government, we have light, and a Labour-run local authority, the community saw investment through a children's centre, a new school, employment units, all helping to improve life chances for our children. I'm proud that our Welsh Labour government, led by our First Minister Mark Drakeford, is continuing to tackle child poverty here in Wales with Flying Start, free school breakfasts, free school lunches, the most generous childcare offer in the country, the Pupil Deprivation Grant, Jobs Growth Wales, and the groundbreaking Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. Mark and our Senedd team are using the tools available to help mitigate child poverty in Wales. But to tackle child poverty, we desperately need a UK government to get our economy back on track. Keir Starmer set the 5 missions for our manifesto at the next election, which cannot come soon enough. Chief amongst these is the UK fastest growing major economy by the end of the first term in government. It's that ambition that will allow us to tackle child poverty in Britain again. So Conference, children across Wales and the UK screaming out for that Labour government. It can't come soon enough. Let's get out there and win it for the children across Wales.
Hello Conference, Mary-Ann Brocklesby, Monmouth CLP, and because of the ferocious hard work and dedication of our Labour activists in Newport East and Monmouth CLP, I stand before you as the first woman Labour leader of Monmouthshire County Council. And we're not stopping there, Conference. Next stop is Parliament, with our fabulous candidate, Councillor Catherine Fuchs, and after that we're taking the Senate seat, because Monmouth is going red. It's also going down. Right, I came to talk because one of the things that I think is so important about this debate is how we build a fairer and greener and stronger, which is truly inclusive. It's not just the right thing to do, morally, Conference, to make sure that women, that disabled people, that BAME people, and that people who are marginalised and have no voice have the right set of choices from the day they are born to the day they go into the labour market. It is not just the moral choice, it is the smart choice, because it makes our economy stronger, because we have a wider skill set from which we can start to build on. So when we are thinking about our green economy, and I've really thought about this in the context of Monmouthshire, because Monmouthshire is full of potential. It's a rural county, but it's connected to Cardiff, to Newport. It's got agriculture that if we could build it bigger, we could start to become the vegetable box of the whole of Wales. But at the moment, we're the most unequal in economic terms county in Wales. And most of our young people go elsewhere. We shouldn't be like that. And we should be thinking of what we mean by green jobs. Yes, renewables. Yes, technology that works in different ways. Yes, better use of data. Yes, let's have green steel. But let's have green jobs that allow women to be paid properly. Let's have green jobs that are about childcare. Let's have green jobs which transform the way that we have social care. Because don't get it wrong, Conference, green jobs are also about feminist and socialist jobs that make sure that we have an equal playing field for everyone. And we also need to think about what we need.
Apologies.
I think that's one point that's good enough. Thank you very much, Conference.
Prynhawn da pawb, Stephanie Grimshaw, dwi. I just want to, it's fantastic that we're talking about the big headline policies when we talk about education and the focus on education. But I wanted to give a little bit about the personal stories that means the world and how much a difference a teacher can make. I've talked about my personal experiences before on this stage, and I just want to give a bit of context as to how much of a benefit a teacher gave me. So, I am a survivor of child abuse from my father, and as a result of neglect, there was a house fire that actually ended up in the passing away of one of my baby brothers. And on that day, and this is kind of the things that no one talks about, but it is important, on that day, we were in bed, and when we fled for our lives, we had no shoes on our feet, and when I was kind of walking on the pavement, there was a lot of broken glass. I'll get to the point, it is important on education, I promise. So when I was walking on those pavements with the glass in my feet, one of my teachers was nearby, and my teacher took the shoes off her feet and gave her shoes to me. Then after that, the very next day when I was in school, I was put into school to kind of be away from kind of the things that had to happen within the family. When I was in school the next day, that teacher pulled me out of classes and had conversations with me that I needed to have. I didn't understand kind of what death was and what grief was. I had a teacher that sat by me throughout my education, throughout that experience, and made sure that I could thrive in an educational environment while going through that process. Even after that, unfortunately, I did also lose my mother. And again, it was a teacher that sat me down and spoke to me about, right, this isn't the end of you, this isn't the end of even her, you bring her with you. It was a teacher that allowed me to, again, process that grief. And it was a teacher that sat me down and spoke about what my dreams were, what my aspirations were. And I never thought I would be a person to win an election, to speak on stage now and speak about my experiences. but it is because of a teacher that I am doing this now. And that is why it's important that the education system gets the correct funding that I know our Welsh Labour government will give us, and we can get even more funding with the UK government, a Labour UK government as well. So just remember, when we are voting on these policies on education, there are stories behind these teachers. Our teachers make our politicians, they make our doctors, they make our nurses, but they also make our people and they make our souls as well. And I know that's cheesy, but I do believe that's true. Thank you, conference.
Woman in green. Sorry. And gentleman in... Yeah.
Geraint Davies, MP, Swansea West. We're asking ourselves, what difference can a Labour government make? And the reality is, in the last 10 years, in 10 years of the last Labour government, the economy grew by 40%. And that money was used to double the investment in education, double the investment in the health service, lift 1 million children out of poverty, lift 1 million pensioners out of poverty, and create our Welsh government. So a Labour government does make a difference. What we've seen since, of course, is austerity, stagnant growth, frozen wages. Situation within 10 years, the number of people using food banks grew by 100-fold to 2.6 million. Then we had the cost of living crisis in terms of Ukraine, and on top of that, profiteering from fossil fuel companies, from retailers. We saw 6% on inflation from Brexit. Inflation for food is 17%. 1 in 4 people living in food poverty. Had the Labour rate of growth continued, if we continued to have a Labour government, the average wages would be £9,000 higher. That's the difference a Labour government makes. And in Wales, we've got the resources, we've got the wind, the tidal, the solar to drive green growth. And I know in Swansea University in particular, we've got projects going to convert waste plastic into carbon nanotubes that can be used in electric vehicle batteries, in mobile phones, in medical devices. We've got projects that can convert slag heaps from old steelworks from billions of pounds of assets into billions of pounds of assets by converting them into iron ore, into zinc, into hydrogen. We've got schemes to convert off-peak renewables into hydrogen to put into the gas grid. And all this dependent on EU structural funding that's coming to an end. And I'm very glad to hear Keir said today that that is outrageous. We're calling on the Chancellor in the budget to keep those projects going, and I very much hope a new Labour government will keep that going. We also need our £5 billion fair share of HS2 funding. With Scotland are getting theirs, they're getting their £8 billion. We need the money to create a modern green transport system for Wales. And Transport for Wales has already come up with thank you for the lights, £2.5 billion, thank you, Transport for Wales actually. Transport for Wales will go at £2.5 billion worth of projects that can create jobs, wages, investment, drive us towards net zero, support the union. And that amount of money represents 10% of the 5% we should be due as Wales from the 28 billion Rachel Reeves and the Labour government has promised. So I hope in conclusion and say that Labour can, Labour will and Labour must deliver a stronger, fairer, greener future together. So support the Unite motion. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Bryn Handar, Tess Morris, Unison. I'm speaking on the motion regarding education. I'm actually going to speak on a personal element to it and be very open and honest about something, and I hope it's well received. I was born in 1982 and raised by a single parent, my father, along with my side, my sister, in one of the most deprived council estates in Leicester, in the East Midlands. And between 1982 and 1992, I attended a standard state school. Due to circumstantial changes for my father, I was then placed into a school through the Catholicism, the Roman Catholic Church, a school that was in a more affluential area, a school that was funded better, a school that had a lot more books, And it was soon discovered that at the age of 10, I couldn't read and write. I couldn't tell you what the 26 letters of the alphabet were. I could tell you them. I could tell you Annie, A was for Annie and B was for ball, but I couldn't identify them, write them, or do anything with them. I then was placed into a special needs educational programme through the school. And I was advised I'd have to be kept back a year because I wasn't clever enough to go with my peers, and my father refused that. I didn't leave school with much education. I haven't been to university. I am not rich enough, unfortunately, at the time. The grants were taken away. And I've moved to Wales, and I live in an area where our community is wonderful. You know, we stick together. I'm a parent governor now. I still don't have any education, by the way, apart from the few bits I've picked up through Unison. And I'm proud of a couple of things I've got under my name. But as a parent governor and a worker who's struggling to make ends meet, I worry about my 2 children. They're the reason why I get up every day, and they're the reason why I do what I can. But I'm struggling to provide to them the things that my father couldn't provide to me. And I worry that in a deprived area, and as much as I know there's people here from the Rhondda, as much as I love the area, it's not an affluential area. And I worry that my children will be naturally disadvantaged. And what's more is, I worry about the families that are in that school that I'm a parent governor of, who don't have working...
To wrap up, please. We're getting short of time. I apologise.
Diolch yn fawr. That don't have working families, that are reliant upon state benefits, that are worse off than my family. So it's so important that we fund the schools that are able to enable those children to leave school with GCSEs and leave school with the opportunity to go to places like university. Because I'm sadly too old to go back, but I want to create a better future for my children and my children's friends. So please support the motion for education. Diolch yn fawr.
I'm afraid these will be the last 2 I'm going to ask to speak because we are running out of time. I do apologise. Thank you.
No problem. Conference, Marie MacDonald, GMB Union, supporting motion 6, automation and skills. Conference, for many of our members, the world of work is changing fast and the pace of change has accelerated during the pandemic. Nearly half of our members say their jobs have been changed by technology in the last 5 years. A third of GMB members say that their employers have introduced new technology during the pandemic. Conference, we live in an age of global instability, including Russia's brutal and senseless invasion of Ukraine. This instability is affecting all workers who rely on trade. However, these questions are not fundamentally new. Automation is one of the oldest challenges that trade unionists have had to face. We are not against new technology, and I need to make that clear. But it must be used to make work better, not replace our workforce. That will demand new rights, such as motion that says consultation rights when technology is introduced. Conference, 1 in 3 GMB members reported to us that surveillance at work has negatively affected their mental health. We all remember the blacklisting scandal. Monitoring at work is nothing new, but more data is being collected about us than ever before. From barcode scanners that record the rate at which warehouse workers retrieve items, who are then pushed harder and harder until their mental health breaks, to software that monitors every website, every click, even the expressions on a worker's face. So always on camera in drivers' cabs, robbing our members of their privacy at every moment of their working day. GMB is a fighting organisation and winning for workers in the platform of economy. Some said that recognition cannot be reached within this group of workers, but the proof is in our agreements and our campaigns, in the rep structures that we are building and the rights won by workers in this quickly growing part of the economy. Conference, we will face different challenges in the years ahead. Every year, employers are outsourcing more decisions, making complex computer programs. Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
We must be ready. There is another version of the future we must fight for. Technology can be used to create jobs, alleviate mundane processes, and relieve the strains of everyday heavy lifting, and make critical information available quicker. But workers' voices need to be heard for that to happen. Please support this motion.
Conference, peace be upon you. Mehboob Basha, Unite Delegate, Swansea Energy and Service Branch. Conference, I am here in favour of supporting the motion, education funding. Conference, coming from Black, Asian, minority, ethnic background, we face great disadvantage in education, job, and opportunities in day-to-day life. COVID made clearly thus visible than before. Being a school governor in Swansea catchment area, poorly educated BME people limit economic capacity of produce, growth, and innovate. School failure damage social cohesion and mobility, and impose additional costs on public budgets to deal with the consequence. Higher spending on public health, social support, and great criminality, among others. For all these reasons, improving equity in education, reducing school failure, increasing funding to comprehensive schools should be a higher priority in all Wales education policy agenda. Many researchers, as I work in higher education institution, shows that equity can go in hand by hand with the quality, and that reduce school failure strengthens individuals and societies. Capacity to respond to the recession and contribute to the economic growth and social well-being. This means that invest in the higher quality schooling and equal opportunity for all from the early years, at least the end of upper secondary is most profitable. Students who have enriched school experience will be more likely to stay in education and successful transfer to the labor market. Those who struggle at early stage but receive adequate timely support, which we hear from the councillors, a few speakers before, guidance have a higher probability of finishing despite any difficulties in the families or social background. Conference. Last year I came to this stage. In the conference, I saw only 4 BME members. Myself, Vaughan, and 2 of the members from the Unison. Conference, I'm very pleased to see this year we have 11 members in this conference. And also in the Welsh Labour, we got 2 more staff. Conference, that is the change we have seen in 1 year. Conference, please support this education motion. This will support most of the BME people who have been struggling through from the COVID pandemic. It will also help them. Support the education funding. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Can I please ask Vaughan Gethin to close the debate? Thank you, Vaughan.
Well, diolch cadeirydd Prynhawn Conference. It's a pleasure to be back in Llandudno for a gathering that sees our party fighting fit, delivering in government and pushing the Tories back. As I arrived in Llandudno yesterday, I was reminded of the town's long history in playing host to future prime ministers. In the 1860s, Billy Hughes walked the streets of Llandudno before going on to become the Labour Prime Minister of Australia. Decades later, in a life with plenty of controversy, Hughes was said to have traded insults yn Gymraeg with Lloyd George, a man with his own colourful history, who addressed crowds in Llandudno before becoming Prime Minister. Now, learning to swear in Welsh may not be an essential skill for a Prime Minister, but addressing conference in Llandudno should be an essential stop on the route to number 10. And conference, Welsh Labour's unique place in the party and our nation's unique place in the UK is an enormous asset for the fairer, greener UK we want to see the next UK Labour government create. As Mark has so often said, the UK is better off for having Wales within it, and Wales is better for being within the UK. A truly strong Welsh economy, where prosperity defeats poverty, will, by definition, help to mean a fairer UK economy. One where we end the senseless economic centralism that feeds inequality and corrodes public trust. That's why Keir's announcement today matters. The Tory betrayal on post-EU funds cost Wales more than £1.1 billion. It means a £375 million shaped hole in our budget every year, stripping away support for areas like apprenticeships, employability schemes, high-value research and jobs in our universities, as well as investment in renewable energy and transport projects. Nobody voted for Wales to have less say over less money. In fact, the Tories offered the opposite, promising that Wales would not lose a single penny in their 2019 manifesto. But that pledge, like so many others, was thrown onto the bonfire of manifesto commitments the moment Boris Johnson lumbered into number 10. By confirming that Wales will once again have decision-making powers over these funds, Keir is showing what true partnership looks like. And my priorities as Economy Minister continue to be creating better jobs,
in stronger businesses and narrowing the skills divide to help tackle poverty. That is the root of an economic future built by all of us. Working people and their skills are the top priority for me as we invest in the support that young people deserve for the future that we need. Last month, I announced extra help for young people accessing our Jobs Growth Wales Plus programme. That means doubling the training allowance payment, a new free meal allowance, cover for 100% of travel costs for a temporary period, and extending eligibility to 19-year-olds. We're also prioritising help for workers on low pay, with free, flexible courses designed to boost their career prospects. Our React Plus programme, first developed with the Wales TUC, is also being enhanced. More help for people facing redundancy, with money for pressures like childcare and transport. Conference, I've also invested more in apprenticeships, but I realise that young people need more help than ever before. Most of us don't know what it's like to have the years of late adolescence and early youth blighted by a global pandemic. As we take forward our Young Persons Guarantee, made possible by your campaigning efforts in the 2021 Senedd election, we have listened to young people to better understand their needs. Conference, that's why today I can confirm that we're providing an extra £1 million for targeted mental health support for our apprentices. Better mental health means a better working life with better prospects for the future. That is what a successful economy, based on values and built for the long term, looks like. Our long-term economic mission relies on partnerships here in Wales. Our partnerships with trade unions are made possible because people give their time to protect and advance the interests of those around them. I was struck by Francis O'Grady's definition of trade unionism as the freedom to look after each other at work. That's what drew me into the movement, and that is what I've seen in action through my working life, as a workplace rep, a trade union lawyer, and now as a government minister. I run ballots as a rep. I was the president of the Wales TUC. I understand the difficult situation that members face and respect the role that unions play, working through tough times to seek progress for the dedicated workers that they represent. Contrast that with the Tories. Conference, the anti-union strikes bill is a gimmick designed for division. I've met with UK ministers on that bill, and I left them in no doubt about my position. Public service workers are not the biggest threat to our services. The biggest threat to public services is a Tory Prime Minister. And Conference, the economy motions before us this afternoon, submitted by Unite, USDAW and the Musicians' Union, show once again the true voice of organised labour. The WEC recommendation is to support these motions, and I'm pleased that we have fresh opportunities to engage in government on these issues. That's why I'm consulting with businesses and unions on the Manufacturing Action Plan. I look forward to meeting with Unite and sister unions to discuss maximising opportunities for a low-carbon future. Within the last month, I launched our innovation strategy and net zero skills plan. As well as working with USDAW, our support for retail is linked to promoting fair and secure work. And on creative industries that blaze a trail for Wales, I want to see the promotion and diversity and a focus on access, and that will be a priority for Welsh Labour in government. And in finishing, Conference, our past, our present, and our future are built on partnership. That is how we will deliver Welsh Labour's vision for a stronger, fairer, greener Wales. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. I'm now going to take the vote on the motions 3, 4, 5 and 6. And the WEC is supporting approval of each motion. So I take the vote on motion 3 first. 4. Okay. It passes. Yep. Vote motion 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. Passes. Motion 5. 4. We're getting it now.
Passes.
Passes. Motion 6. 4. And passes. Thank you. Thank you, conference. Thank you. We're now going to move on to our third panel on the stage this afternoon. It's going to be the Northern Ireland debate, marking 25 years since the Good Friday Agreement. And we're delighted to have with us a colleague from the SDLP. That will be Claire Hanna. Neil Griffiths will be chairing, and we're delighted to also have the former Secretary of Northern Ireland, which is Lord Paul Murphy. Thank you. Just getting themselves organised now.
Yeah, we're not going to move. It's so way behind. Just until some.
Sorry? Was that okay?
So bad.
I know. We should have not taken the last speakers.
No, it's fine, don't worry.
But what can we do?
It wasn't that debate, it was, I think, we're behind because of the morning session.
Yeah, it's thrown us. Come on, I've got to get going because Paul's got to get...
Crack on.
Go for it, Neil. Because Paul's got to get a train at 20 to 5. 20 to 5? It's... Okay. When you ready?
Prananda Ganhadles, Parliament Barod. Good afternoon, conference. Everybody ready to begin? This afternoon, in the run-up to the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, it gives me immense pleasure to have two very knowledgeable panellists with us here this afternoon. First of all, the Lord Paul Murphy, who was a former Secretary of State for Wales, but also, of course, for Northern Ireland, and was absolutely key in developing and working towards and doing the huge amount of preparation that led up to the actual signing of the Good Friday Agreement. And Claire Hanna, who is the MP for Belfast South and who is also the Deputy Leader of the SDLP, that is the Social Democratic and Labour Party in Northern Ireland. So I'd like to start by asking our panellists perhaps just to say a few words about where they feel that we are now. For me, the Good Friday Agreement was one of the outstanding achievements of the last Labour government, and I think it was particularly momentous because in my formative years I had seen so much of the troubles on our television screens, and I think it's sometimes difficult as we look back just to realise quite how significant that agreement was. So I'm going to hand over now to Lord Paul Murphy.
Is it on? Yeah. Nia, thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be back in Llandudno. It's a particular pleasure to be talking about the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement. We had an immensely moving address this morning by Mark, and a lot of what he said was relevant to what eventually we agreed in Belfast. But it was also relevant because it was in Belfast on 5:30 p.m., April the 10th, 1998, George Mitchell, who chaired the talks, wrote down his gavel and said, the agreement is made. There wasn't a dry eye, including mine, in the room, because it had brought to an end 40 years almost of misery, of conflict and of despair, and it replaced it with hope and with peace. What better way for any socialist politician to spend their time than to make and help make peace? And on that day of April the 10th, 1998, I reflected that the first time that I came to Northern Ireland some years before, I had seen a very different place from anywhere else in the world that I'd seen before. Police stations which looked like fortresses, alarms going off, bombs being set off. And I reflect also that the first time that I came to a conference in Llandudno was in the 1970s, and during the course of those 30 years, 3,500 men, women and children perished. Not just in Northern Ireland, but mainly there, but also, of course, in Britain as well. And so what the agreement did, after years of negotiation, every day, in, out of negotiations, was to change the whole world in Northern Ireland in a way that none of us would have ever anticipated. I won't go into the details of what it did. You can read those on the internet for yourself, but it set up an assembly and an executive, which isn't meeting, of course, at the moment. It improved relations between the North and the South. Britain and Ireland, for the first time for many, many years, became deeply involved in the future of Northern Ireland. Prisoners, controversially, were released. Decommission eventually happened. Human rights were improved. The police was transformed. Criminal justice was changed. The Irish language was recognised. All these things in a document which, above all else, indicated that the people of Northern Ireland themselves, by consent, will decide their future. And that was new. The government and Parliament of Ireland did away with Articles 2 and 3 of their constitution, which lay claim to the North. And we, in the House of Commons, I took the bill through in 1998, said that the principle of consent was vital. And finally, and perhaps most importantly of all, it meant there was, in the jargon, parity of esteem, by which we meant that Unionists and Republicans and Nationalists and people who were none of those things now lived in harmony. 25 years ago, that was signed. And we recognize the importance of that over the next few weeks, not least of which will be in Belfast towards the end of April. We didn't get everything right, and it took years and years to resolve many of the issues. Even today, as Claire will tell us in a minute, the Assembly and the Executive are not functioning because of controversies over the so-called Northern Ireland Protocol. But I conclude on just this thought, that if there hadn't been a Labour victory in 1997, if there hadn't been a Tony Blair or a Mo Mowlam, if there hadn't been the enthusiasm of a brand new government, both in Dublin, as it happened with Bertie Ahern, but also in London, we wouldn't have had the Good Friday Agreement, and we wouldn't have had that peace. Not perhaps for a long time. And to me, as a Welsh socialist, a Welsh Labour Party member for all these years, to me, it was and remains the greatest achievement of the Labour Party of the last century.
Thank you very much indeed, Paul. But I'd like to hand over now to Claire, perhaps to add her thoughts.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here from Labour's sister party in Northern Ireland. And of course, when John Hume, the founder of our party, who later went on to win the Nobel Prize for designing the Good Friday Agreement, founded the SDLP, he was obviously focused on the civil rights and the conflict of the time and national self-determination, but he very firmly located our party within the Social Democratic and Labour family and tradition in Europe and in the world. And we've been very grateful for the support we've had from Labour, certainly since my colleague Colm Eastwood and I were elected to Parliament in 2019 after a few wilderness years for the SDLP. As was laid out very clearly there, it is 25 years on from the Good Friday Agreement, which actually put in place a framework to address a conflict which wasn't just 40 years old. It was actually, hundreds of years of failure really to address that that issue. And it did so by organising the relationships that affect the lives of people in Northern Ireland into 3 distinct strands, looking at things within Northern Ireland, between North and South, and between East and West. And that all did, as I say, come from the imagination and the intellect of John Hume, with huge support from the Labour government of the time. And I think it's very, very clear, as you've said, that we wouldn't have got that over the line. The cards wouldn't have been in the right place, and it's we mightn't be where we are now. But where we are now isn't as good as it gets for Northern Ireland. And I've been in the hall for the last for the afternoon, listening to the ideas and the policies and the protections that Labour in Wales is offering to people here through devolution, and unfortunately that is absent in Northern Ireland. The Assembly has been down 40% of the time since 1998, and that sort of stop-start approach to government means that we aren't meaningfully changing people's lives through health and through education and through the economy. So what we'll be trying to do in this 25th anniversary is to show that the Good Friday Agreement's values and principles of partnership and cooperation and mutual respect are as valuable as ever. But people need more than just an end to conflict. People need to see it being properly used to change their lives. I don't want us to spend these couple of months going as an ornament. Isn't that wonderful that we did that 25 years ago? But to treat the Good Friday Agreement really as a toolkit, and to contemporise it and look to the future instead. The elephant in the room for us is Brexit. It really, the agreement was about softening lines around identity and sovereignty and borders, and unfortunately since Brexit that's all we've talked about in Northern Ireland, and it has had a really polarising effect, including leading to the suspension of government that we're in at the moment. There are some reforms that the agreement needs to incentivise more compromise and to make it function better, but perhaps we'll get into that later. But what Northern Ireland needs, I think, like Wales needs and England needs and Scotland needs, is a Labour government and a UK government that have the institutional memory to know what Northern Ireland needed, and it still needs, and that won't use it as a political football or a way to address factionalism in its own party. So we will certainly be doing everything we can to help you achieve that goal next year.
Thank you very much indeed. If I can then move on to the present time, and we've seen the Prime Minister talking up the latest agreement, the Windsor Framework as it's called, and I wonder if Paul would like to share his thoughts on whether that is going to solve problems and be successful.
Well, I don't like in any way agreeing with the Tory Prime Minister at a Labour Party conference, but I will a little bit, and that's on what Rishi Sunak has done on the protocol, because he'd been preceded by 2 Prime Ministers who knew absolutely nothing about Northern Ireland, and one in particular, Boris Johnson, who himself created this so-called protocol, and then within months was denouncing it as the worst thing that he's ever seen. But I think that the fact that Sunak has negotiated with the European Union is significant, is better than it was, and we as the Labour Party support it. The problem is, of course, as Claire will tell you in a second, that the DUP is still undecided as to whether to accept it or not. But they and others forget that part of the agreement was the establishment of an assembly, just like we've got a Senate. And you can't keep on having a parliament coming in, going out, because people disagree with certain policies. At the moment in Northern Ireland, there are at least 39 huge decisions which have to be taken by ministers and cannot be because there are no ministers. That can't continue. And so therefore I think we will have to get to a stage at one time where we might have to look again at some of the details of the agreement. So we're all waiting, basically, for the DUP to make up their minds whether in fact they will accept this protocol change. And just finally, is a little very important point, that the European Union was a huge contributor, as was the United States of America, to the success of the peace process. Our joint membership of that club meant that our relations with the Irish government were better than it ever had been, and they had structural funding. We were talking earlier on, Keir and Mark were talking about structural funds. Well, we had structural funds in Northern Ireland, which came from the European Union specifically for the purposes of peace. And so we were helped by those, and when we left it, Brexit has actually put a torpedo into the peace process, or the political process at least, in Northern Ireland. All these rows about the protocol, all the issue about the assembly up and running is about Brexit. And remember that 56% of the people of Northern Ireland voted to remain in the European Union. So we hope.
And perhaps I could ask Claire to pick up there, but also to tell us what is her assessment of whether there will be a return to power sharing and whether indeed unionists would ever serve under a Sinn Féin First Minister.
Yeah, I mean, the framework is, it is probably a little bit better than we were expecting the deal to be. Like you, I struggled to heap too much praise on a UK Prime Minister, and he was just cleaning up his colleagues' mess, but it definitely is, and I think the vast majority of people and the business community really do see it as a way to improve and regularise our trade, but also just a way to stop having the same conversation. For what it's worth, if I had to put money on it, I think the DUP probably will. I think that about 55% likely, because they really have nowhere else to go, because people are kind of over, as I say, having this same conversation, and really the DUP have been enabled in terms of how they've approached Brexit by factions within the Conservative Party who've kind of pulled them even further to the right and kind of given them cover each time, and I get the sense in Westminster there people are ready to move on, because what the framework does, it makes sure that any of the frictions that Brexit put on our east-west trade between Britain and Northern Ireland are eased, but it does give us a unique dual market access, and I don't say that to kind of rub salt in the wound of, you know, Welsh lamb farmers or anything like that, but it is a unique selling point for Northern Ireland, and we've never really had one of those before. And as John Hume always said, the best peace process is a job, so we really, really want to harness the economic opportunity that this gives us. But there are problems with the framework. There's a thing in it called the Stormont Break, which is basically a way for the DUP to veto things that they don't like. And anybody who watches Northern Ireland politics will know that if the word no was taken out of the dictionary, the DUP wouldn't have a lot to say. So there's kind of, it's like putting a big red button in front of somebody and telling them not to press it. So that is something that we're trying to work through at the moment, because we don't need another layer of dysfunction. We already have mechanisms that really have outlived their usefulness in the Good Friday Agreement that have allowed the DUP to pull the brake. For what it's worth, I think there are elements with the DUP who have never internalised the concept of parity of esteem or equality, and are really going to struggle to serve under a nationalist First Minister, which is one of the reasons we tried a year and a half ago to regularise the titles of First Minister. The Deputy First Minister can't order paperclips without the say-so of the First Minister. They are co-equal positions, and we think it would better reflect the dynamic and the principle of parity of esteem in Northern Ireland if they were equalised. But cross your fingers, I think the DUP probably will. They just might take their time about it.
I'm very conscious that Paul has to go very shortly, so perhaps a very last comment. I don't know if you'd like to talk about the impact of the devolution to Wales and Scotland on the situation in Northern Ireland.
I forgot to mention, foolishly, the role of John Hume and David Trimble and Martin McGuinness, all dead, of course, now. Others too, David Irvine from the Loyalists, men and women who gave their lives to produce peace, and in some cases change their lives from doing awful things to doing good things. On one occasion, for example, I met a group of so-called loyalist brigadiers in Belfast, and I was the only person in the room who hadn't murdered anybody. It was like that. You had to forget all this stuff when you were actually dealing with people. And you forget also, I think, that 25 years ago is a quarter of a century, and that you've got to be in your 50s, really, to have been alert to what was happening 25 years ago, or perhaps in your 40s, because it's that long ago. And the problem with that, it can sometimes breed complacency. You can start taking things for granted, that it's always been like this, where it hasn't always been like this, and the Good Friday Agreement changed it. Now, what about the Welsh connection? When I was chairing those talks back in 1997-98, the Ulster Unionist Party, led by David Trimble, was against devolution. The fact that we, at the very same time as these talks were going on, as a Labour government, after the referenda, were establishing assemblies in Cardiff and parliaments in Scotland, completely changed the way in which the Ulster Unionists perceived devolution. They could see that you could have an assembly in Belfast and a parliament in Scotland and an assembly then in Cardiff and still be within the United Kingdom. So that changed. And then over the years, they looked very often to devolution in Wales for ideas on how to deal with the public services that they were running. And one particular one, which is unique to us, is the way in which the Welsh language is dealt with in Wales by both the government and the Assembly and generally amongst the population. And that was of huge significance, particularly to the nationalist community in Northern Ireland. And so there was a lot to learn from each other. And so I think that Wales played its part in producing peace in Northern Ireland, not just by sending me across there as a Welshman, not sure what to do when I got there all those years ago, but by actually showing an example of how devolution can work well and without conflict and without division. And that was what was happening in Wales, and that's what all of us hope and pray is going to happen in Belfast in the few weeks ahead.
If I may just hand over to Claire to wind up and perhaps give us a feeling of the mood in Northern Ireland at the moment.
Yeah, well, I think it is worth reminding people that, 70+% of people last May voted for parties who wanted to be back in Stormont and who wanted to be making it work. You mentioned there, I mean, I was just coming 18 at the time of the Good Friday Agreement, not quite in my 50s yet, but no, if somebody pointed out that actually for people who are, but they think of, it's probably the same distance for people in their 50s from the end of the Second World War, and they think, well, I'm glad it happened, but it doesn't shape my life as much anymore. So what we, as I say, have to do is to resell those values of partnership to younger people. And just to say, yes, thank you. Wales has, we did just eventually pass 25 years after language legislation in Parliament just before Christmas. But Labour in Wales does continue to kind of model how you do devolution and how you use those structures to improve life for people, and we're grateful for that.
Well, thank you very much. If I may say a very warm thank you to our panellists, and I know that Paul absolutely has to shoot off.
Right, can I please thank you for a really interesting conversation, reminding us of the hard-won peace in Northern Ireland and how we must all continue to work together to protect it. Can I just please apologise? There's going to be a change in the conference agenda. It's mainly due to time constraints. And we're now going to welcome our very, very special guest from the Ukraine. And straight after that, the health debate will follow. I please assure you of that. That's going to happen. Our special guest is going to talk to us about the year on from the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I was proud last year when our conference stood in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, and I'm delighted to welcome Lisha Zubrana, who's a member of the Parliament for Ukraine, to address our conference. There'll be a panel discussion to follow, and that will be chaired by Jane Hart with Steve Doughty and Mick Antonew. So thank you.
Okay, thank you to the hardy conference goers who are, despite the time, still with us. Thank you very much. We have, time is tight, but we have a very interesting panel discussion taking place now. So just introduce, and we're very pleased, as the chair has just said, to welcome Lesia with us this afternoon from Ukraine, and then we'll ask you to say a few words. We're also joined by Stephen Doughty, MP, who's the Shadow Minister in the FCDO team in Westminster. And obviously these people don't need much introduction, you know them all. Meg Anthony, who's the MS for Pontypridd, and so obviously as well got a Ukrainian heritage as well. And our Minister for Social Justice, Jane Hutt. So do you want to say a few words to start, and then we'll get on to a couple of questions we've got. Okay.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that it's a big honor to me to be present on this conference and to have the possibility to say that we highly appreciate all your support. I mean, all support from Welsh government, from Wales, from all Welsh people for Ukraine just now. Because now we have very difficult historical period in our life. And of course, without your support, your efforts and your concern, it's impossible for us to win in this terrible war. I know that about 100,000 of Ukrainian refugees are still live in the United Kingdom. And a lot of them, they have really very good conditions, very good attitude in Wales. And I would like to say you thank you very much from all Ukrainian people, from Ukrainian parliament, from Ukrainian government, that you care about our people. And actually, I would like to add, you know that now in this historical period, we have very, very good communication, connection, and friendship, but we have also very good historical connections. Because, for example, Cardiff, the capital of Wales, is twin city for our city Lugansk. Unfortunately, Lugansk is temporarily occupied by Russia, but we hope that in the nearest future it will be independence city, and so we will also develop our collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lesia. Okay, so as we know, we've just marked the first anniversary of Putin's barbaric invasion of Ukraine, and although we know that his activities in that area have been going on a number of years before that. So the first question we're going to discuss and debate, and particularly, Lesia, to you and your constituents in Kyiv have lived through this, and I know Stephen and Mick have got first-hand experience, of course. So the war didn't start, obviously, last year, but back in 2014. So what do you think that we can do to ensure that Putin is defeated and Ukraine is free? And I think linked to that, because we're 1 year in, how do we combat the fatigue?
Thank you for the question. You know, of course, it was a great challenge for our country, and it was a great challenge for our president, for our parliament, for our government also. In the beginning of the war, we were shocked, but we hadn't doubt that we have to stay with our people, to support our army, and to support common Ukrainian people in this struggle. And now, what is the most important for Ukraine, and not only for Ukraine, is unity. You know, actually, I would like to highlight that now we are fighting not only for our independence and not only for our territory. We are fighting for all democratic values. And according to our way, because we have chosen the way to the European Union, to the Europe, to the Western values, we have a war. Because Russia doesn't want for any country to be independent, to live in a free democratic world. And I'm sure that you know that Ukraine, it's not a first step of Russia. The first step was Georgia in 2008, then invasion to eastern part of Ukraine, Crimea. Now we have full-scale war in Ukraine, and the next one will be other Eastern European countries. And step by step, Putin and top political and military leaders, they want, to establish Russia empire through, I suppose, all the world. So, in this case, we have to join forces. And we highly appreciate to Great Britain in military assistance, in finance assistance, in sanctions, in humanitarian assistance. I would like to say that you have done a lot of work and a lot of support for us. But what is the most important? To believe in the victory of freedom, to believe in the victory of all democratic values, and to be united in this struggle.
Thank you, Alessia. Stephen, can I ask you the same question in terms of the defeat of Putin and that issue of fatigue 1 year on?
Well, I'd agree with everything that Lesia said, and having seen for myself the situation in and around Kiev, in Lesia's own constituency back in September, I was very honoured to be able to travel out there, but also, as well as to meet resilient and absolutely brilliant and brave Ukrainian people, I also saw the reality for myself of the atrocities that Russia has committed. I visited places like Bucha and Hostomel and Irpin, and it's a really shocking sight when you drive out of Kiev, which is a Western, beautiful, wonderful, vibrant European city, and then you see residential buildings with rocket holes in them, mass graves, minefields, buildings burnt to the ground. It is truly a sobering experience. I think there are a number of things that we've got to do, and Keir and David and myself and John Healey have been absolutely clear and united in this from the beginning, which is we have to stay the course. We can't allow any sort of fatigue or get our attentions drawn elsewhere. This is a battle, as Leslie said, not just for Ukraine, but for all of our values and for all of our security, and for European security and global security more broadly. And we have to continue to support Ukraine militarily. We have to continue to support in terms of the humanitarian need. But the costs of reconstruction are going to be absolutely immense. When you see the infrastructure that's been damaged, when you see cities like Mariupol that have been razed to the ground in that classic Putin tactic that he used elsewhere in Chechnya and in Syria and elsewhere, the costs of this are going to be huge. And the cost, for example, of mine clearance alone, let's not forget that Putin is mining agricultural land, he's booby-trapping residential buildings, he's indiscriminately using weapons on civilian areas. The huge costs of clearing that up are going to be significant. So we have to move beyond just freezing Russian assets with the sanctions regime that we have to seizing them and repurposing them for Ukraine, because Russia must pay for the damage they've done. And this is a point we will be making absolutely clear over the coming weeks and in the run-up to the reconstruction conference this summer. We've got to stay the course, and we've got to build the diplomatic coalition as well. And I've been doing a lot travelling around Europe, speaking to our sister parties, speaking to other European countries about why we must be with Ukraine for as long as they need to secure their liberty and their future.
Thank you, Stephen. Nick?
Well, I was in Kyiv till the day before the invasion, and just returned from Kyiv on the anniversary. This is something that's also deeply personal for me. I have family members that are serving in Ukraine at the moment. And I think it's important to remind everyone, why is there this obligation of Britain and international communities to support Ukraine? Because in 1994, Ukraine gave up the third largest arsenal of nuclear weapons in the world upon guarantees that were given that the sovereignty and the freedom of Ukraine would be protected. One of those signatories was Russia, that has breached that. I read in a paper this morning, someone said, a writer who said, well, we need peace. Well, I tell you, everyone I meet in Ukraine wants peace. They're at the front line of the missiles of destruction. But it said, what we need to send to Ukraine is diplomats, not weapons. Well, I tell you, we have the diplomats. We've had the diplomats year after year after year. If Ukraine doesn't have the weapons, if it hadn't had the weapons, there would now be no Ukraine. You know, there's one slogan that's emerged, I hear people saying in Ukraine and elsewhere. If Russia stops fighting, then there will be peace. If Ukraine stops fighting, there will be no Ukraine. We have an obligation under international law and under democratic rules, under the rule of law, to ensure that Ukraine wins. And that is the way in which peace will be achieved. And that is why it's so important the support continues. Because Ukraine is the front line for Europe, for democracy and for international law in Europe. We must be under no illusions that that is part of what the challenge is. And if we value that, then we have to work hand in hand with Ukraine to support Ukraine, because it's our values also that are under threat.
Thank you.
Can I just say how pleased I am to also be Minister for Social Justice, oh right, hanged it over, to be able to help lead with the humanitarian response. And can I thank you for coming last night to the women's meeting here. Leisha came to the women's meeting and spoke powerfully to us about the role of women in Ukraine, the increasingly powerful role you have in Parliament, and I congratulate you on your role in Parliament and also chairing a committee. And of course, women are on the front line as well, aren't they, Mick? You've said on the front line. And so many of the Ukrainians we welcome to Wales, which you all are playing a part in, local authorities, communities, households, are women and children. And I want to just say, that a year on, the anniversary has given us an opportunity to say again that we are a nation of sanctuary. We welcome you, as Mark Drakeford, our First Minister, said. We welcome you. We welcome everyone who is fleeing the conflict, but we welcome Ukrainians. You're playing a wonderful role in Wales now, in jobs, in education, and you're in our communities. So we just want to, again, say our commitment to you and our strength and solidarity with you is for the coming weeks till you do win a win against Putin. And so much, such great applause for you, Leisha, as a woman leader in Ukraine. Diolch yn fawr, thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Just wanted to, leading on from that, actually, in terms of, we know that Wales has been home to many Ukrainian people since last February. We're very proud of our record, I think, as a nation of sanctuary. Just a few weeks ago, on the weekend of the anniversary, we held a vigil in Merthyr Tydfil. Families from Ukraine who came along, and it was heartening and very emotional, actually, to see them coming along. But I just wanted to ask, perhaps, Lesia and Jane, really, in terms of 1 year on. I know you, Lesia, met some people in Cardiff earlier this week. What you feel perhaps we could do, what more we could do to support people during this time, that have built their homes in Wales.
Thank you. Yes, 1 week ago, we had the possibility to visit Ukrainian Hub, Ukrainian Center in Cardiff. And it was a great pleasure for me to meet women, kids, a lot of people from Ukraine, and they really highly appreciate your support. I mean, support from Welsh government, from Welsh people, and they really find very nice attitude for them in this difficult situation. We discussed how they live, what issues they have, and even we, think about interesting ideas, and I would like to share with you some of these ideas. First of all, if we talk about the conditions of life, we highly appreciate to the British government and to the Welsh government about establish the program Homes for Ukraine, because, as I mentioned in the beginning, more than 100,000 of Ukrainian refugees now have the possibility to stay safe in Great Britain. And a lot of them are in Wales. And of course, the most important and the most difficult question for them is long-term accommodation and the possibility to stay. Because according to the sponsorship program, sometimes they have to leave their accommodation after 6 months. Unfortunately, you know, in the beginning of the war, we also thought that we will win in 2-3 months. But unfortunately, after 1 year, we believe in our victory, but we don't know how many times we need to finish this war. So, of course, people concerned about this. And the next issue which we discussed with all these people is about their future, I mean after 2024. Because a lot of our kids, they study in schools in Wales, and also many of them, they learn Welsh language, they are trying, you know, to involve in the environment. And of course, their parents a little bit concerned about their future, about the finishing of this program and what will be the next. Of course, it will be good if in 1 month we will have a victory, but who knows when it will happen. So people asked me as a member of Ukrainian parliament to help them, maybe to communicate with members of parliament, with Welsh government about this. And what is the most also interesting fact and interesting idea? You know, in this Ukrainian hub, the idea of this hub is to provide humanitarian assistance to Ukrainian refugees. A lot of humanitarian assistance was provided by Commonwealth people, and we highly appreciate this. But now what they are ready to do? They asked us about the possibility, and we discussed with Mick and Stephen, to establish special Ukrainian Welsh Culture Center. You know, they want to do the next step. They want to collaborate in culture, in language activity. They want this center to have some interesting, maybe speaking clubs, Ukrainian exhibition, Ukrainian examples of arts, Welsh Ukrainian exhibitions, to develop our cultural, to develop our historical communication and collaboration. And I will also ask our embassy to help in this question. I will also ask Welsh Parliament, government, MPs to help us. And I think it will be a great idea if in Wales, in Cardiff, we will establish this first center, because it will be the center for the collaboration on the different level, not humanitarian, but for the cultural, educational, and national level. And I think it will be a great example for Great Britain, because I absolutely believe that Ukraine and Wales are very high educated, high cultural nations, and we can really find our good friendship in this sphere.
Thank you, Lesia. Jane.
Can I, well, it's interesting actually, Mick and Stephen and I went to a Ukrainian arts festival organised last year in the Sherman Theatre. And, you know, the seeds of this are growing, and I really look forward to discussing it further. But you've raised some really important points about our responsibilities to the thousands we have welcomed through our super sponsor route, and also all those who are being hosted by families across Wales. So that what we're doing now is investing in ways in which they can have housing to move on from the welcome centres, the initial accommodation, where we provide wraparound support. People who have, of course, Ukrainians with visas have had that opportunity to come straight into that support, which can be for language, accessing schools, jobs, But then, of course, many want to move on into independent accommodation, and of course, many have jobs and children at school. So yes, actually, from the 1st of April, we got our budget through last year. We've got another £40 million to actually fund our work to support Ukrainians and their families next year. That budget has gone through, and it will include also, in addition to that, funding for housing, for people in housing need across Wales, or for all people in housing need. So I can assure you that, you know, every Ukrainian refugee who's come to Wales, we will look after them. And can I thank all our local authorities as well, because they're absolutely at the forefront of looking after them, working as we do in Wales in partnership. But just finally to say, but the way we do this is to listen to our Ukrainian friends and guests, because they can also help us get this right, learn what's the best route forward, and also to say we have Ukrainians playing in our football teams across Wales. We've got Ukrainians in our schools, working in our care sectors, working in the economy, working in our universities. And their skills and contribution of Ukrainians is just absolutely fantastic. So as long as Ukrainians want to be here in Wales, you are ours. You are with us here in Wales, and we will help you.
Thank you, Jane. I've just had the 5-minute signal, so we are short of time, and I know the Chair wants to, we have a health debate to follow this, and we want to try to make sure that we finish reasonably on time at 5:30. So there is one more question. We probably won't do it justice in the time available, but I'll ask Stephen and Mick perhaps to lead on it first. So we've seen terrible atrocities and reports of children being separated from families and forcibly adopted. And I think the question looking forward is, how do we ensure that those responsible for these horrendous crimes face justice going forward?
I mean, I think there are two critically important issues here, and again, this is very at the heart of what we've been saying in Westminster, and I know Mick has been saying here in Wales, that we have to hold those responsible for these atrocities to account. But there are two separate things. One is holding Russia account for the original sin, the crime of aggression, the invasion, the illegal war into Ukraine. And for that, I think, as Kira's been saying, I know that Lesia and many of her colleagues have been saying, we need a special tribunal to try Russia for the crime of aggression, because from that follows a number of other things, including what we can do into taking Russian state assets and using them for the reconstruction of Ukraine, and fundamentally holding those at the very top of the regime accountable for what they've done in this terrible war. But secondly, we need to be doing everything we can do to support the prosecution of atrocities through the International Criminal Court, and of course through Ukrainian courts as well. And I know that there is a lot of support going in from the UK to do this. We need to continue to offer that support, whether that's in terms of police investigations, forensics investigations, journalistic support, and of course, critically, in terms of judicial support to go forward. Because fundamentally, when you see some of those images, you see some of the things that have happened, some of the stories I've heard that are truly, just absolutely despicable, and we're only just really uncovering the full scale of what has been done. Those who've done that need to be held to account. So I say two things. One, a special tribunal to hold the senior leadership of Russia to account, and secondly, all the support we can give for war crimes prosecutions.
Thank you, Stephen. Mick?
Yeah, the establishment of a tribunal, I think, is absolutely fundamental, and it has to be on the basis of a crime of aggression, a crime against peace. A criminal offence at international law that was in fact established by the Soviet authorities at Nuremberg, and I think that is the precedent that should happen. And the reason why it's also important is because I believe that leads us to the next step, and that is the hundreds of billions of Russian dollars of Russian assets have to be used in terms of reparations, in terms of the reconstruction of Ukraine. If we can't do that at international law, then what does it say about international law? There are some 40 countries already that are supportive of that, and it seems to me this is going to be one of the most important international steps. If a country can get away with committing the level of thousands and thousands of war crimes, the rape, the looting, the murder, the bombing, the list is almost unending, then there is no future for international law. This has to be really at the core, I believe, a part of our international policy.
Thank you, Mick. I'm really sad to say that we are out of time, unfortunately, because time has moved on. But I would like you to thank the panel, Stephen, Jane and Mick, but particularly to Lesia Zabanara for being with us this afternoon and for sharing this with us.
Thank you. Thank you for that moving discussion. And I once again invite conference to stand and show our solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Slava Ukraine. We will now move to the health debate, as promised. And I'd like to invite Luned Morgan onto the stage to open the debate. Thank you, Luned.
Friends, comrades, I'm going to share a secret with you. When the First Minister asked me to take over as Health and Social Services Minister, I didn't exactly jump for joy. But who could resist the opportunity to serve under such a fantastic leader who this morning moved us so much with this incredible speech? Diolch am yr anrhydedd, Mark. Now, on accepting this role, I understood the daunting task ahead. I knew that following the pandemic, thousands would be waiting on delayed procedures and that a flu rebound was inevitable and that this shambles of a Tory government would make it really hard for us to address the challenges ahead. I knew about the pressures of the ageing population, the health effects of the cost of living crisis and the impact of the exodus of health workers following Brexit. And unlike some, Matt Hancock, I knew that there'd be no time for canoodling with colleagues if you're into that kind of thing. Now, we all know that the Tories in Westminster will always try to weaponise the NHS, which is our greatest national treasure. And they'll always make the political choice to underinvest in Wales despite our older, sicker and poorer population. But despite its challenges, the NHS, which this year is celebrating its 75th anniversary, is a robust, resilient organisation supported by an incredible workforce. Born in Tredegar and built on Labour values of equality and community, it's delivered better life chances for all, irrespective of wealth or opportunity. Now, we live in a nation of over 3 million people, and every month, our NHS in Wales makes around 2 million contacts. That's the equivalent of 2/3 of the entire population. So the scale of what is being done every day is quite incredible. We spend around 8% more on health in Wales than they do in England, an incredible 43% more on personal social services. And we know that social care is the invisible scaffolding that supports our health service. And I'd like to thank Julie Morgan for her commitment and dedication in this area. She's already delivered on our manifesto promise to pay care workers the real living wage. And in April, she's going to raise it again. Now, we all know that waiting lists are challenging. But for the third month in a row, they've fallen in Wales, unlike in England, where they continue to rise, even though they don't even include people waiting for diagnostic tests nor therapies there. Did you read that in the Daily Mail anywhere? No, didn't think so. Wales performs better on the 4-hour target for waits at emergency departments than England, and we've done so for several months. And that's something else you don't hear the opposition mention. We've put a massive amount of work into preparing for winter, the toughest winter in the NHS's history. By rolling out our NHS 111 service and setting up new urgent and primary care centres across every health board, as well as new same-day emergency care centres, we've diverted around 70,000 people a month away from our emergency departments. I want to take this opportunity to thank our local government colleagues who this year have helped deliver an extra 660 community beds to relieve the pressure and improve the flow of patients through our hospitals. Now, last week, I placed Betsy Cadwaladr Health Board back into special measures. This wasn't something I undertook lightly, and I make no apology for it. As they say, management is doing things right. Leadership is doing the right things. And I've not been afraid to take tough decisions in my almost 30 years in politics. I expect the new board at Betsy to take action to assure the people of North Wales that they'll receive the standards, quality and safety they deserve. And I don't know about you, but I thought it was a bit rich of Plaid last week to call me to step down as Health Minister in the same conference as their leader, Adam Price, admitted that he must do better at running his tiny little party. This from a man who aspires to run our nation. So rather than obsessing over my performance, perhaps he should concentrate a bit more on his own, especially considering this week's polls showed that both young and Welsh-speaking voters are flooding from Plaid to Labour. Now, just to make sure they hear that message, I'm going to say that in Welsh. Mae'n eironig fod Adam Price wedi gofyn I fi sefyll lawr yn yr un wythnos ac oedd rhaid iddo fe gyfadde i'w blaid fod angen iddo wneud yn well. So falle, ddyle fe ganolbwyntio ar ei berfformiad ei hun yn hytrach na fi'n un. Yn enwedig o gofio bod pob piniwn yr wythnos yma wedi dangos fod pobl ifanc a siaradwyr Cymraeg yn cefnu ar Blaid Cymru ac yn mynd I bleidleisio dros llafur yn yr etholiad nesaf. I hope they got that message. We know that the NHS can only meet the challenges ahead when they're based on the right values. Labour's values of care, compassion and collaboration, not Tory values of competition, division and profit. And we'll deliver the right care in the right place at the right time. And by the end of the spring, Lynn Neagle will have delivered a 24-hour mental health helpline via our 111 Press 2 service. We'll have ensured 140,000 new NHS dental appointments. We'll have tackled the 8 a.m. bottleneck at GP surgeries. And this year, we'll spend over £280 million on training the next generation of health and care workers. And by the end of the summer, our GP surgeries will be digitised. We'll have our own NHS app as we future-proof our services. Now, this week, we marked International Women's Day. As Health Minister, I'm proud the Welsh NHS will deliver a plan focusing on the neglected area of women's health. And I want to pay particular tribute to Carolyn Harris on the incredible work she's doing to champion change on the menopause. The autumn statement was another missed opportunity for the Tories to give hard-working public sector workers a pay rise. The difference in approach to industrial action and pay negotiations could not have been starker. The Tory response was to fan the flames of unrest and mistrust with their anti-strike clause, while we engaged early in meaningful negotiations, working together in social partnership to find a solution. And I'd like to thank our union partners for working with us to get the best for your workers and for the people of Wales. We still have work to do, but I'm optimistic that together we can achieve an outcome that will work for everyone. Delivering public services in Wales after 13 years of a Tory government hell-bent on selling off whatever they can to the highest bidder has not been easy. But we are proud that there's been no marketisation nor privatisation here in Wales. And when we get a UK Labour government elected to Westminster, we'll work together to ensure we can deliver a system robust enough to cope with the challenges we face, based on Bevan's vision of a publicly funded healthcare system, free at the point of need, open to all, and available for generations to come. Conference, that Welsh MP from Tredegar famously said, "The NHS will last for as long as there are folk left with the faith to fight for it." Well, comrades, I can assure you that this Labour government will never give up on the NHS, we'll always protect it, and we'll always fight for it. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Luned. Can I ask now the delegates from Delyn, the Socialist Health Association and Unison to move motions 7, 8 and 9. Could I also have the first three delegates who wish to speak, please? Can I have a show of hands? Gentleman there, waving his... Woman there with her hand up, thank you. And woman there with the long blonde hair, thank you.
Pnawn da conference, Megan Lloyd Hughes ydw i. First time speaker at conference and proud member of Delyn CLP in North Wales. Today I will be moving our motion calling on the Welsh Government to ensure well-being and retention of NHS staff is a priority, to encourage the Government to build on social partnership with NHS workers and trade unions, and to fight for fairer, more sustainable funding for our NHS here in Wales. I never thought I could become a doctor because I didn't think doctors looked like me, sounded like me, or came from small towns like Mold. But I was wrong, and in 2021, I graduated from Cardiff University Medical School after training for 6 years in Wales. I am proud to be the first NHS doctor in my family. But conference, starting my career as a junior doctor in the middle of a pandemic was anything but easy. I saw more deaths in my first month working as a junior doctor than I have in the past year. And on top of long hours, short staffing, this has had a massive toll on my mental health and my colleagues' mental health. And I have even lost colleagues and dear friends because of this. The Welsh Government recognises the immense pressures that NHS workers face, and we welcome the Workforce Implementation Plan with open arms. More doctors, more nurses, more healthcare staff will be very welcome. And we also welcome the new building of a Welsh medical school here in the beautiful North Wales. However, we urge the Government to further focus on the retention and the well-being of staff currently. With around 3,000 vacancies in our Welsh NHS, we must fix retention to fix the root cause of the problems of our NHS staffing crisis. Having worked in hospitals in both England and Wales, I know the difference having a Welsh Government in power makes for our NHS, and together we can make those changes. During the pandemic in England, while my colleagues sacrificed everything, the Tories partied, while in Wales we had a caring leader who did everything he could to protect our NHS. In England, the Conservative Health Minister fails to enter meaningful negotiations with trade unions, but in Wales we work together and we call off strikes. In England, the Tories demonise striking NHS workers and their wonderful trade unions, but in Wales, with Labour in power, we see trade unions for what they really are, the voice of the working people. That is the difference a Labour government in power make. Conference, I call on workers, Welsh Labour government and trade unions to work together on this universal fight for our NHS, for better social partnership, fixing workforce retention and fairer funding for Wales's NHS. I'm Megan Lloyd-Hughes, a proud NHS doctor and a proud member of our Labour movement, working together for our NHS.
Socialist Health Association, speak now.
Good evening. I'm Jenny Rathbone, speaking on behalf of the Socialist Health Association, motion 8. And it's a pleasure to be following Megan to hear the excellent experience you had in Cardiff and to hear how it is for you. First of all, I want to say the NHS is not for sale in Wales, as we heard really clearly from Eluned Morgan. And I wish Keir and his team good luck on unpicking the dangerous penetration of US private health companies into the English NHS, intent on making money out of ill health. COVID has left a terrible legacy of bereavement, mental distress, and a seemingly limitless demand for ill health services. Of course, we need to clear the waiting list built up under lockdown, but COVID exposed in plain sight unacceptable health inequalities which we need to fix urgently. Why should I be expected to live 12 years longer than someone in the next door street? The Tories only demand we spend more and more money on health. They never mention the poverty wages, the adulterated food, and the inadequate housing that makes people sick in the first place. As Desmond Tutu says, we need to stop just pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find out why they're falling in. We need to take a radical look at prevention and early intervention services. They cost less and the outcomes are a lot better. Without radical action, our overstretched NHS is at risk of collapse for all the reasons that Megan described. Investing over £600 million in free school dinners for all primary school pupils isn't just about ensuring that all children get at least one hot meal a day. It's also about changing our food culture. 2/3 of all households, poor and rich, never cook from scratch. Instead, their bodies are poisoned by a diet of ultra-processed food, adulterated by sugar, salt and fat, all to increase the profits of multinational companies. It fills you up, but it doesn't nourish you. The resulting obesity has become the second biggest cause of early death after smoking. And the cost of treating people with diabetes, which goes with obesity, is due to rise from 10% to 17% of our NHS budget. So no change is simply not an option. I want to pay tribute to the work of Flintshire Well-Fed Coalition. Flintshire Council, its social housing provider, working with a social enterprise to ensure everyone in Flintshire can eat well regardless of income. In their schools, workplaces and warm hubs, and mobile vans getting nourishing food to isolated communities. Their mantra is, if people eat well, they cope well. If they don't eat well, they don't cope well. Obesity isn't our only challenge. We know damp, mouldy housing and air pollution are killers too. This month, Julie James, our Climate Change Minister, is introducing clean air legislation in the Senate, and we need to double down on landlords that don't fix sick housing. When people do become ill, we must intervene early to stop it becoming a chronic or serious problem. That means investing in primary and community care. Clinicians and other professionals need the space to do things differently and not constantly be chasing their tails. In response to the recruitment and retention challenge in Cardiff, we are training people with lived experience of mental and physical illness to work alongside clinical professionals, and the early results are very promising. There are so many more things we have to do to radically improve the health of our nation. I ask you to support motion number 8.
Unison, please. Thank you.
Chair, Conference, Sarah Taylor, Unison Cymru Wales, Labour Link, moving motion 9, National Care Service. Conference, the crisis throughout social care is not going to go away anytime soon. The fundamental changes the country is demanding are needed, and they're needed urgently. Unison members work across this sector, and they are telling us on a daily basis the difficulties that they are facing, particularly in the private sector. Staff shortages, poor pay, poor training, shortage of the correct equipment, and job security that's almost non-existent, especially when dealing with frequent TUPE transfers. The list goes on. But let's be clear, Conference, our relatives and friends who receive social care deserve so much better. These people are the most vulnerable people in our communities. Their lives depend upon care being provided. The predatory private providers, try saying that tonight, of social care do not even see them as people. They see them as numbers on a spreadsheet, figures on a graph, profit margins in the accounts. These organisations do not provide social care for any altruistic, selfless desire to look after the vulnerable. The simple fact is they do it because it creates wealth for them and their shareholders. So how is that wealth created? Cutting corners, low pay for the workforce, and minimum investment, to name but a few. It cannot be right that this goes on in the 21st century in a civilised society. It must end, and it must end now. Unison welcomed the cooperation agreement that contained a commitment to creating a national care service for Wales. This is the sort of progress that would have been considered repugnant to the Tory Westminster government, who are, as we speak, still trying to dismantle the National Health Service that they voted all those years ago to try and stop being created. We all know the National Health Service had its origins in the valleys of South Wales when Nye Bevan replicated the Tredegar Medical Aid Society's principles. Healthcare free at the point of use is now ingrained in the country's culture, and that's where it should be. Going along with a National Care Service for Wales. It's about dignity, respect, and common human decency. We understand that this will come at a cost and that the mechanics will be complex, but the time has come. We need to act now. The demographics have changed. More of us are living longer, and with that comes the inevitable social needs. A National Care Service for Wales will deliver those needs consistently with a shared pay structure, terms and conditions of employment, contractual rights, and a defined career path. Publicly run and, more importantly, publicly accountable. This will also bring trade union recognition for collective bargaining across the sector, which, despite the best efforts of the Tory Westminster government, is still the best example of partnership working that exists. So what needs to happen? Conference, we call upon Welsh Labour in government to increase funding for direct local authority provision, including recommendations from the expert group report to set up central budgets so that local authorities can apply to bring care contracts back in-house and purchase care facilities. Support pilot local authorities which provide care directly. To quote APSI, this will create a critical mass of publicly employed care workers as the best way to push up terms and conditions of this neglected section of the workforce without creating an immediate crisis for frontline care companies. Support the work of the social partnership body, the Social Care Forum, to establish collective bargaining across the care sector as a positive interim measure to drive up working conditions in the care sector. Preliminary work has already been done, and we in Unison welcome that. It's essential the building blocks are in place before the next steps commence. We want to see tangible progress. We believe, please support this motion, and we can come back next year and agree a timetable that finally delivers our vulnerable people and the workforce the dignity they all deserve. Please support this motion. I move.
Our Chair, Conference, Derek Roberts, Unite retired members and a member of the Unite delegation. I'm speaking in support of Motion 8 and Motion 9 from Socialist Health Association and from Unison. Unite's policy is very clear. We demand a health and care system which is paid for by taxation and is free at the point of need, and those services should be delivered by the public sector and not subject to the vagaries of the private equity market. Now, Unite retired members have been working on this for many years, often in cooperation with other trades unions and other older people's organisations in Wales. But we know and we recognise this is not an oldies problem, it is a across the generations problem. We remain very supportive of Welsh Government in its attempts to move towards a national care and support service. We now have the expert report, but we've had previous reports as well, like the Holtham report. So we've been consulting our members, and from what they have told us, post the COVID pandemic, it is clear that if we do not provide an all-through healthcare support service, we will never solve the problems currently facing the National Health Service. In fact, if we fail, we will lose our NHS. And don't forget that NHS doesn't belong to us, it belongs to the people, not the politicians. That is why we're asking Conference to fully support motions 8 and 9, but we also want Welsh Government to step up and deliver. We want no more kicking of the can down the road. And to paraphrase what Mark said so movingly this morning, so please hurry up.
Conference, Kate Ewerden, also a Unite delegate, specifically addressing some points from the Socialist Health Association's motion, and thanking Jenny for her comments as well. So we specifically, again, draw your attention to the first paragraph in this motion, which talks about Bevan's vision of a health service available free at the point of use, publicly owned and publicly controlled. And we really appreciate the Minister's commitment to that vision. But we also recognise that health doesn't start with the health service. Health starts with housing, health starts with the food that you eat, and health starts with education. You can't take health in isolation of those issues. We also recognise the unprecedented amount of work that has to be done in the health service at the moment and the stress that health service workers endure. We do need a great deal of analysis to find the solutions that will reach those problems. And the Social Partnership Act is very welcome to us because it means that the trade unions will always be at the table in those discussions on healthcare. And finally, I draw your attention to the first numbered bullet in the motion, which talks about undertaking an urgent review of the capacity and physical infrastructure that we need to deliver timely, high-quality health and social care services in Wales in the future. And we're specifically concerned with this as workers and as patients, because this is about the inverse care law to us. Availability of good medical care tends to vary inversely with the need for it. Equality in healthcare is not giving the same amount of healthcare equally to everybody. It is about bringing everybody up to a level of equality. And in poorer communities, that means more investment and it means more services. But it means services that also incorporate looking at the housing that you live in and what you eat. And so some of the new health hubs, we really believe, address that. This motion, this debate is always timely. Healthcare and the NHS is always at the heart of what we want to support. We hope you support the motions.
Kelly Andrews, GMB Union, speaking in support of Unison's care motion. Conference, it's time for us to admit that social care is the backbone of the NHS. Now, maybe I'm biased, but before becoming a regional organiser, I worked in the care sector. And Conference, I can say, hand on heart, that care workers are some of the most committed and dedicated people I've ever worked with. And the truth is, our system lets them down. The truth is, they'll be paid a better wage and be able to switch off at the door by working in Amazon. And if that's not a damning indictment, I don't know what is. For me, working in care was a privilege. To hold the hand of those that quietly slipped away, to be in there when one of my residents had no family to turn to. But the pay is lousy, and the service relies on the goodwill of its staff, goodwill that is running on fumes right now. Only this week, I sat in meetings where one of the largest care providers in Wales is consulting to cut a half-hour paid break, extend working hours, and even have staff to pay for a meal. How is that for raising staff morale? This is not acceptable. Our loved ones, we deserve a better system of care and support. We all know that during COVID, it was the social care that stepped up. It was the care workers. I will never forget a conversation I had with one of my care members. She called me after a night shift. She was exhausted and she was broken. She had just laid out her 13th resident. I sat in silence while she cried. Friends, we have a crisis. We cannot recruit or retain people into social care. Society needs to recognise the importance of social care, not just for older people, but for young and those who need early intervention. Funding social care is how we safeguard our NHS. It goes hand in hand. You will not see the changes that are needed within the NHS without proper funding of social care. Proper funding, direct to local authorities so that money can be directed to those that need it, without funneling off the money to companies' offshore accounts that handle back the contracts as soon as the money dries up. The Social Care Fair Work Forum has worked hard to address the crisis in care in Wales. We have moved to the real living wage, a step forward, but nowhere near enough. The workforce deserves so much better. They deserve full pay, sick pay, and decent annual leave entitlement. The trade union priorities for the forum is to negotiate collective bargaining for social care, given a platform for the workforce to be recognised for the immense value they add to our society. Conference, I urge you to back this motion.
Thank you, delegates. I do apologise. Time is against us. Can I please ask Julie Morgan MS to close the debate?
Prynawn da pawb, a diolch yn fawr iawn am eich cyfraniadau. It's been a real pleasure and a privilege to be here in the hall this afternoon and to hear all the ideas and the enthusiasm and the commitment to work together on our shared onward march to progress for better lives and better services for everybody in Wales. And I'm very pleased that these three motions were submitted and that the WEC will be recommending acceptance. Now, politics, as we know, can be a very rough old trade, And Eluned has referred to that in when she addressed the conference. And it's very tough sometimes, you know, to keep going and to keep your ideas and your vision ahead. But I can assure you that Eluned, as the Health Minister, does that and keeps that vision. And myself as the Deputy for Social Services and Lynn Eagle, the other Deputy for Mental Health and Wellbeing, we are all totally committed to the ideals of the NHS and the ideals that we have now for social care. And our values and our passions and also our anger over the damage to Wales caused by an indifferent and incompetent government in London does give us the appetite and the energy to continue to strive. And I know that the Unison delegate said today, moving the motion, the time has come. And the Unite delegate referred to Mark's powerful words this morning about hurrying up, you know, calling time. And I think it is very urgent. I think that we do need to act urgently in this situation. I mean, we will, of course, continue to campaign with increased determination at a UK level for sufficient and sustainable funding for Wales to provide the quality public social care services that our citizens deserve, but we're not holding our breath. Conference, we must deliver a better future with or without a fair settlement from London. And yes, we do have the right care policies, and I do believe we have the people of Wales with us. And we do have the partnerships and the collective expertise to succeed. I think the conference has shown how well we all work together, and we have got that joint endeavour. And we have succeeded already in laying the foundations in Wales for a national care and support service free at the point of use, and that one will help articulate the motions before us today about the future of our care services. Because I was so struck listening to the people moving the motions about that huge wealth of experience and knowledge that there is here in this room. And in concluding this debate about about the health and social care service in the conference today, I just want to talk about a little bit about building the national service. Following on from the Hotham report that we commissioned into methods of paying for care, we will continue our work in establishing what mechanism can best ensure a properly rewarded care workforce that delivers good quality provision free at the point of use. And this is a top priority. And we can deliver further and faster on this once we get Labour into Downing Street. And I would like to, at this point, say that I want to pay a tribute to our care workers. We've already said how, contributions have said how our care workers worked through the pandemic. And we know that they worked tirelessly and at great risk to themselves. And we all know the toll that it took. And then they've had to come now to the cost of living crisis. So I feel I must say in my remarks that we do thank the care workers. We thank them from the bottom of their hearts for the fantastic job that they do. So we will work with our partners in the Social Care Fair Work Forum on establishing agreed pay and conditions, and as part of our National Care and Support Service, we will establish a collective bargaining unit to help introduce decent conditions and fair pay and progression. Because you all know, we've already ensured, as Eluned said, the real living wage for care workers and have ensured that there will also be an uplift. And of course, delivering good quality care, of course, means more than providing proper training and pay so that the workforce can do a good professional job, fundamental though that is. It is in adult care also about getting the balance of ownership of care provision more towards the public sector, which has already been referred to this afternoon. And we will, as part of our national service, set up a fund to support local authorities to bring a viable care contract or service back into public ownership when opportunities arise. Conference, I can't recall in my lifetime a series of divisive Conservative governments ushered in on the coattails of Thatcher's reforms that have done so much damage to our prosperity and our public services, and indeed damage that has deepened over the last 13 years by economic mismanagement and indifference at the UK level. Because it's simple, the Tories at Westminster don't care about Wales. I think that is absolutely obvious. And we do. And more importantly, we do in a practical and decisive way that intends to protect and sustain our citizens. And a social care service will be for all ages, as one of the delegates mentioned. But we do have an expanding older people population, aged over 75, who have so much to offer and rightly deserve choice and voice over the care services they want. But there are no simple and easy solutions to the mounting demands on our care services that will come, in particular, from an ageing society. Our National Care and Support Service will have to tackle some very thorny issues around the costs of care that vary so much across Wales, as do the performance of providers, be they public, private or not-for-profit. We need to establish fair fees for providers that includes better paying conditions, and we need to ensure better performance so that there is no postcode lottery of good care. To help to do this, we will establish in this Senate term a national office that will be tasked with designing a national commissioning framework to promote fair fees. The national office will also have a national performance and improvement function to ensure quality of care across a very diverse section. But, Conference, we can't deliver better care just by top-down reforms. We have to promote bottom-up design and accountability over service delivery that meets local needs. We now have the results of an expert panel group into building a national services that addresses local needs as well. The group's report provides valuable advice on practical steps towards integrating health and care at community level that responds to what actually matters to people locally. We will consult soon on an implementation plan based on this report that will deliver wide-ranging national and local reforms. I was very struck this morning when Mark said, as he got older, he got more radical. And I think we have to get more radical. As Labour in Wales grows older, the length of time we've been in power is growing. We have to get more radical, and nowhere is it needed more than in the care service. So, Conference, we are delivering on our promises. We're not in the business of slogans and easy posturing about an unfair world. We've rolled up our sleeves, we've got on with it, and we are continuing to do so. I've given you some of the practical steps we have already taken. I hope I'll be able to come back to Conference next year and tell you further and a further timetable. And we are together on a historic journey towards better care, and the work goes on and we go on. So, diolch yn fawr iawn.
Conference, I'm mindful of time. I'll now take the votes on motion 7, 8 and 9. Can I have a vote for motion 7, please? For? Against? Lovely. That's accepted as 4. Motion 8, for? Lovely. That's accepted as 4. Motion 9, for? Marvellous. It's accepted as 4. Okay. We're now going to adjourn Conference. Those items that are still on the agenda will be carried over till tomorrow. We're going to open at 10:30 and not 10:45 tomorrow morning. A reminder, though, that tomorrow morning there's also training and workshops, and they're going to start at 9:30 promptly. And details can be found in your conference guide. Have a lovely evening, and I hope you're going to enjoy the fringe events that are going on now. I hope you're bright and fresh for tomorrow morning. Sorry about the overrun this evening. Thank you.
Well done, Debs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got there in the end.
No, I think it's good, but I...